Mark and Rick is heard right here on The Ticket. Ivy with a team-high 26. Cade with a 17-point triple-double. All 5 starters in double figures again. And Detroit wins 115-103 for their 3rd win of the season, which didn't come until almost New Year's Eve back in 2023. They survived 37 points by Anthony Davis and 20 by LeBron. To college, the Wolverines hit the century mark in their head coach's debut, 101-53 over Cleveland State in Ann Arbor. They shot over 68% from the field. As for the Spartans, much closer, but an 81-57 victory against Monmouth at the Breslin Center, and Coach Campy got a 700th win for the Golden Grizzlies as they took down Defiance in their opener. JMO ready to roll. Those are the words of Dan Campbell as Jamison Williams returns from his 2-game suspension. He'll be back for their primetime game in Houston this week, and still no official word on any trades as deadline day arrives. The report is Zadarius Smith coming to Detroit not coming to fruition as of yet. Meanwhile, the Chiefs remain undefeated. It took overtime against the Bucs last night, but Kansas City is now 8-0 as Kareem Hunt had a walk-off touchdown at Arrowhead. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Critically important day today in the NFL. Trade deadline at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
We're going to get to it later this hour. Expectations for Brad Holmes. We've got Dan Campbell at 8:02. You heard Falar reference him in the update. You also heard Chris mention the Pistons. Did you hear what he said? Their 3rd win. It took them till nearly New Year's last season. They've done it through just 8 games this season. John, some would say, don't let the Pistons get hot.
Well, don't look now. If the season were to end today,
oh God,
they would be in the play-in tournament. They would be in a play-in game. They're above the cut line. All they got to do is hold serve.
Okay. All right.
Hopefully above 500 means you're above the cut line. But right now, 3-4, 3-5 gets you in.
You guys on the 35-win bus? You're going to make it 42 tomorrow, probably.
That's right. One-upsmanship.
Right.
It's a good quality.
Yeah. 36.
Everybody loves a one-upper. It took them 32 games to win 3 a year ago. Think about that. 32 games before they won their 3rd basketball game. This season, 3 wins after 8 games. And you might be thinking, they beat the Lakers like LeBron didn't play, right?
Oh, no, he played.
Anthony Davis didn't play, right? He played. Yeah, he almost scored 40 points.
Did Bronny start?
Well, that was the difference. They didn't have Bronny.
I was listening to the game last night, and I heard Champion say, I wonder what Jim Costa thinks now.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, I heard that. So it's funny because the useless knowledge that you have, we came in this morning, we're talking about lines, we're talking about trade, we're talking about some of the college teams, and then we briefly mention, hey, the Pistons won last night.
Hey.
And you asked the question, when was it that they got their 3rd win last year? And I was wrong because I said it was December 31st. I knew
it was December 30th. Whatever, same range.
It like total useless knowledge. In 2023, when did they get their first or their 3rd win?
When they snapped that 28-game losing streak. Yeah,
that you would automatically pull out the very last opportunity during that calendar year. Useless knowledge that just pops up every once in a while.
So what do we make of this? They're better than last year. Cool. I think Cade Cunningham, triple-double. Always good to see. Jaden Ivey seems to coexist with Cade. Yeah. Both of them playing well, both averaging 20 points per game. Both are shooting well to start the season. It's almost like a coach came in and found a way to accentuate what they do. And there's still a long way to go for both of them. But this idea that you had to pick or they couldn't work together, I'm very much interested to see if J.B. Bickerstaff can get the most out of these guys.
Well, and you look at, at the high score in each game. It's either Cunningham or Ivey. This is the 3rd time Ivey's been the leading scorer. Mm-hmm. The rest of the time it's been Cade. But that's what you've got to have from the 2 guys that you think are, if they can find a way to coexist, a part of the Phoenix rising from the ashes.
When they drafted Ivey, the vision, I remember we were talking about this at the time, everybody loved the Jaden Ivey pick, was that they brought 2 different tempos, right? Ivey is someone who has that extra gear downhill burst.
Fly.
And Cade's more methodical, a little more of an old man game, right? He can get you in the middle in the mid-range and then get to the cup or pop and shoot, and they bring a different tempo. And can you throw teams fastballs and changeups? Keep defenses off balance, where one guy can be the lead guard while the other sits on the bench, or you can play them together and put defenses in a tough spot. It's incumbent on coaching to unlock them. And again, only 8 games in. I don't want to take a victory lap on JB Bickerstaff, but it's clear they have a better outlook this season than a year ago.
Does Doug still have his 3-game bet going this year? Last year it was, will they win 3 games in a row? And they never did.
They're one away.
They're one away from a 3-game heater.
They've won 3 of the last 4. And yeah, Charlotte's winnable, sure.
Yeah. We'll see. Wednesday night.
Yeah, again, I don't know what to do with them because it's so early, but I do think we were of the belief they would take a step this season. I just don't know how big a step it is. Like, John, after seeing a few games now to start the season,
well,
where is the target for you this season?
Like win-loss total?
Yeah.
Okay, you're throwing a dart. I have no
just
idea.
Give me a range. Like we were 25 before the season
what
started.
Was it 14 yet last year? I'll say, okay, instead of doubling it, I'll go nice round number 30.
Sure.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I was going to say that too.
I didn't think we thought they'd win 30 games before the season, and I think they're at least showing tendencies that they might. Is that anything to go crazy about? 30 and 52 is not a great record, but considering where this team is.
Yeah.
I mean, Cade's playing better. His career numbers are up in the 8 games this year, pretty much across the board, scoring more than 3 points more than his career average. 3-point percentage is up 3-4%.
Mm-hmm.
It's tiny sample size, but at least I feel a little bit better about them than I do the Red Wings right now.
But here's the other thing. Well, it's a little more encouraging because you're seeing something. You're seeing them improve, right?
It's dog crap.
Even though it's 8 games, you started out 0-4, and what the common theme in all 4 of those is you couldn't finish in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Now you lead through the entire game and you find a way to finish against that. Okay, it's an aging Lakers team, but it's still, they've got a lot of talent. So does that mean they got it all figured out? No, it doesn't mean they've got it all figured out, but 3 wins in the last 4 games following an 0-4 start. At least here's what you like. Last year, you started out 2-1 and it was downhill from there. And there was never any moment where you thought, okay, they're getting it. Now at least you feel like for 30 wins, if that's getting it for this year, then you kind of feel like at least they drew a line in the sand.
I just say the common theme early in their wins is the turnovers are down.
Yeah.
And it was simple. I was listening to one of their losses and heard Mark Champion say, we've got to stop turning the ball over. It's
He's right.
pretty simple. 12 turnovers last night. That's the recipe for them to win. When it gets into 16, 17 plus, that's when they look like they did last year.
And I think Cade's turnovers are up, but it really is a couple really ugly games. Like, he only had 3 yesterday, and he had 11 assists. Like, more of that is what's going to drive this team to, I'm going to use a word, competency. I felt like last year they were incompetent. They had a head coach who was running all bench lineups, who was starting Killian Hayes, who had banished Jaden Ivey to the bench. I mean, guys, we forget about it. Competency is, I'm going to set my good young players up for success. I'm going to put some shooting around them. It's not always great. Like, Tobias Harris got to get going a little bit, but Tim Hardaway Jr. has been a reliable 3-point shooter. We're going to do this. We're going to play a couple shooters around our couple guards, and we're going to have a competent coaching approach. And it hasn't meant that they're a great team, but 3-5, maybe challenge for 30 wins, maybe provide a little bit of a foundation here, not be a laughing stock,
right? Which
would be a step for this organization.
Well, and will competency just get you to 30 wins?
Could be.
Does a competent coaching staff, and that kind of highlights how bad things were last year, does that just get you a handful of wins?
Sure, it could be 5-7 extra wins just on that alone. Then the player development's another 4 or 5 wins added on top, and you start finding your way up to respectability. Last night, you also had the Monday Night Football game. Stayed up for that, and I thought the same thing that Troy Aikman thought. For those that didn't stay
for
up,
2.
Yep. Listen, you're Tampa, you score, you're in the final 30 seconds. Could have bled it all the way down, but anyway, you score in under a minute to go. You go for 2. Because exactly what happened is your fear. You tie the game up, you kick the extra point, you go to overtime, and too much is weighted on the flip of a coin. What was Baker Mayfield's reaction as soon as they lost it?
As soon as he lost, because he was mad too, because I think he's the one that called it.
Yeah.
and loses the coin toss, knowing that Patrick Mahomes is standing right in front of him, and they're handing him the ball, and defense, hey, good luck, go and stop Patrick Mahomes in overtime. He had the sigh, eye roll, and look of disgust all at the same time. And this morning on all the sports stations, they slow-moed it, so it looked like it was a long, painful sigh, which it was.
And Mahomes and the Chiefs
Did Mahomes
they
things.
stay undefeated.
Yep.
Even if you're not overly impressed with them, it is impressive that they continue to win every single football game.
Well, they hit the trade market, and who scored 2 touchdowns last night?
D-Hop. Amazing how that works. His second game since the trade. Little extra time with a Monday night, get him integrated, get him up to speed.
Yeah.
And he was a go-to option for Patrick Mahomes. It also helped, I think, Travis Kelce, too. And suddenly the offense starts to have a little, not a lot, but a little more giddy up. And if you're a Lions fan today, you're going, wait, hold on. We got to match that urgency. They're the 2-time defending Super Bowl champions, and they're giving up picks for a pass rusher in Uche, who had a couple tackles. And
No sacks, though.
And no sacks. And a receiver in Hopkins who had 2 touchdowns, including the decisive touchdowns in that football game. So if we're sitting here today, that's the question. Do you care as much as Kansas City? Is Brad Holmes as invested in winning a Super Bowl as the Kansas City Chiefs? That's the gauntlet that's thrown down in front of him.
Who've already won, too.
Right. That you would think they are the team that could kick their feet up and go, if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. We can't mortgage the future. We're already. But they're making at least some moves, and the Lions have to hold serve.
Well,
that is the team you're chasing.
They had an injury to their offense, and it was Rashee Rice, who's out for the season.
Yep.
Their number one target for Patrick Mahomes. So they go and they replace him. The Lions, Aiden Hutchinson, their best player on defense, and I know you could argue Brian Branch and all that stuff, but yeah, their most impactful, most important player on defense, down. And there's still plenty of time. They have till 4 o'clock today. But do you trust that they're going to do something? That they do, like you said, care as much as the Kansas City Chiefs?
Ideally care more than Kansas City. We'll talk about it at 6:50. The expectations on trade deadline day in the NFL. A 4 p.m. deadline for Brad Holmes and the Lions. Tonight is also the debut of the college football playoff rankings. We get the first taste of how the committee views these teams this season. We'll get Greg Hargrave's rankings coming up at 6:35. His top 12 teams. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. When you meet them, they're going to ask you questions and find out how they can best fit or build a financial plan to fit your situation. And as the relationship continues to grow, you do more things. They're going to be there for you every step of the way when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank. You're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Mark Champion on the call. Pistons win last night, pick up their 3rd win of the year. Took them till December 30th last season. Cade Cunningham with a triple-double. Jaden Ivey led the way, 26 points. No fourth-quarter blunders, a fourth-quarter finish for the Pistons. And watching that game, do you see this, John? David Montgomery, he was at the game. They had Kirby Joseph. The Lions were in attendance, some of them anyway, watching that Pistons game. And afterwards, Greg Kelser said, I know the Lakers bring everybody out. And Montgomery said, I want to clarify. We're here to watch the Pistons. Which is, hey, solidarity for the city. I don't feel like the city's ever been this connected with all the sports teams, whether it's, Dan Campbell rooting for the Tigers, A.J. Hinch going to Lions games, right? We know that there's a lot of continuity right now. Everybody's pulling in the same direction right now. I've never seen it like this.
No, it's awesome to be able to see. I mean, because Wings games, right? They got the Jared Goff chant.
Yep.
We've seen J-Mo there, and now it's the Pistons. We even the relationship between the Tigers, A.J. Hinch and Jared Goff, like all of the different things that the Lions are a part of, and trying to make the commingling of pro sports teams. Well, it makes it fun.
Well, they started the winning, and they started the connection. Dan Campbell voiced like an intro video for the Red Wings this season, and then we know Lalonde loves him some Dan Campbell. Yeah, it's been cool to see. We have some ticket text coming in. This one says, refreshing to get some positive Pistons talk. Hey, winning will do that. Another one says, the only thing I can't get over is how mad Monty Williams was. He robbed us of Caden Ivey for a year of learning with those BS lineups he was throwing out. That's Steve in Holly. Some ticket text on the deadline. It's today. It's 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Texter says, Cookies, that was a stupid question you asked.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah, people are never shy about it on the ticket text. Says it's a dumb question. The organization set the Super Bowl or bust mindset. Of course, Brad Holmes cares as much as Kansas City. Every report has shown Brad is making calls. To that, I would say action. Action is what's going to matter today. I don't want to hear that you tried. Kansas City tried and got players. Hopkins caught 2 touchdowns. Do you care as much as Kansas City? We will find out not by reports, but by actions today.
Well, we also heard from Dan yesterday when he was talking to reporters about it takes 2.
Wasn't an excuse for Kansas City.
No, but here's where I bring it up in terms of context. It does take 2. We've talked about that, right? They've called, and it's been leaked that they called the Raiders. All right. Obviously, it takes 2 in that sense, where they just don't want to trade Max Crosby, and I get it. We wouldn't want to trade Aiden Hutchinson, no matter what the circumstance. So, then you look and you say, well, okay, why haven't they been able to get something done with Cleveland to this point? I mean, we saw Zadarius Smith. He was all decked out in blue going to his own game. And we've heard his comments about, hey, he'd be just fine going to Detroit. It does take 2, but you've got to be willing to pay the price. And if teams are looking at going, yeah, you know what, we would take a 5th, but we want your 4th because we think it might be the last pick of the 4th round. Or we want your 3rd, which the Lions don't have, because your 4th is, again, going to be the last pick of the 4th round.
Yeah.
That's where you've got to try and find other compensation. And if it's more than other teams would be forced to pay, so be it.
Yeah, and I think teams are probably using it against Brad Holmes in negotiations, that he does have a Super Bowl mandate, self-imposed, that he does have a team that needs a pass rusher. I'm not telling you he's got, like I'm saying, the game of poker is going to be harder for him, but the end of the day is, even if he has to overpay by 10% or 20%, he's going to have to do it.
But let's not set us up to be so special, because Kansas City, like, they've got a Super Bowl mandate too.
Yes.
And they were able to get it done with D-Hop. They were able to get it done with Uche. And so, you've got it's not like everybody doesn't want the Lions to win a Super Bowl, so we're going to hold our pass rushers and trade them to everyone else.
Right, because in the case of Cleveland, the deadline is the deadline for them too. They will never get as much for Zadarius Smith as they can get this year. He'll be an expiring next year. He'll be a year older next year. They are not making the playoffs this season. A deal should get done today. We'll talk more about it coming up at 6:50 tonight. You've got the college football playoff rankings coming out. We'll get to that coming up at 6:35. You have this thing called the election. Go out and vote. That's wrapping up tonight. No more political ads. I'm sure we're all excited for that part of things. And if you're interested, you got a big football game tonight. CMU Chippewas and Bowling Green Falcons if you need a distraction.
Oh, Scotty Leffler.
That's right.
Where's that game at? Is that in is that south of the border, or is that mid-state?
Oh, that is at a raucous, loud Kelly Shorts Stadium in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, where there will be dozens
I'm
of
glad
happy
you said where it was
Chippewas.
because I don't know the name of the stadium. you could have said Kelly Short Stadium, and I thought, is that Bowling Green Stadium?
John, I'm pulling for your teammate.
I appreciate it. Oh, because you want to change.
I need a change,
Yes,
John.
yes. Well, vote for change.
Vote for
Today's the day you cast your ballot.
for what you want this country to be. All right, let's get to the news with Heather.
All right, so Jason Kelsey was back on the ESPN set on Monday, but it wasn't all business as usual. He opened up Monday Night Countdown with an apology for his part in that incident involving that unruly fan over the weekend.
I thought it was great. And very understandable what he did. And here's the thing is, it's really hard, especially if you are recently removed from playing the game of football, where if there is a problem, you're able to deal with it in that manner. And that's the thing about leaving the game is that's the only place you can get to do it.
What I took out of it is he's human. He lost his cool. He recognizes his faults. Total respect for that.
Yep. Police were called to Stashabaugh Middle School in Clarkston on Monday after a threatening text message was sent to 911 from inside the building. So the message said a friend of somebody at the school had an AK-49 inside the building. So the middle school, as well as another elementary school, North Stashabaugh Elementary, was ordered to shelter in place out of an abundance of caution. Authorities investigated and they quickly identified the person who sent the message, determined there was no threat at all. The shelter in place order was lifted. School went on as scheduled. The incident still does remain under investigation, and officials haven't said whether this student may face any charges or not. I'm guessing something. I mean, they're definitely going to face some sort of punishment.
Sure.
Will they face charges? That's still up in the air. I love the story. An 81-year-old man from Dearborn Heights recently won a pretty big lottery prize. And to celebrate, he's taking his wife on a shopping spree.
This is awesome.
Because he could do anything he wants with this money, right? But he's deciding he's going to spoil his wife. Pretty cool. Peter Core, he matched the winning Fantasy 5 numbers on October 7th, says he plays every single day and didn't really think that he won. He they had to look at the ticket over and over and over, but he won just over $130,000. He already went to claim his prize, and that's what he says he's going to do. He's going to take his wife on a shopping spree and then save whatever's left over.
Hey, live it up, man.
That's cool.
I love it.
That's
I love
so
it.
Sweet, yeah.
Listen to this. Fireball Whiskey is creating some special bottles of something called Cryerball.
Okay.
Which combines Fireball with the actual tears of losing sports fans. Yes. So to do it, they say they're going to go to 6 big rivalry games this month and literally collect the tears from the losers. And then
How will they be doing this?
Yes.
So it says
swabs?
they're going to go to these 6 games this month, 3 college football games, 3 NFL games, and they said they're going to have people stationed at the exits where they're going to ask losing fans to donate their tears. And they say every drop they capture will be stored in sealed, sterile jars and then safely transported to a secure facility for storing. It says the Fireball might have a little bit saltier taste. It's all a gimmick, right? Like it's just something silly they're doing. It's not going to be available right away. They said the process is going to take obviously a couple months. The bottles of Cryerball will be made available in time for next year.
Does it say which games?
I was going to say, begs the question, which stadiums would you go to?
Wait, let's see. Okay. Including the Philadelphia Eagles versus the Dallas Cowboys, the Packers versus the Bears,
Okay.
Auburn Tigers versus the Alabama Clemson Tide. Those are
Iron
the only
Bowl.
ones I'm seeing.
Yep.
So
Okay.
There we go.
there's more, but that's all that's listed here.
They missed it. White Sox baseball all summer long would have given them like 100+ chances.
Yes.
Interesting, right? You mentioned it is election day, right? So if you didn't participate in the early in-person voting or absentee ballots, get out there and vote. So more than 1.2 million Michigan residents took advantage of their
Yeah.
early in-person voting. It ended on Sunday, and Sunday was actually the single highest day for that early in-person voting.
That's Sundays when I went.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
189,422 ballots were cast, which is pretty incredible. According to the data, the top 5 counties where voters cast their ballots for this early voting, Wayne County had the most, Oakland County, Macomb County, Kent County, Genesee County. So
Cool.
if you
Good.
didn't do it,
Yeah.
go do it today. And I've got some like kind of funny facts. We mentioned this in one of our Dear Johns, was about somebody hosting a watch party for the
yeah.
election. I'm like,
Yeah.
who would do that? Well, according to a poll, not many, but about 8% of people say they're going to either host or attend a watch party for the election, even though there's a chance that we may not actually have a winner by the end of the night.
Right.
It sounds like a really bad idea.
It really does, doesn't
It
it?
sounds awful.
45% say they're going to watch it alone
Sure.
at home with some comfort food and a drink.
Yeah. Yeah. We know what Jim's going to be doing. Watching his chips, cheering against them. How about that? Can you imagine cheering against your own team?
You reach a certain point, John, where it's the only way out. I remember rooting against Matt Patricia, and I know I'm not the only Lions fan who felt that way.
Seems very you, though.
Well, you and I are very different people. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, inside the brain of Greg Hargrave, we got a preview of tonight's college football playoff rankings. It's 97.1. Now it's getting real because tonight we will see what the committee thinks. But more importantly, what does Greg Hargrave think? Who are the top 12 teams in college football?
Well, college football or college basketball season has started, so Greg Palm's brother Ken now has data. We've been working with data for a couple months now.
Right.
And what we saw this past week, not a lot of changes in the top 10 of Greg Palm, but a lot of changes in that lower third and then in a bit of the undercurrent. Saw a lot of teams that were kind of knocking on the door that fell off. Kansas State, Iowa State, Pitt all suffered losses. Now what happens to that undercurrent? Now we're going to get some 2-loss teams that are knocking on the door, namely Alabama, Ole Miss. They're playing each other this week. Ole Miss, we'll talk about them shortly. No 2-loss teams have appeared in these rankings yet. So, with the losses of Texas A&M and Clemson, we've got some new friends to talk about, so let's get to those guys. Number 12 is SMU. Been wanting to rank these guys for a long time. It's why I don't like teasing who's on the outside, because it makes this revelation, this introduction to them, all more joyous. SMU's got a good resume. They got wins at Louisville, at Duke. They just demolished previously unbeaten Pitt. Their only loss of the season remains to undefeated BYU. So that's a game. If you flip, we're talking about SMU being in the top 5 and BYU being down in this area.
Do you foresee a BYU SMU rematch in the Big 12 championship game?
Well, SMU is...
That'd be tough. So no, I don't.
Wait,
SMU's
no,
in
wait,
the
where's
ACC.
SMU?
ACC.
Oh,
It's not your fault. This is conference realignment.
I can never figure out
of
where
course,
the schools
the team in Dallas plays in the Atlantic Coast
it's so
Conference.
bizarre.
John, it's
You know
not
what?
your fault. But hell of a showdown if they do play again at some point, because you have Mormons and the Methodists. It's tale as old as time.
Holy war.
Getting to me, man.
Yeah.
Yes, SMU is in the ACC, and they're tracking to be in that conference title game as it stands right now. Number 11, Boise State. Our beautiful boy, Ashton Genty, an absolute treasure to watch. Highlight reel runs against heavy boxes. The guys like Michael Myers, he stands there in the backfield just standing straight up and strikes fear into the heart of defenses before he slices them. Boise State, a good team outside of just Genty. Only loss at Oregon by 3, who's the number 1 ranked team in the country. They led at the half of that game. And in a measure I value a lot, they gave Washington State their only loss of the season. Wazoo is practically a Mountain West team along with Boise State. They've got that kind of like Notre Dame plays the ACC kind of setup in their schedule.
Is Ashton Genty still in the Heisman mix?
Yes,
Or is he?
absolutely.
Okay.
Wouldn't count him out just for...
I do like his awareness and ability to hit the hole in a heavy box.
Would not discount him just because he merely had 130 yards or 150 yards.
Yeah.
And to your point, Boise not a pity spot here. Not, well, someone from the group of 5 has to. They've earned their way in.
Number 10, Indiana. Now, look, 6 through 10, the next 5 teams in these rankings is a tough spot. These teams are very interchangeable rankings-wise. So if you've got a beef with one being ranked higher than another, I get it. This is just how I chose to rank them. They've got Ohio State in 3 weeks in a game that can truly alter how everybody thinks about the Hoosiers, this ranking, and this season as a whole. So we'll see in a few weeks. They got Michigan coming up. Number 9, Tennessee. Home win against Kentucky. They're in the thick of the SEC race. They have Georgia in 2 weeks, so they might control their own destiny. Now, I say might because I honestly can't keep track of the schedules of all these one-loss conference SEC teams in divisionless football. I don't know who's got who left, who has a tiebreaker. Tennessee, if they win out, they will be in good shape, but I don't know what that means exactly for Atlanta. To the middle third, number 8 is Notre Dame off a bye week, sitting at 7-1. They got Florida State in primetime on NBC this week. Wins at Texas A&M. Navy was a big win on a neutral field, just in terms of margin of victory.
Sure.
The NIU loss will continue to weigh them down. That's why they're still sitting here at number 8. Number 7, Penn State. So this is where I've got the Nittany Lions. Look, another big game loss. James Franklin, top 5, etc., etc. Why does their fall stop here? Only loss is to a team whose only loss is to the undefeated number 1 team. I do think Penn State has a better loss than Notre Dame, Tennessee, and comparing them to Indiana, let's see Indiana play Ohio State before I declare them necessarily better than Penn State.
Yeah.
We'll find that in a few weeks. Number 6, we've got Texas sitting at 7-1. They're also off a bye week. And I feel like, did we forget about Texas here? They lost to Georgia in that big-time showdown. They had an SEC network game at Vandy, did win by 3 points, and then had a bye week. And I feel like we all kind of forgot about Texas.
Yeah, they kind of faded away for a little bit out of our consciousness.
Still hanging around with that only loss of this season, and I do feel that their only loss is better than Penn State's only loss. Hint, hint, for the top. Number 5, got 2 undefeated teams to divvy up and figure out where they rank here. I'm going to go number 5, Miami. They still stay behind BYU. Every team I watch the Hurricanes, and I think, aha, now they've got them. This is where they get their loss. Well, Cam Ward has 3 touchdowns later. They have another 2 touchdowns runs later, and they run away from Duke by 3 touchdowns. At Georgia Tech this week, one of the coolest underrated venues in college football. This teeny tiny stadium tucked away in Midtown Atlanta. Stands are right on top of the field. The varsity's across the street. Miami's got the Yellow Jackets coming up on the road. Number 4, BYU. Moving up a spot with Penn State knocking down. 2 best resume wins are K-State and at the aforementioned SMU. SMU's win over Pitt and their top 12 ranking is bolstering BYU's resume. The biggest difference between them and Miami right now. Number 3 is Ohio State. We talked about the win they had at Penn State. Hey, look, 1 point, 1 second, whatever unit of measurement you want to use away from being undefeated and atop of these rankings. Georgia and Ohio State, they got the same kind of relationship in the standings that Texas and Penn State have. Hey, whichever win or loss looks better, you're going to rank that team higher in both of those pairings.
That's consistent.
So number 2 is Georgia, 7-1. At Ole Miss this week in the Greg Palm game of the week. Look, I know we don't all believe in Ole Miss. They're kind of the SEC's version of Penn State. But
they are.
It's a light schedule for the top 12. Ole Miss would gain a lot from a win. Georgia would lose a lot with a loss. The SEC driver's seat, they'd have 2 conference losses, making it really tough to get to Atlanta for an SEC championship game, which comes with it bye week in the playoffs if you win that game. Ole Miss is capable, and outside of 3 halves of football, Georgia does look vulnerable.
Well, think about this. Beck has thrown 2 or more picks in 3 straight games.
Yeah.
They got to go on the road this week to play Ole Miss, and that spread is inside a field goal. Tight, big game late in the season. I love it.
And staying at the number 1 spot in Greg Palm, the Oregon Ducks, 9-0 after the win at Michigan. Really impressed with the speed in which they play on a play-to-play basis. Decision makings, the quick cuts, that sort of thing. Not just a run away from your team and not just a tempo team, but playing quick and decisively, play to play to play. And with Clemson's loss to Louisville, Oregon is now the only undefeated team to give 2 teams their only loss of the season, that being Ohio State and Boise State.
John, anything immediately jump out to you?
I'm interested in the undefeated Indiana being behind Notre Dame
And Tennessee.
Well, I kind of understand Tennessee, but that's where I have a discrepancy. The NIL or the Northern Illinois loss to me that's a really, really bad loss. And Indiana, while they haven't had a whole lot of teams with winning records, they did when they given the opportunities. Not their schedule's not their problem. Well, it kind of is, but it was given to them. They blasted Nebraska. They went on the road. Now, okay, Michigan State, not going to be great wins for them. Down 10, scored 47 unanswered. I would have those flipped.
They've played their Northern Illinois and beaten them.
Right. Handily. And what I would tell you about Indiana is if they had a block M, they would be in the top 5. Last year, Michigan didn't play anybody to this point in the season, and they weren't hanging around at 10. They were hanging around much higher.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, I understand because of the record or because of the schedule, but I think I would have those flipped.
And that is our college football rankings. It's 97.1. Fall's here. Don't be one of the millions of Americans that lets their dental benefits go to waste. Give Brightside Dental a call. Get in for an exam or a cleaning. They've got appointments available all month long. November, December, 9 Metro Detroit locations with a new one in Trenton. Give them a call today, 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. If you're someone who's subconscious about your smile, let Brightside Dental and Orthodontics take care of you. They got braces, Invisalign, and some great deals going on right now. It's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Anything going on today? Quite a bit. It's 97.1. Good morning. We just went through some college football playoff rankings. They come out tonight. I did look it up. Michigan last year, with an Indiana-esque schedule, debuted at number 3 in the college football playoff rankings.
Who was 1 and 2 at the time?
Ohio State and Georgia, who were also undefeated. I for the case for Indiana tonight is because they didn't play anybody, shouldn't matter, should be a top 5 team. They're undefeated. They beat everybody by 2 touchdowns. But I suspect what will happen is what Greg had, which is they will be more in that 8, 9, 10 range.
So it's related to brand awareness, which was what you're referencing to. If they have a Block M as their logo instead of
the Block I.
A pitchfork, as my wife called it. Yeah. She asked why they have a pitchfork as their logo. I said it's an I and a U. But I think what it is the unexpectedness of their turnaround, which is related to that brand awareness. Like,
right.
We didn't expect Indiana to be at 9-0 because their name's Indiana.
Right.
Last year we expected Michigan to be a top 5 team.
Well, and they started off higher as well.
But it shouldn't matter for the rankings for college for the playoff because they just pick from 0 to
Correct. But when you look at all of the polls, I think the highest they are in one of the polls is like 8.
Yes.
And when you have the preseason polls, now there's work to be done to continue to move up. Indiana's doing the work. They just haven't been able to take that big leap because the other teams in front of them, started higher and either haven't fallen down as much with a loss and that goes to,
of course,
one of the things that Greg mentioned. It was such a dramatic turnaround from where they were last year to where they are now.
Texter says BYU, SMU. What decade is this? John in Lake Orion. It is quite the statement, and you'll see it reflected tonight. It's not going to necessarily be exactly how Greg had it, but think about it. You'll have Boise and SMU and Indiana football and Miami football, which hasn't been in this place in a while. BYU. The new college football landscape has leveled things out a little bit. It's propped up a couple programs that otherwise wouldn't be here. Mm-hmm. So exciting time. Also exciting time, 4 o'clock today, NFL trade deadline. Mm-hmm. John, you asked a question off air about trust. Do you trust Brad Holmes today to bring it home? I do. I think he earns that trust based on the work he's already put in to build this football team. I do trust that they will do something by 4 o'clock today to address the pass rushing spot.
It is 8 hours and 4 minutes. Is what he has.
There's a lot of nervous energy. Have you listened to Carson Anderson the last week? They've specifically taken a lot of phone calls from people who are on edge.
Sure.
Do something.
Well, because when you see Josh Uche get traded, when you see these moments happen, you're like, okay, well, why does everything seem to take so long? And the deadline is not until 4 o'clock today. It could happen at 1 o'clock. Could happen at 3:59. As long as it gets done before the trade deadline, there's anxiety. There's angst of, is Brad Holmes willing to part with his, very valuable draft picks?
Yeah, but he's been willing to give up picks.
4 picks.
Yes.
That he's taking on draft day.
Well, and that made sense when they were in the early embryonic stages, the team building phase, right? I'm willing to move up, move down, give up future, get late, whatever. But they are no longer in the team building phase. They've built a hell of a football team. They are in the go win the Super Bowl phase, something that he's even copped to. He's talked about the expectation being the Super Bowl this year. So, John, I think we find out how serious Brad Holmes is today.
And how are you going to define that? Whether something just simply gets done no matter the cost?
The quality of the move. And if there's none, it speaks to a lack of seriousness. I trust him. I think he's serious. I think he means it. I think he wants them to win a Super Bowl this season. I think he's going to give them ammunition today by 4 o'clock. If he doesn't, I do think
that's the best path to victory, as we see it.
Yeah,
is to add an edge rusher. I think it's very common sense, and I'm not going to sit here and argue against it. The only argument or the only statement that I think you could argue is, even without an addition at edge, are they still a Super Bowl team?
Contender, yes.
Yeah. Oh, so you think a trade just assures a Super Bowl?
It increases the percentage you're going to win the Super Bowl. And it's never
But it doesn't
100%.
assure.
No.
Right,
But
that's
his
my
job
point,
and his
yeah.
seat is to take, let's say,
I'm just trying to sit on the other side of the aisle right now.
but I don't feel like we need to build in an excuse for Brad. I think he's a big boy. He does a big boy
Sure.
job. I expect him to do the job very well today. I look forward to coming on tomorrow and highlighting this player they've added. I mean, it could
Yeah.
happen earlier, but for sure by tomorrow we'll be talking about the player they added. If they don't, though, I'm not going to have it both ways. Like, if they don't, then there is criticism because, John, the chance of them winning the Super Bowl, whatever you think it is, let's say it's 20%, 30%,
Well, just
40%.
take the Super Bowl odds. It will change from today to tomorrow if they make a trade. If they don't, that obviously they'll stay what they are now or maybe even go down.
Depending on what everybody else does. And that's we point out
Right.
Kansas City, for people who watched last night, DeAndre Hopkins, 2 touchdowns. Kansas City, very serious about chasing a three-peat. I want to see that energy matched by Brad Holmes today.
And Dan Campbell yesterday was talking about, it takes two to tango, but he also talked about the fact that they've been making calls. Brad's been working the phones. We heard about the calls to Vegas. All of these things are happening. I have confidence that he is turning over every stone, and maybe it's just simply the way that we see it. Zadarius Smith seems obvious. It seems like the home run right now because you're not going to get Garrett or Crosby. But maybe there's another move or another couple moves that he's working on and knows that he has Smith waiting in the wings and just needs to put pen to paper, or he has something else. And I'll give Brad that credit right now, or at least that faith. Credit's probably the wrong term. The faith that maybe there's other magic he's working.
Yeah, I would love
And I
to
don't know who
know
that is.
his relationship with the Cleveland front office. Is this one where, hey, they'll let him know if they get a better offer and give him a chance to match? I think it would be smart for them to create the bidding war, right?
Sure.
And in the meantime, Brad might be playing them a little bit. We want Zadarius. We're willing to offer you a 5th, hypothetically. You want a 4th. We'll call your bluff. I don't think there's a 4th out there for Zadarius. We're offering you a 5th. We may throw in a lower pick to help grease the skids a little bit. We don't know their relationship and how close or far apart this deal is today.
But as an example, all right, we're talking about Zadarius Smith,
Yeah.
32 years old, another year on the contract.
Mm-hmm.
What if they're talking to Jacksonville
Sure.
about Trayvon Walker? Would you rather have Trayvon Walker, who's in the same age, same draft class, and has performed over the last few weeks a little bit more like, not going to say number 1 overall pick, that's been Aiden Hutchinson, but a little bit more productive, and then you've got a chance to put both of those guys on the edge for the foreseeable future? I mean, that's an example of
just hypothetically. Yeah, I think, he's probably looking at this in tiers. And he may have guys that are better additions than Zadarius Smith, and he is trying to find how available those guys are and what it's going to cost. My point is he can't get left holding the bag at the end of the day. If someone else steps up and trades for Zadarius, Trayvon Walker is too pricey a move, and he doesn't add anybody, that's a problem. So I trust that he's going to navigate all of this, but there's a lot of moving parts.
You don't want to have an Erod Scott Harris moment?
I don't. I think he's much better than that. 248-539-9797. We'll take some of your phone calls, ticket text, deadline day. Dan Campbell at 8:02. Get some of his thoughts. Lions keep winning. 2 grand slam at 7:25. It's 97.1.
A successful first game under Dusty May in Ann Arbor. The Wolverines laying waste to Cleveland State in his debut on the sideline. Brian Bush has heard over on WWJ, 101-53 the final. Danny Wolf had 16 points for Trey Donaldson. They held the Vikings to 2 of 19 from 3 and forced 21 turnovers. MSU stepped on the gas down the stretch after Monmouth got to within 6 in the second half, winning 81-57 despite shooting 16% from beyond the arc. Izzo complimented Jaden Akins for playing like the senior that he is after tying a career high. 3 wins in 4 games for the Pistons. Rookie Ron Holland scoring 12 off the bench as they beat the visiting Lakers 115 115-103. A 17-11-11 line for Cade Cunningham as they stunned Los Angeles. Cade said it felt amazing, but they are not satisfied at all. NFL trade deadline set for 4 o'clock today. Nothing on the books yet for the Lions, although several members of the team did attend the Pistons game, saying they're trying to bring Detroit together. And some roster maintenance for the Tigers, reinstating Javi Baez from the 60-day IL, trading reliever Devin Sweet to the Phillies, and not picking up a team option for Casey Mize, who remains with the team and is arbitration eligible for the next 2 years. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get to the phones. We got ticket text. It's deadline day. What do you expect from Brad Holmes? What's the bare minimum that needs to happen? Is Zadarius Smith good enough if that's the move they make? Red in Grand Rapids, good morning. You're on 97.1.
What's going down, fellas?
Good morning.
Hey, doing all right. Cookies. Look, man, I just wanted to say you sound like that parent that's comparing little Timmy to little Johnny down the street. Well, they made a trade. How come we can't make a trade? They had different needs than what we had. I do trust in Brad Holmes, but you driving that 15-2 bus, baby. You're gonna have to just calm down. You sound kind of frantic behind the wheel over there. Brad's gonna do his thing. Just be cool. Let's go, Pistons.
And let's go Pistons.
Yeah.
Yes.
It does kind of sound like you're starting to swerve a little bit.
These are tense moments when you're chasing a Super Bowl, and if he wants to play up the comparison game, I do think you're comparing yourself to the other contenders. Buffalo traded for Amari Cooper. They didn't complain about, well, the other teams asked too much. The Ravens traded for Deontay Johnson. The Chiefs traded for DeAndre Hopkins. The Vikings traded for a left tackle when theirs went down. What I don't want is, and people are already making excuses for Brad. You don't have to. He'll get it done today. And if he doesn't, you can't say, well, the price was too high. Everybody else is existing, and everybody else is paying the freight, and everybody else is trading picks to get better. Detroit is a serious contender and should be doing the same.
Yeah, and I mean, what were your thoughts yesterday? Now, again, different position, edge rusher, but not necessarily one that would fit the scheme that Aaron Glenn has in place when Baron Browning was traded from Denver to Arizona.
It was interesting because both those teams are roughly 500 football teams, but they believe in very different futures for this season. No, I didn't look at him as a natural fit for the Lions. He's a good football player.
No, I mean, I agree, but it's moves like that make you wonder, why isn't it getting done? Minnesota loses a tackle, so they go out and they trade for a tackle.
Yeah,
and that's Jacksonville, a team that I just mentioned. Maybe you're able to, and maybe that was all of a sudden that trade happens and the light bulb goes on and says, you know what? Hey, maybe we do need to give Jacksonville a call, because he's obviously called the Raiders.
Yep.
That was, denied. Maybe they call our old buddy down in Dallas.
sure.
Jerry, hey, sorry. We didn't really mean to embarrass you on your birthday. But is there any chance Micah Parsons might be on the market? I don't think. I think he's along the same lines as a Crosby or a Garrett.
Yeah.
But yeah, you make the call. If you made the call to the Raiders, why wouldn't you call GM Jerry?
Yeah, get told no. I think Brad Holmes is working the phones. I expect him to do something. And John, you always say this: don't be afraid to be great. So
Right.
then the expectation today is that Brad Holmes will do something to solidify
you trying to
greatness
use
for
my
the city
words
of
against
Detroit.
me?
I'm trying to prop you up. You've been riding this thing all along, John.
Yep.
So don't be afraid to be great today. Brad Holmes, do something to be great today. Make this football team even better.
Yeah, and so do I think they probably have in their back pocket Zadarius Smith? Yeah, I think that one is all but I's dotted, T's crossed.
You think if everything falls through, that's the move they make, and we're at least got that.
Yeah, I think they've got that in their back pocket. And now it is, okay, is there a bigger fish to be had? Is there a combination? Like we mentioned yesterday, maybe it is Zadarius Smith, along with Ojulari from the Giants. I think adding both guys would be a huge addition to this team. You have one under contract for 2 years. The other one, it's probably going to come at a lesser cost because he's in the final year of his rookie deal. And, or is it Trayvon Walker? What would Trayvon Walker cost?
What do you think? Probably not a day 3 pick.
You think you'd have to go as high as 2?
Gosh, I don't know.
So that may be where there's some negotiating going on, and Brad Holmes doesn't want to give up a round 2.
And he doesn't
pick.
have a 3, and a future 3
Right.
is not the same. So, yeah, I could see them posturing and playing this
Sure.
out, but you can only let it play out till 4 o'clock.
Right.
I think Zadarius Smith will be a Detroit Lion tomorrow. To answer our question, what do I expect? I expect Zadarius Smith will be in a Lions uniform at practice this week.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're making a move bigger than Zadarius Smith. I also am cool with that. I just need to see that there is a move made.
What if, okay, I'm just going to throw you some what ifs.
Sure.
What if it's Ojulari and not Smith?
Okay. That's a guy that's got 10 sack upside.
Yeah.
Even if he's not as good of a run defender,
Right.
It's clear this team needs someone on third down, critical game-ending situations to go get the quarterback. And Ojulari, I think the skill set's there.
Yeah, and with the possibility of, since he is in the last year of his contract, you're going to get an opportunity not just to use him for the rest of this season, but you're going to find out, is he a guy that we want in this locker room?
Younger
is he
player.
A guy, yeah, younger player. Will he fit the culture and what we need? And if he doesn't fit, right away in terms of the culture, I think he fits in terms of being able to pressure the passer. Can the culture that they have set in the locker room bring him in and make him even better because he buys into what the Lions are doing? And now you have that ability to negotiate with his agent long before free agency starts, long before anybody else gets to pick up the phone and start with the legal tampering. That's another value in if they go with Ojulari versus Zadarius Smith. Now, with Zadarius Smith, you do get a guy that can be out there every single down.
Yes.
At least can play it. I don't think at 32 you're going to ask him to play every down. He's not going to have the same snap count that Hutch had, but is a guy that can play the run on first down, can be in there on fourth down short, but also is, hey, a third down can get after the passer.
Texter says, I expect the unexpected from Brad. Something unique is going to happen. Scott in Carlton.
See, I kind of feel that too. That's why I say, is there, and I'm just using Trayvon Walker because that's a name that we're all very familiar with, and I do think that he could be got.
Sure. Yeah, Jacksonville's already moved one piece.
Yeah.
They're clearly selling. Plays the position
and
in need.
they, you know what?
And they did evaluate him coming out of college. So if they have a favorable view of him, it only makes things more likely.
And if they still believe, which they better, that Trevor Lawrence is their guy at quarterback, they just signed him to a monster contract.
Thanks.
Do they just simply need to go out there and get as many draft picks as possible? Because they're paying their quarterback a lot. Now we need young, cheap talent around him that is going to develop. And we need a lot of it.
Ticket Texter says, come on, Jim. Yesterday they're 15-2. Now they have to make a trade.
It's calling you out.
I think it's an easy lane to be in. Who are they going to play this year that you're afraid of in the regular season? Maybe Buffalo. Maybe that's the loss. But for them to win a Super Bowl, they're going to have to face more mobile, more dangerous quarterbacks. Even in the NFC playoffs, they'll face more mobile and more dangerous quarterbacks. Both things can be true. This team can be really good. They could be great. And they could be even greater with a trade. Don't squander a great opportunity to be a Super Bowl champion. Don't be afraid of greatness, John.
Yep.
Do you think they can beat the top QBs in the league?
Yeah.
Can?
As
yes.
is.
Can, yes. Do
Will?
you not owe it to yourself and those guys in the locker room?
Would you pick them if they were playing Baltimore tomorrow in the Super Bowl? Would you pick them to win?
Yeah.
I think I would too.
Okay, then you don't have to make a deal.
You don't have to, but you
I
owe it to
believe-
your locker room, your fan base, and yourself as a great general manager to do everything you can to deliver a Super Bowl.
Do they have to? No. To give them the best opportunity, to put all the chips on their side, to give them the most favorable chance to win a Super Bowl, they make a trade.
See, I think they have to because of the unknown. I'm concerned more. It's not a big name more than I'm concerned about depth. Another injury is going to happen. You're already without Davenport and Hutch. We don't know what's going on with Pascal. They say he's maybe back this week, but that's 2 weeks with something that's undisclosed. Okay? So I don't want to get too speculative here, but there's concern there. I thought they held their own when Pascal played in the game without Hutch. I've seen some troubling things in these games, and I know they've won these games rather easy, but the amount of time that the other quarterbacks have had is just, it's crazy. And James Houston looks awful to me.
Yeah. That has been a question mark for, the entire offseason.
Now, something that hasn't gotten much play is Kaminsky can come back.
And I think it was projected December, right?
Yeah,
So
probably looking around the Buffalo game. And so there's some of your depth. Can you get to there without making a deal? And there is talk that Hutch would maybe be back for the Super Bowl. So who knows? I mean, you're going to play with – I just think they need a body. I do. I think they need – just because what if McNeil gets hurt? What are you going to do then? Like, you need to get some NFL bodies in here.
So here's the other thing. If you're starting to try and read the tea leaves, they freed up 2 roster spots yesterday. Now, one of those is obviously to put J-Mo back inactive. What's the other one for?
Bum, bum, bum.
They have.
Crosby. Why not? You asked.
Hey, till 4 o'clock hits, it's all on the table.
It's all on the table.
All right, we've got a lot coming up still today. 8:02, Dan Campbell joins the show. We'll get some of his thoughts on deadline day and the way this football team is playing. 7:35, we've asked Brad Holmes to go all in. Will you do the same? Ooh. We'll get to it bottom of the hour. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. It's 97.1.
Hey, why not dive into the best pool in history? Because we got so many great sporting events going on. You can dive into that pool, and you can also watch on a 40-foot tall high-definition screen. That is Stadium Swim. There's 6 pools, 3 different levels. It's built for the sports fan. It's built for, especially in the winter, and maybe you want to get some sunshine. You want to be next to the pool. Stadium Swim at Circle Resort and Casino is the place to do it. They've got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and it's a party every single day. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports, poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
Heather, what's going on in the news?
Well, a large fire at a Southfield apartment complex left one person dead, several injured, and dozens of people displaced. The Southfield Police Department says that the body of a 73-year-old woman was recovered by first responders. There was also 3 people who suffered non-life-threatening injuries, along with smoke inhalation. Fire crews say that they had people from 6 neighboring communities helping to put out this massive fire on Monday afternoon. It's believed that the fire started in a 2nd-story apartment, then quickly spread. It caused the roof to collapse. So obviously caused major damage and destruction to 32 apartments. The cause is still under investigation. The Oakland County Sheriff's Department was called to a local middle school to investigate a threat on Monday. Police were sent to Sashabaw Middle School in Clarkston, and they say they received a text message through 911 that involved something going on inside the building. Apparently, the message said a friend of somebody at the school had an AK-style weapon inside the building. So, of course, that middle school, along with a neighboring elementary school, were ordered to shelter in place. Authorities investigated. They found the person who sent the message and determined there was no credible threat going on. So that shelter in place was lifted. The kids continued on at school like normal. The incident does remain under investigation, and no word yet if this student will face charges for making a false threat. But it wouldn't surprise me if they did, because it seems like every time this happens, the child is facing charges.
Should.
I agree. Jason Kelce is not proud of how he handled that situation with an unruly fan before the Penn State-Ohio State game. So at the start of Monday Night Countdown on ESPN, he issued an apology.
Yeah, well, that was good.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying. The guy that approached him is a total loser. And for Jason, it's owning up to your own, hey, I lost my cool in the moment. I got to be better than that. Total respect to him for owning that
For
part
sure.
of it. Yeah.
I think I knew this was coming. Like,
Yeah.
you knew he was going to make a statement and probably apologize, but it's a good thing that he did. And I think we all understand how he was
Of
probably
course.
feeling in that
Oh,
moment.
yeah.
Someone
Without
comes
a
at your
doubt.
family, your brothers,
Yeah.
all that stuff. Yeah.
So on Sunday, there was a Lions fan that went viral for wearing a cheese grater hat at Lambeau Field, right? We all saw you.
I
You
loved
actually,
it.
I saw it on Instagram. You posted a picture of
Yes.
him in your stories.
This guy's incredible.
Yeah, so cameras quickly spotted this guy, who we now know is David Bodine, 35 years old. Anyway, they spotted him in the stands. They showed him several times on the Fox NFL broadcast, so he went viral. He had no idea
Right.
that this was happening because he never was once shown on the big screen at the game.
Well, sure,
So-
because they were in Green Bay.
Yeah, why would they? But apparently a lot of Green Bay fans actually think his hat is super funny. Like they
Oh,
appreciate
sure,
it.
yeah.
So they were excited to see him. But either way, his phone was blowing up because all his buddies were texting him like, dude, you're all over the TV. Anyway, he's kind of sharing a little bit about himself. He grew up in Metro Detroit, lives in the UP currently, near Houghton. His wife is a lifelong Packers fan. And he said that he has been doing this for years, wearing this cheese grater hat along with his wife, who wears the cheese head.
yeah.
Right. And he says he wears it to his in-laws' house because they're also big Packers fans. And he says he got the hat online at a company called Grater Head, which is no longer in business.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sure you could
Someone will have.
find one or
Somebody
custom
will
made one.
jump
But
on that opportunity.
yeah,
sure.
pretty cool. And he's not sure he'll make it back down
For
on
another
December
game?
5th for another game because it's like a 9-hour drive.
Sure.
But you could do it.
And so the beautiful thing about him being up there is, as you know, we were
Yes.
talking about it at the break. When you're in the UP, even when I was in Petoskey, there are a lot of Packers fans up there. In fact, most people from Wisconsin believe they own the UP.
Oh my gosh! When
Not
we
so
go to the
fast.
cottage and we stop at a store, there's no Lions gear. It's all
Yeah.
Green Bay stuff.
Well, and I think that's why they are our biggest rival, because they take over parts of our state.
So I'm like, hey, we're still in Michigan. Where's the
They
Lions gear?
attempt to.
They attempt
Yeah.
to, and I appreciate all our Upers who fight the good fight up
Yeah,
there.
like this guy right here.
That's right.
So the majority of Americans aren't getting the sleep they need. No shocker here. Like
Yeah.
I'm not getting. I average about 5 hours of sleep a night.
Sure, that's pretty
which
good.
is
That's best you can do.
It's okay. Yeah, I would like it to be 7, but that's all right. But sleep experts say that the Scandinavian way could help you sleep better. And you might say, well, what is the Scandinavian way? Well, in Northern European countries like Denmark and Norway, couples have 2 duvets. So each person has their own blanket when they're sleeping. And experts say that this is a great way to prevent overheating, which I guess is one of the most common sleep disruptors. And it also stops the fight for the blanket, right? Now, when I saw this, I thought, oh my gosh, this is really cool because I've actually experienced the Scandinavian way. When we went to this it was like a boutique type hotel. I think we were in San Francisco. We walked into the room and the bed was made with 2 duvets, just like this. So each person gets their own blanket. And I'm telling you, it was fabulous. We haven't adapted that to our household, but it was great.
I get it.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather be under the same blanket.
Well, you still can.
Yeah.
I mean, but then when you actually close your eyes and go to sleep, you each have your own.
Makes sense. Scandinavian method. You're a Viking, so this is why you.
I am Scandinavian.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Yes.
It's your people.
Your people with this
Yes.
invention.
I agree with it.
All right, let's get to the 2 Grand
Let's do
Slam.
it. All right, guys, I'm excited to give away some
Yes.
money. We all know the rules. 60 seconds to answer 10 questions. We're going to give away $25 for each question answered correctly. And we're going to give away $2,000 if somebody can answer all of them correctly. Let's see who's going to give it a try.
Jack in Novi.
Jack, good morning.
Good morning, Jack.
Good morning.
How's it going?
You know what? Me and my boys listen to this on the way to school every Tuesday and Thursday, and my son dialed in without me knowing and handed me the phone. So,
Awesome!
Let's go.
All right. An assist. What's your son's name?
Luke.
All right. Luke, well done.
Yeah, I like it. All right, so good luck. You know the rules. If you don't know an answer, pass. And if there's enough time, we're going to get back to it. So use your time wisely. Your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the question. So here we go, Jack. Who did the
Here we
Kansas
go.
City Chiefs play last night?
Pass.
Donald Trump defeated this Democratic candidate in the 2016 election.
Hillary Clinton.
Barack Obama defeated this Republican candidate in the 2012 election.
Pass.
Who did the Detroit Pistons play last night?
The Lakers.
This team currently leads the NFC East.
NFC East. Washington Commanders.
This team won the 2024 men's NCAA basketball tournament.
Pass.
This band had the 1990 hit Man in the Box.
You too.
He played Jack Dawson in Titanic.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Josh Jacobs played at this college.
LSU.
This team currently has the most points in the NHL.
Winnipeg Jets.
Who did the Kansas City Chiefs play last night?
The Chiefs played the Buccaneers.
Oh, it
Too
was
late.
the Buccaneers,
Too
but
late.
yes.
Yeah, we got you with 5 by my count. Is that
Hey, that's
correct?
not bad.
Yeah, well done.
You know, it's thrown into the loop last second here, so I didn't have time to mentally prepare. So
You did great,
That's
Jack.
all right.
Sometimes that's better.
Yeah,
to
you're
be,
going
to
to
be
share
honest.
the winnings with Luke?
yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. I don't think that's gonna be an option.
$125 will put you on hold.
Yeah.
Make sure you get paid. 2 Grand Slam brought to you by Femininio Law. Let's go through it. The Chiefs played the Buccaneers.
Yep.
Trump defeated Clinton. He got that right. Obama defeated
Romney.
in 2012. Who did the Pistons play last night? He had the Lakers. The Commanders lead the NFC East. The team that won last year's men's basketball tournament.
UConn.
The band that had the 1990 hit Man in the Box.
It wasn't U2. It was Alice in Chains.
He had DiCaprio as Jack Dawson in Titanic. Josh Jacobs didn't play at LSU, but same conference.
Yeah, Alabama.
That's right. And he did get this one. Points for getting Winnipeg. A hockey question.
I know.
Almost feel like it should be worth twice as much. All right, that's the $2 Slam. Coming up next, we've asked Brad Holmes to go all in. Will you do the same? Plus, a cryptic tweet minutes ago from Zadarius Smith. John loves trying to decipher this.
That's a painful process.
It's 97.1.
Well, guys, the awards just keep rolling in for Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He just won the Macomb Daily's Reader Choice Award for 2024's Best of the Best Plastic Surgeon. So congrats to him. And how incredible is it that Dr. B is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. If you've been thinking about going to see him, you got to go do it now. He'll have you looking younger and feeling more confident with a thicker head of hair. And the sooner you go to see him, the more options you're going to have. Dr. B has the most advanced medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. And you know what? These therapies keep getting better and better results for his patients. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B is going to create a custom plan that's just for you. And he guarantees all of his treatments. So call today, mention 97.1, and you'll receive a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation. That's $1,000 value. For more information and to schedule your consult, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Dan Campbell joins us at 8:02, Lions head coach. They just keep winning. And today's the trade deadline. A lot of people want to see Brad Holmes go all in. We want to know, are you willing to go all in? The Free Press has a story about the price of Super Bowl tickets. We'll get to that in a second. Zadarius Smith with a cryptic tweet at 7:13 a.m. this morning, John. 3 letters. SMH. Shaking my head. What does it mean? Burned his toast this morning? I don't know. Found out he's not going to be a Detroit Lion? Maybe.
Or maybe Cleveland won't trade him?
I don't know. John, shaking my head. We'll take wrong answers only on the ticket text. What does he mean? 248-539-9797.
It's so painful to try and decipher what messages on social media mean.
I would guess that he's shaking his head because he's not traded yet.
So it's nothing definitive.
He woke up this morning,
yeah,
and it's still not done. That would be, I think, the guess. I hope. The deal fell through and Crosby's to Detroit.
Yeah, this could end up being, we didn't get Zadarius, damn it. And then
Myles Garrett gets out instead of him. You wanted to play the game.
I don't know. I guess our interpretation locally is it's bad news because we want Zadarius Smith and it sounded like he wants to be a Lion, so him shaking his head means it's not going to happen. It's also 7:30 in the morning and the deadline is not until 4 o'clock. And I don't have any reason to distrust Brad Holmes. What do I gain from saying I don't trust him when all he's done is build a hell of a football team? I expect us to be highlighting a pass rusher maybe today, but definitely tomorrow morning.
He went back on Odyssey Rewind and heard Greg Palm.
Shaking my head. Indiana that low? Really? What do they got to do? Super Bowl, okay? Super Bowl tickets. The Free Press has quotes from 2 different major third-party sites. One has tickets going for $5,347 each. The other has it at $5,800 each for a ticket. We talk about going all in. Lions are 5-1 to win the Super Bowl. They are the heavy favorites in the NFC to appear in the Super Bowl. Are any Lions fans looking at this pricing knowing if you buy it now, you'll get a deal? Because, John, if the Lions do make the Super Bowl, it's not just going to be the corporate people that buy these tickets. You're going to have the lifelong Lion fan cashing out their 401k maybe to go to this Super Bowl. Do you buy now? Are you all in the way you want Brad Holmes to be all in?
It's a great question because of the price.
So 2 tickets, about $11,000.
Oh,
some people are spending more than that on their season tickets.
I get it, $11,000, and I understand the historical significance. But you also have to understand the investment. Okay, you make the investment now, and it's $11,000. Not an easy one to cough up. However, do we think the value of that Super Bowl ticket is going down between now and the Super Bowl, whether or not the Lions are in it?
It's going to go up. And think about it. If it's Kansas City, they're going for a three-peat. If it's Baltimore, they finally. If it's Buffalo, I mean, hello.
4 times and no gold.
If it's the Lions in Buffalo or the Lions in Kansas City or the Lions in Baltimore, it will be the highest priced ticket of all time. And if even one of those teams is there and it's not the Lions, you could probably sell at a profit if you bought today.
Well, that's the point. Yeah. And say it's San Francisco. They get things right by the end of the year, and it's San Francisco. Last bite at the apple for Niners fans, along with whoever is in it on the other side. I think you'd be able to unload those tickets certainly at a small profit, but maybe even make enough to pay for your season tickets next year. But here's the question. If the Lions are in it and you've ponied up $11,000 for Super Bowl tickets, because it's also going to be, you could road trip, but whether it's road trip or it's a plane ticket, a couple plane tickets, it's a hotel room. Hotel rooms in New Orleans, I'm going to be honest with you, I think everybody anticipates, not going to be cheap. You're probably looking at, because the airline tickets aren't going to be cheap either.
Nope. You could drive.
Your total investment is going to be $17,000.
Yeah, but it's the Lions in the Super Bowl. I'm curious to hear from people.
Are you then choosing between, if the Lions make it, you got to be there. I'm going to pay the $16,000 but next year I'm not going to renew my season tickets because I got to choose one or the other.
So think about it. Those are the fans most invested in the Lions,
Right?
With thousands of dollars to decide.
Are you all in?
Text us, call us, season ticket holders, Lions fans. Have you started to look ahead? We had so much optimism on the show yesterday. Then the Free Press writes this story about Super Bowl ticket prices. Have you taken a peek? How would you react? We also have people responding to the shaking my head.
Yeah.
This one says he probably can't believe the Pistons won last night. Steven Petoskey, they beat the Lakers. Shaking my head. Save me, Holmes. Matthew in Fort Wayne.
Oh, I like that version.
Shaking my hiney in excitement to be a Detroit Lion.
Could be that too.
Let's get to Justin in Bloomfield. You're on 97.1.
Hey, sold my house.
There you
Oh,
go.
there you go.
Yeah, I like that one.
Okay, I figured you liked that one. Number 2, no, not going to the Super Bowl, although I'm not a lifelong fan. Maybe if I were, maybe I'd consider it. 3, am I all in? No. However, here's why I say that. I would like them to give up no more than a third rounder, maybe a second rounder, and I'd want somebody who's under contract for at least 2025. I don't want a rental. That's where I'm kind of drawing the line. But I'm driving to work. I'm not Brad Holmes, so what do I know?
So if that's the case, obviously Ojulari would be at the top of the list. Well, not at the top of the list because
He's a free agent
He's a
after
free
this year.
agent. So
Yes.
you're looking at Zadarius Smith, Trayvon Walker,
Yeah.
or possibly Trey Hendrickson.
Harold Landry would be another name that's got multi-years on the deal. I agree that would be beneficial because then you can pair him up with Hutch after this run. And maybe you'd feel better about giving up a pick knowing they're not going to disappear in 6 months.
Yeah.
Zadarius Smith took down the tweet.
Oh, he did. It has now since been removed?
Since been removed.
Oh, this
What
page
does that
doesn't
mean?
exist. Try searching for something else.
Bump, bump, bump.
Well,
I didn't want to
he-
waste the breaking news sound
It
around
will,
that.
it will
but
leave. It will live in infamy because
it's the internet.
it's been retweeted.
He didn't know it's him and Garrett. So the first tweet he knew about Garrett. Then he took it down because it's him and Garrett.
Oh, so he was shaking his head because he thought he was going to be left behind.
Yes.
Yes.
Joe in Highland. You got thoughts? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I'm going shaking my hand to a new Lions contract.
Oh, we're extending him now.
We're going to, well, I guess we're signing a fresh contract, however you want to word it.
Okay. All right.
And
Yeah.
then I'm hoping we pick 2 guys up today, not just one. I think we might get the double today.
Okay. So we'll take a we'll take a 2 for Tuesday, but it's if are you thinking Zadarius Smith is certainly one of them?
Right, and I'm thinking of the gentleman from the Giants.
Ojulari.
Yes.
Okay.
I like it.
I'd be all for it.
I don't think either one would cost a lot, and if we lose one, who cares?
Right.
But
And if only
those guys,
one of
once
them
they get here,
delivers.
they're not going to want to leave.
Well, you're right about that, too. I think this is a great culture. Zadarius would have the year plus next year. Ojulari, young enough player. If he performs well, you could, of course, consider a contract extension. And if one doesn't deliver, you've kind of covered your ass a little bit by getting 2 pass rushers. The Super Bowl.
Well, it's not just 2 pass rushers; it's also depth. Like, I mean, we understand that there are injuries do happen, right? And we've seen injuries at that edge position. So if Zadarius Smith is 32, might get dinged up a little bit. He's been reliable.
Yes, thank you for
Yes, but is it possible to add more depth?
that. Never enough.
Yeah.
Chasing the Super Bowl. Ticket Texter says, McDonald's forgot his hash brown. Shaking my head.
Yeah, their ice cream machine was broken again.
Shaking my hands as he meets his new Lions teammates. SMH, so mitten happy. He's coming to the mitten state. Texter says, I'm all in. Hotel reservations already booked for New Orleans.
Oh, wow.
Plane ticket purchased. Tickets purchased. Super Bowl 59 champions signed Kyle in a parking lot.
Wow. That would, I mean, I understand the experience would be unforgettable, especially, 1, if the Lions are there, but 2, if they win it. That's a big investment.
Hey, man, I think you get your money back if you do this no matter what, if they don't make it. I do.
Oh, sure.
I know Jim pointed out some of the teams potentially. I don't think there's a lose situation here. Because I think even like this, what if the Steelers are for real and they get to the Super Bowl? They haven't been to the Super Bowl in over 10 years. They will buy that ticket.
How dare they?
Tom, I agree with you, but I want to be very careful about telling people this morning, there's no way it could go wrong. Just go spend
Right, yes,
$11,000.
yes,
It can't
yes.
possibly blow up in your
Yeah.
face.
I'm not. I didn't directly say that.
No, I know.
mean,
I want to be very careful with people.
No.
people who
But
have
what
the
you're
resources.
to do it.
Right, is that if the Lions don't come through, that you would be able to unload these and recoup at least your investment.
I think that's the case.
Yeah, you would at least get your money back. And I think if the Lions make it, it's going to cost you $15,000 a ticket.
Oh,
I do.
that's the thing. The ticket price is going to be astronomical. You will have Lions fans who this is once in a lifetime. It's their entire life. You know, they watch games with their dad. Their dad's no longer here, or maybe their dad still is, and it's the only chance to go with dad, right? I mean, we heard those stories last year for a single playoff win. A Super Bowl, I think people are going to be taking out money that they don't have to go to that football game. So you could buy it now at $5,000.
Never thought this would happen in my lifetime. I'm going, damn it.
Are you all in? You hear the ticket pricing. You see the way this team's playing. We got phone calls. We got Dan Campbell at 802. It's 97.1.
Hey, the NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action right now. FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. So maybe you want to see Wemby's second season, see how he's progression. Ja Morant, he's back in action. Just watch him fly. Whatever the reason, if you don't want to miss a moment, place that $5 bet and you're going to get NBA League Pass for 3 months, courtesy of FanDuel. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season and make every moment more. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
knock out as many of these phone calls as we can. The price for a Super Bowl ticket, according to the Free Press, $5,000 a seat. Should only go up. Lions fans are starting to look at New Orleans. We've asked you, are you all in the way you want Brad Holmes to be all in? And John, you brought up a good point. If you're a season ticket holder, it may be not renewing next year.
Because you got to make a choice.
Financially, I mean, not made
That's
of money.
a lot of money.
Yeah, it's no joke. We're talking, would you say, $15,000, probably all in tow with the flights and hotel and travel and the tickets and fees and everything.
If you have the money to make that investment right now.
If you wait till they're in the Super Bowl, I mean, come on. Heather, as you hear this conversation, if Colin went up to you.
I've been shaking my head this whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
You and Zadarius Smith.
No. Yeah, exactly. Well, I better stop because he's already stopped. Yeah, maybe.
In terms of the cost of Super Bowl tickets.
If Colin came up to me and told me he's going to the Super Bowl, he's all in right now, he's going to buy the tickets, buy the flight, buy a hotel. I mean, I would be like running to the bank and putting a hold on our. Like, what? You're going to. Okay, fine. I could maybe stomach a $5,000 ticket.
$5,000. He's going to buy himself.
You can go by yourself. But then you got to pay for everything else. And it doesn't stop there because he's going to be drinking and he's going to buy gear and he's going to buy, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's way more things that are going to be added on there. That's an insane
Super
amount of
Bowl
money
swag.
to me.
It is. It's the same to almost to everybody.
Send your kids to college, go to a Lions Super Bowl.
Well, let's forget about Brooks. Maybe we'll just send Emily and, he'll
figure it out, Brooks.
It might only need to be one ticket because, spending $5,000 on a ticket, $5,000 plus, for you, you wouldn't
get
want
it out.
You wouldn't want to be there for that.
I would for that price.
You wouldn't get enough out of it.
But if he's going with a buddy, his buddy's going to pay for his own ticket, so he only needs one.
Yep. Okay. And then maybe his buddy can fly him down and pay for his room and buy him all his drinks.
Sure. He's just got to find a pilot.
Exactly.
Okay, so you wouldn't want him to do what David wants to do. David, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning.
Great show, man. I really enjoy it. I'm a displaced Lions fan here in Chicago. Got the Lions flag hanging out in front of my house.
All right. Hold tough.
And, yeah, absolutely. And when I first met my wife, I told her, this is like 25 years ago, I said, hey, if the Lions ever make the Super Bowl, I don't care what it costs. I'll empty my 401k if I have to. We're going. And she's like, okay. That's back when the Lions were terrible. And last year, obviously, did very, very well. And so some friends of mine are going, hey, are you bummed the Lions didn't make the Super Bowl? I go, well, it saved me $40,000 because I would have went to Las Vegas last year in a heartbeat to see them play. I would definitely invest this year. I think they're going to win the Super Bowl this year. I don't care who comes out of AFC, Kansas City, Baltimore, the Buffalo Bills, does not matter. They are a team of destiny this year. They showed it Sunday. They're going to show it again this Sunday. I'm all in on that. And I think today it's Zadarius Smith or the other guy from Cleveland. I can't think of his name right off the top of my head.
Myles Garrett.
The Lions are making a move today. They are making a move today. They know they're close, and I know Brad Holmes doesn't like giving up draft picks. I can feel it. He's a great drafter. He values those picks, but I think he also sees how close this team is. And if I was going to say one thing that I didn't like about the Sunday game against the Packers, there was not a lot of pass rush. I mean, they did not get home at all on Sunday, even with him being hurt. And I think the Kirby Joseph play, that was the one time they got home with Anzalone, I think. And obviously when they get home, they put pressure on quarterbacks and you end up with a pick six out of it. But they're going all the way this year. And for me to miss it, I'm 61 years old. I'm not going to miss this.
David, let me ask you a question.
When I was like 10 years old, I wanted to change my name to Gregory because Greg Landry was quarterback of the Lions. That's how much I have been into the Lions.
Let me ask you a question. Obviously, if you wait till after the NFC Championship game, costs are going to skyrocket. When do you make the decision to make the investment?
Well, I did not hear about these ticket prices until today from you guys, and I think really you can sell those tickets on the secondary market if you need to. You're going to make out on something like that. I mean, like I said last year, those tickets for the Vegas game were $16,000 just to sit in the stands and the nosebleeds.
Makes me
so
sick.
I think you could resell them if you needed to.
Heather's body's going through convulsions hearing
It literally
this.
makes me sick.
So we have this ticket texture that says, it's why the 1 seed is so important. I could sell NFC title tickets. I have 4 of them. I could sell 2 and still go and use some of that to help offset the cost of going to the Super Bowl. I might have to sleep in my car in New Orleans. Might not sleep for days, but it would be worth it. Signed, Heart of the Lions.
Yes. I mean, find a Walmart parking lot.
Get the
Take your pillow.
Matt in Hazel Park, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, so 2 things. One, some people will pay the prices because remember, for the Dallas game, I don't know the guy's name, but his car broke down, and he spent $19,000 on a new car just to make it to the Dallas game. So yeah, people will pay those prices. And then Za'Darius, the SMH shaking my head. It is shaking my head because I don't like Ohio, but their roads are very nice. And then you get here and you see the roads, and that's why he's shaking his head.
Oh,
God,
okay.
These roads are horrible.
Yeah, he's probably stuck in traffic somewhere or hit a pothole.
Yeah, I'm sure he's probably already here, just waiting for the announcement later. And, that's why he's shaking his head, because of these roads.
Well, Za'Darius, if you're listening, we're thrilled to have you in the state, in the city. We'll be hearing from you later today.
Yep. Call in after Dan.
Lance and Troy, you're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm in shock at the prices of these tickets, but I will say I am motivated to go because it's on my bucket list. And I did go to the Super Bowl once with my dad when it was in Detroit in 2006. But I have already made some plans already. I got plane tickets. I used points to go to Detroit, Baton Rouge, so that's taken care of. And I've got Marriott points, and I've got a hotel room. So I've got the hotel and the flight taken care of. So now I just got to figure out how to get the tickets.
Okay, so you're making it a little bit more manageable.
He's nudging towards.
Yeah. Pulling the trigger.
Yep.
Lance, appreciate the phone call.
That's awesome.
This is not uncommon as we're learning. Lions are 7-1. They keep winning. There's no adversity that this team can't overcome. Fan base wants them to go all in. Some in the fan base have already gone all in or are making plans to do so.
How many times would you have to plug in to make it all the way?
200 miles at a time, John?
Oh,
I think I'd rent a car. Or I'd fly. We don't have time to get another call, and I want to make sure we get to Dan Campbell on time. If you guys hang on, we'll keep talking Lions throughout the show, but Lions head coach Dan Campbell is going to join us. Coming up next, it's 97.1.
Reported Lions trade target Za'Darius Smith with a mysterious post on social media. Fans trying to decode his post. SMH shaking my head. PFT reported on Sunday that a trade between Cleveland and Detroit was imminent, but hasn't happened yet. The deadline is 4 o'clock today. Dan Campbell actually set to join Costa and Jansen live next, right here on The Ticket. Also Monday Night Football, the Chiefs bested the Buccaneers in overtime, 30-24, to remain undefeated at 8-0. Michigan basketball started the Dusty May era with a bang, 101-53, as they beat Cleveland State handily at Chrysler Center, and Tom Izzo began his 30th year with a victory. MSU took down Monmouth 81-57, Jaden Akins tying a career high with 23 points. Also, Detroit Mercy won at home over Cleary 91-52, and Oakland coach Greg Campy reaching the 700 win mark as the Golden Grizzlies beat Defiance 75-52. Back-to-back wins for the Pistons as they control their home floor against the Lakers 115-103. Cade Cunningham logging his third career triple-double, 17, 11, and 11. It was their third win in 4 games after dropping their first 4 of the year. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Today is NFL trade deadline day, 4 o'clock. It'll be talked about all day on the station. If anything breaks, this is your place for it. Tonight is night 1, week 1 of the college football playoff rankings. Greg Palm, our own Greg Hargrave, will debut this week's top 12 teams. And there will be some controversy. There always is, and there will be some tonight when the college football playoff rankings come out.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it starts to get really interesting. And this year, even more so, because it's instead of the 4, it's the 12. And everybody's going to be curious as to, okay, who are they anticipating is going to win this is predictive too.
Yes.
Because the top 4 are going to be conference champs. So are they predicting who they think is going to win?
I think they'll just slot the top 25 and they'll let us put it in a bracket afterwards. I think that they could put a bunch of Big Ten and SEC teams at the top if that's how they see fit. What I'm most interested to see tonight is who's the highest 2-loss team? What do they do with Penn State after a loss? What do they do with undefeated Indiana, undefeated BYU, some teams that maybe you're lacking the big marquee wins, although BYU has a couple decent games. How does the committee initially rank these teams? And then we know we'll crumble it all up and do it all over again the very next week.
Next week. Yeah. And week after.
That's right. All right, we've got Lions head coach Dan Campbell. He said it to us last week. Shoes! Being prepared for the elements. Dan, good morning. How satisfying was the execution outdoors in Green Bay?
Yeah, very satisfying. And the coaches, the players did a great job just on that. I mean, I know we all laugh about it. It's a big thing, though. And our guys were in the right shoes. We kept our footing. I thought we played clean football in an unclean environment. I mean, that was you're in the elements, and we handled it well. I was proud of them. That's a good win.
Is there anything you did during the week to prepare for having a wet football or the field the way it was?
Yeah, we drenched the footballs all week. I mean, that's I told Golf on Wednesday, I said, man, we're going to have our trainers are going to douse them with the Gatorade bottles before every snap. So we douse them every period. We had a wet ball for group, for individual, for all the team periods. That's how we functioned. We didn't wet the field, but we had the wind, which was great, especially Thursday, man. It was humming out there. So we really got the elements. The only thing we didn't get the precipitation coming down, but we did have wet ball and we did have the wind and we were outside. So it was awesome.
This team has a laser focus at 7-1. Dialed in for Dallas, no letdown with the Hutch injury. You guys didn't overlook Tennessee, and then obviously ready for the weather. Where does that level of focus come from?
Well, I think we're a more mature team. Remember now our vets are guys who've been here. The core of this team are guys who've been here for really going on 4 years, and we've added on that. Even our next guy, Kirby and those guys now are becoming vets. And so we do things. We haven't changed the way we do things over a number of years. We're just getting more mature. We're growing up. And these guys are able to just look at what's right in front of them and focus on that. And when you do that, then you can most of the time alleviate some of the ups and downs that come with a season. That's not perfect. There's nothing easy about it, And honestly, the more you win, the harder it gets. So, but we're in a good place right now.
I mean, coaches always say this. We've heard you say it in terms of games that you bury an opponent. There's opportunities or there's points left on the field. When you look at this team, coming off of the run that you've been on, coming off of Dallas, coming off of Tennessee, and obviously the trip to Green Bay, where can this team continue to get better?
Yeah, well, look, I think I know Ben and I were talking yesterday, there's elements of what we did in the second half, that minus that opening drive, which was huge, coming out of the third quarter, take it all the way down there and finish with a touchdown, man, that was huge. But yet, man, after that, until we were able to close the game out, our defense really, man, they hung in there and they didn't allow a touchdown. They didn't allow a score for a long time. But we had a number of 3-and-outs. Got a first down, then we go 3-and-out after that. We just couldn't continue to get the first downs and move the ball. We took care of it, which is great, but you'd like to believe, you can take control of that game a little bit sooner than it happens. So those are little things that, man, we really believe we can get better at. And then defensively, man, I think AG and those guys are man, we're playing outstanding ball, man. And the critical factors, the third down, the red zone, limiting points, the whole thing, takeaways, one of them for a touchdown. But it's like, man, we had a couple of critical penalties, that hurt us. Man, we're off the field if we just take care of those things, which are, that's truly self-induced. So we got areas to clean up, but I love the way we play, man. I love how we challenge. I love that we're aggressive. Look, special teams, those elements are great for Bates, like to go in and get in that environment and have to kick with the wind behind you, in front of you, crosswind, rain. Man, I thought he did a hell of a job and learned from that, And so there's just these things, man, we'll just continue to get better and learn from.
Talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Brian Branch, we've raved about him with you. I don't think he's a dirty player, but do you worry that he picks up a reputation now with a couple of these helmet-to-helmet penalties? It seemed like they wanted to make an example of him last Sunday.
No, I mean, I don't worry about that. I don't know why he would pick that up. I mean, he plays football. He's a football player. He plays the style that we're looking for. He's got to lower the target. Like that's the thing, and he knows that, and honestly, look, you're going to get the flag. You're going to get, he's probably going to get fined for it. That's part of it. And you don't want it, but man, once you've deployed, your artillery, man, you're not pulling it back. I mean, that's, and funny enough, I've seen guys who have tried to pull back, keep from hurting somebody that have, 2 different times tore the meniscus in their knee, trying to jab their knee in the ground to stop from going, But I think that, we got to lower the target for him. And the big thing is, man, the penalty after that, that's what he and I talked about. It's like, man, you can't give him the 15 after that. And so just lower it, go through the sternum. Don't, try to lower it a little bit. He was just a little bit high. So, but he'll be fine, man. He plays an aggressive style, and he's a hell of a player. He's a hell of a safety. And no, he's not a dirty player.
I'm sure you'll be happy for 401 when the conversation shifts from what are you guys going to do at the trade deadline? You addressed it yesterday. We've asked you about it for a couple of weeks. First of all, any chance you have any breaking news you want to share with us? And if not, what's it like leading into today, where I know players are going to be around, but it's typically a day off, of trying to navigate the trade deadline? This is business as usual, honestly. It's, me personally, I'm trying to get ready for Houston. And then if Brad's got anything that he wants to share with me or wants me to look at, then he will. And tell them, man, I trust him. He's been grinding through this. He knows what he's doing, and if it works out, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But it's like the thought of giving away high capital for a player none of us are going to like, that just doesn't sit well with any of us. So, man, if it makes sense, it makes sense. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But, what we got here, we'll win with.
So, like 3 o'clock, you're not poking in the office going, do we have anything? Like, what's your message to Lion fans who are going to be refreshing their phone all day today, hoping to see Brad deliver somebody?
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I get ready for Houston. It's about the matchups, about the one in front of you. And you may be waiting for a while. You may not. You may, but just know that there's work being put in this, and it's been going on for a long time. So we'll be good. We'll be just fine.
You get Jameson Williams back. That'll be a nice addition for the Houston game. With the issues he's had, when you've talked to him, does it seem like he's responded well to all this, that he's going to be able to move forward and avoid some of the issues he's had?
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Jameson Williams.
Yeah, I feel great. I feel great about him. I feel like, man, he was here last week. He was in meetings, man. He couldn't be out on the field, but he's been working out. He's been training. He's been running. Like I say, he was in meetings. So he's been locked in. It almost feels like he hadn't been gone other than game days. So that's awesome. And I feel like he's just going to pick up where he left off and then some. He's just going to continue to grow. So, man, I feel good about where he's going to be, where he's at, and where he's going to go.
Dan, I hate to do this to you. Ian Rappaport is reporting, verified Ian Rappaport, that the Browns are trading Zadarius Smith to the Lions. Can you comment on that?
Well, Ian's got all the answers, doesn't he?
Apparently.
Well, you'd hate it if Ian was wrong, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it would be.
Well, we actually would.
Yes. Okay, we'll take
Yeah.
that. That's all we can get. John, you have something else for Dan?
No. Well, I mean, just in terms of, traveling down to Houston, what are some of the things that this is a young quarterback, very talented. They might get their number one receiver back. What are you looking at when you play Houston down there?
Man, this team is I love the way this team plays. I mean, they play an aggressive style, explosive, fast type of football. And look, this quarterback, I think, has done an outstanding job. He's one of these really good young players in this league. I do think they're going to get Nico back. We're prepared for him. We're thinking he's coming back. He's outstanding. This whole line, there's been a little bit of, they had some injuries here and there, but the scheme and the things that they're able to do up there, they can do a lot to you. And Mixon's playing a very high level. And then this defense, man, I mean, they hum now. They are smoking. They are up the field. They're aggressive. They play a nasty style game. They finish on the football. It's going to be an all-out brawl, man, out in Houston, Texas on Sunday night. And, man, we're looking forward to it, man. This is one of those. Like I say, that's what excites you, man. Every week, we just came off a big division win, and now we're rolling into another great opponent here in prime time Sunday night at their place. And, man, they play the style of football that we're looking forward to facing.
He's Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Dan, thanks for some of your time. Good luck this week.
All right, thank you. Take care.
It's 97.1.
Hey, everybody asked me why I decided to lose weight, why I decided to go with Ideal You. And the answers are probably the same that a lot of people would have of why they wanted to lose weight. You just want to feel better. You got a family. You want to make sure you're around for them. Why did I go with Ideal You? It's all of the support that they give you from start to finish. And then because they're going to assign you a weight loss coach, going to tell you what to eat, drink to lose weight, all the things that I've been telling you about. But after you've reached your goal, they want you to be able to keep that weight off. So they stick with you through the entire process. I'm now more than 2.5 years into it. I lost 50 pounds in 40 days. I'm down 70 pounds right now, and I feel great. I'm so happy that I went with Ideal You. If you want to change your life as well, you can go to idealu.us right now and schedule a free consultation. They're going to tell you the same things I've just done. You could be 20, 30, or even 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. Ideal You has helped thousands of people. They help me. They can help you out as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
Okay, very unique that it happens that way.
Yeah, well, you have the head coach on, along with breaking news.
That he can't
yeah.
officially confirm.
Right, so here's why he can't say anything. There's eyes, like I mentioned, I's dotted, T's crossed. It has to be officially
official.
Well, but it has to be reviewed by the NFL. It has to be accepted by the NFL before either team can actually put out a statement.
For our purposes, Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport have both reported the Browns are trading Zadarius Smith to the Lions. The compensation, a 2025 fifth and a 26 sixth and 7th round picks. So this reads to me they didn't want to give up a 4. They found a way around it. We'll give you a 5 plus some future day 3.
Sure.
Stuff to grease the skids.
This is exactly. I mean, go ahead, give it away. This is a great move by Brad Holmes, and if it was a holdout because they were demanding a 4th, but you're able to negotiate to a 5th next year,
a 5th this year.
Well, yeah, okay. So in the coming draft,
yes.
A 5th in the coming draft, and a 6th and a 7th in the year after. It's a great move.
Zadarius Smith, 5 sacks this season. A player who does play the run and gets to the quarterback. John, this is the type of move we had been talking about. This is Brad Holmes saying, I'm serious about this. We're not going to sit around, sit on our hands. We're going to get a deal done. And they may get another deal done still before the end of the day.
Right, yeah. Now you get to turn the page to whoever might be next if they want to continue to go down this route, because they have preserved that 4th. And I don't think it would be a 4th for like a player like Ojulari. But they have preserved some draft capital where they could go and make another move. And here is what excites me. And yes, in the here and now, this is the move that they had to make. We've been talking about Zadarius Smith for the past 3 weeks since Hutch was hurt and trying to come up with different names. What really excites me is I think we all thought Marcus Davenport, all right, if they hit on that one, it's a great deal for the Lions. Injury risk, has been injury riddled, played in 2 games. I don't think he's long for the league, let alone the Detroit Lions. This is another opportunity to have somebody opposite Aiden Hutchinson next year. Doesn't mean it has to be the only move, the only guy. They're going to make some moves. They're going to get draft picks, all of that stuff. But in the here and now, it excites you. Knowing that he could be here next year as well also excites me, adds to the excitement.
Let me clarify. It's a 5th this year and a 6th next year. The Lions are getting a 7th back in 2026.
Oh, that's right. A 7th going to Detroit. Yes, read words. My bad.
It's not. I read it wrong too. We're trying to get this right. The deal is breaking as of this hour, 15 minutes ago, less than 15 minutes ago. Schefter and Rappaport each breaking down the trade where Zadarius Smith will come to the Lions. The Lions get Zadarius Smith and a 2026 7th for a 25 5th and a 26 6th. Rappaport says a major move. We want to know how you feel about this. 248-539-9797. Is it enough? How big a difference does it make? And does this only solidify the belief that this team is going to the Super Bowl and they've done what they have to do to win it? Let's go to the phones, and we're going to push some stuff around today, guys. We'll get to news. We've got Greg Palm, but this is the breaking story, and it's Bert in Trenton. Bert, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, what's going on? Hey, I just wanted to say that I think this is an absolutely fantastic trade. We go ahead and help out that defensive line that hasn't really made too much noise over the last couple games, and that just completes the complete package for the Lions right there. And you get a great pass rusher in Zadarius Smith without even really giving up that much draft capital, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. And then you also leave our higher round draft picks for, if Brad Holmes wanted to, why not try to make another move this year? It's Super Bowl or bust this year, but again, great move. I love it. Let's go Lions. I'm ready for it. Let's go.
He wanted to be here. We had read the comments prior. He's been in this division before. He had double-digit sack seasons with Green Bay and Minnesota.
He's mentioned comments of coming to Detroit because he would get the opportunity to play against those teams as well in division.
Yep. And then obviously the difference that he could make in a big playoff game. So let's just kind of chart this out. The best teams in the NFC, the Commanders are the 2 seed. Their quarterback is mobile. The Eagles are playing good football. Jalen Hurts is mobile. If you're in the Super Bowl, which is what we expect, Mahomes, just always avoids, invades, and makes plays. You got to get him down. Same with Lamar. Same with Josh Allen. All the best teams all have mobile quarterbacks. The Lions can beat them all. But you want a player like Za'Darius Smith who can help on a critical third down, get that quarterback down, get the ball back, salt the game away. I love this move.
Yeah,
They give up a 5th-round pick, and they got a guy who can help them immediately this season.
I'm just waiting for the caller that says this isn't enough. This is what we've been asking for.
Yep.
And if they do something else, sure, cherry on top. This is all I expect. And now we get a chance to sit around and see if Brad Holmes has another trick up his sleeve.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things we said this was the bare minimum. Cannot be mad if this is all they do. Of course, as a fan, we all want more. Put whipped cream and a cherry on top, add a little hot fudge, whatever you got to do to make this thing happen. But no one could be mad at Brad Holmes. He didn't sit and do nothing. They went out and added somebody.
Yeah, and it's a 5th and a 6th for Za'Darius, and you obviously get that 7th back in 26.
Don and Howell, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Happy day when we get the guy that we think that they were likely supposed to get.
Yep.
But last night I saw they waived a down lineman and a linebacker from the roster. So I have a sneaking suspicion that there's still another person that's going to be coming. And I think they're targeting a linebacker just based on the waiver wire last night.
So correct me if I'm wrong. They had to clear up a roster spot for J-Mo to come back, right?
Oh, is that what it was?
I believe that's the case. So, or Broderick Martin. They've activated him. Now, they don't have to have a roster spot for him immediately because they have 21 days from the moment of activation to actually see if they want to have him on the roster or not.
Yeah, I just saw those two moves last night. I thought, oh, well, that would be nice. Down lineman, and then if a linebacker could happen, that would be ideal because there is a need there too. So, and especially somebody like the guy from Tennessee that we just saw recently.
Harold Landry is their Sam linebacker, outside backer, maybe replaces
I think that puts us. I think that puts us in the driver's seat for sure. But we're very happy to have a pass rush that's much better than it has been if he comes in and is effective.
Should be much more effective, yeah,
and I think that's the key. He is not replacing Aiden Hutchinson. There was really, outside of Max Crosby or Myles Garrett, nobody even close to Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden was having the Defensive Player of the Year breakout season. He was the best defender in all of football. There is no replacing him. But they also had to do something. And this is a veteran. This is a guy who's played in big games. This guy who's delivered in big moments. He's still got something left in the tank. This is the ideal move. This is what teams do when they get into that Super Bowl stratosphere. Yep. They find veterans who want one more run at a Super Bowl. And this is at the critical position they needed most.
Yeah. And I'm curious. Let's marry these two conversations together.
Yeah.
If you were on the fence of buying your Super Bowl tickets, are you now, with this trade, even more so believing that the Detroit Lions will be there and willing to make that investment?
Well, how about this one? Za'Darius Smith wears number 59 here. Is there a 59 on the Lions? There is a 55. And that's what he wore in Cleveland, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for Super Bowl 59,
I think he was 99 in Cleveland.
Was he 99? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was a 55 somewhere, right? I don't know why.
He's been at a few different stops, so we can look through.
So somebody brought this up on Twitter, at least the name, and I was already thinking this. If there was another move, do you use the 7th and send it to Jacksonville or to Miami for Campbell?
Calais Campbell.
Yeah.
Just as another beefed up defensive lineman. I won't rule out another move today. Texter asks, do you think it's the only move the Lions make today? It's happening early enough where
there's still plenty of time. And Brad Holmes can do two things at once.
Ticket texters. There. Now you don't have to fire Brad.
No strikes imminent.
Bro, this isn't a serious move. We have a detractor on the ticket text says it's not a serious move. Look what the Chiefs did. We needed more. Smith is 32, probably will be hurt in 2 weeks. Same player as Davenport. Okay, DeAndre Hopkins is 32. DeAndre Hopkins was for a 5th/4th. This is a very comparable move to what Kansas City made. I don't think that's a fair criticism. But we'll take more of your thoughts. It's 97.1. All right, guys, it's football season. Teams are making deals. You can get some great deals for yourself. Elevate your tailgating game with Moran Chevrolet. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 Silverado four-wheel drive LT Crew Cab for just $239 a month. That's 24 months with $999 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. They're going to have what you're looking for. Score your best deal. You can shop online, moranexpress.com. Stop by in person, test drive it. They're on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Breaking news this morning. The Lions have added a pass rusher. Exhale. Deep breath. A lot of angst over the last week or so. Zadarius Smith, the Detroit Lion. The trade for a 5th this year and a 6th next year. Detroit also gets a 7th in return from Cleveland. Doesn't mean they're done, but it means, John, they added someone who can rush the passer.
Yeah, they had a need. And it was one that they didn't think at the beginning of the year they were going to have to add. And maybe they've been working on something like this since Marcus Davenport went down, since Kaminsky went down, the combination of those guys. And, maybe they thought, hey, Hutch is just going to be that dominant. And he kind of was.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden you lose him in a very unexpected turn this season. And it highlighted the fact that, as we've seen in the last 3 weeks, they've been able to win. A lot of credit to the defense. A lot of credit to the coaching staff, but the pass rush was almost non-existent. Now you have a guy that can at least apply pressure.
They had practice squad players rotating in at the edge spots, starting at the edge spots. You can't have practice squad players at critical positions in the NFL. It's quarterback, protecting the quarterback, hitting the quarterback. They needed to upgrade this position. What does he bring to the table? I think a fair comp is DeAndre Hopkins. And that sounds weird because they don't play the same position. Both are 32 years old, have a little left in the tank, a clear need for the team. Chiefs add Hopkins. He catches 2 touchdowns yesterday, helps them stay undefeated. Yep. Will Zadarius Smith have a game this year with 2 sacks that helps the Lions pull off a win en route to the 1 seed?
Well, it could be this weekend because you're playing a mobile quarterback in C.J. Stroud.
Sure. And we'll see how quickly he gets up to speed here in Detroit, but you get the deal done today. Get him in this week. He'll have some role on Sunday Night Football against Houston.
Sure, and he's not going to play as many snaps as Aiden does. No one across the league plays as many snaps as Aiden Hutchinson. So you're still going to now. If you pair this with, as we have been led to believe, the return of Josh Paschal. Now you've got Levi Onwuzurike, who can play a number of different positions. You've got the big boys inside who have done a nice job of pushing the pocket from inside. They just haven't had any support from the edges.
Texter says, I absolutely love this trade. The Lions' 6th is already about to be a 7th. It's like we just moved back like 10 spots. You gave up the 5th in there too.
Sure.
But I think everybody was cool with that. We were talking Zadarius for a 4th. They only give up a 5th. Hard to hate this one. This one says, OMG, finally. Stay healthy and we will host that Lombardi Trophy in Nolens. Jamie in Madison Heights. Smith replaces Davenport, but who replaces Hutch? Go get Crosby or Trey Hendrickson on the ticket text.
Okay.
More.
Yes.
Do more.
and I'm not going to hate Lions fans that always want more. I mean, we all do. But with Cincinnati winning and with Trey Hendrickson having 4 sacks on Sunday, I think it's unlikely he's on the market. We already know that, they've called about, and I'm sure Myles Garrett was a part of the conversation, probably shut down quickly. Same thing with Crosby.
Ticket Texter says, John, you honestly think this is enough to beat Mahomes, Lamar, or Allen in the Super Bowl? LMFAO.
I think they could compete with them even without him.
I think they'll be favored in the game against those teams.
Yeah. And so do I think this helps? Absolutely. Are they better now than they were? I mean, the tweet was posted at 8:10. We were talking to Dan Campbell at the time. Are they better now at 8:38 versus 8:09? Yes.
More ticket text, 248-539-9797. If he can force a double team even occasionally, this is a great move. Another one says, love the trade, still need another edge or outside linebacker as a depth piece with the uncertainty of Pascal. Let's get to Clay and Flint. Clay, you got thoughts here on 97.1?
Well, yes, sir, I do. I just, like I was telling the call answer, I've been a Lions fan for over 40 years. And I remember sitting on my dad's carpet, 11, 12 years old, watching players like Spielman, Billy Sims, stuff like that, Porsche. It's amazing to listen to the ticket text, and you really think about it. These people even know what they're talking about. We're going to be Josh Allen in 4 or 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody right now that's better than the Lions playing right now. Mahomes is on borrowed time. If you watched that game last night, Tampa Bay had them beat. They choked. Mahomes is on borrowed time. Signing Darius Smith is going to free up our running defense, because that's been suffering without the presence of Hutch.
Yep.
It's going to free that up. It's going to make the cornerbacks better, because now they got to worry about Darius Smith. Before, these pocket passers weren't worried about anything. They weren't worried about a pass rush from Detroit unless we were sending, 6, 7 guys. So for the ticket texters that think this isn't a big deal, go find someone else to root for. Seriously, this is a big deal. This is a huge deal. And then I'm just going to braze over it, because I know I'm in this year, and you never know what's going to happen next year. If we keep him next year with Hutch, holy cripe. Think about that for a minute.
Yep.
But let's worry about this year, because anything can happen.
It is an added benefit. You're right. I mean, getting a multi-year player. And just focusing on this year, John, you're right. This is a move they had to make.
I mean, I'm Super Bowl or bust now. I wasn't before when Hutch went down, but now I am. I mean, this is a huge move. This is and to get it for a 5th and a 6th and get back a 7th, which basically the 6th and the 7th are going to be almost right next to each other.
Yeah.
That's huge. I don't even know what people are thinking. Like I said, go root for the Bears. They're America's team now. Go root for them. That's all I got to say, guys. I appreciate the time.
Thanks, Clay.
Thanks, Clay. Let's get to Heather in the news.
Well, Tom Brady could be in some trouble with the NFL following his remarks he made during the Lions-Packers broadcast. So Brady criticized game officials after Brian Branch was ejected. And of course, the decision to eject Branch came from the league's replay review center in New York, not the officiating crew on the ground at Lambeau Field. But anyway, while Brady agreed that Branch should be penalized, he did question the decision to eject him from the game. Well, apparently, I guess because of his role, not only as a broadcaster, but also as a minority owner of the Raiders, he is subject to rules and regulations prohibiting public criticism of game officials or other teams.
So he said, I don't love that decision. He could have gone in on the officials. He could have gone in on those in New York. He didn't. And
he just said, to me, obviously it's a penalty. To me, I don't like that decision. I agree. He didn't really.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's jumping all over it because they wanted. I mean, he's going to be critical of officials or teams at some point, and they're just waiting for what the NFL is going to do with even minor comments.
Yeah. A Detroit firefighter was injured by a speeding car. Early Monday morning, Detroit firefighters were actually at the scene of a downed power line. This was across the street from a hit-and-run accident when a speeding car just kept going and pulled down a pole, injuring one of the first responders. They do say, thankfully, this firefighter who was hurt isn't gravely hurt, is expected to be okay. But there was a woman who lives nearby, heard the crash, and says that she saw cars just driving right through the scene. And that's what the Detroit Fire Department is saying. Hey, you need to slow down. If you see, they say first responders have a dangerous job already, but then when you have other things going on at the scene and you're not slowing down, you could cause even more damage. So slow down, especially if there's lights on. It means something is going on. People, slow down. This is a wild story, pretty incredible. On October 20th, there's a man named Tim Ruff, and he was one of thousands of runners competing in the annual Grand Rapids Marathon. something he's done, something he has trained for. But nearly 1/3 of the way through the race, he collapsed, suffered a massive heart attack.
Oh, no.
And for nearly 4 minutes, his vitals were gone. So basically, he was essentially dead there at the scene. But what happened next, you could only describe as a miracle. 3 strangers who happened to be in the right place at the right time saved his life. 2 of them were runners in the race. Another was somebody working for the race, watching people, cross the finish line. Well, thankfully, one of the people who was running was a nurse, knew what to do, jumped into the action. Somebody else right there, too, started doing chest compressions. Saved this guy's life, cleared the way for an ambulance. And the guy who was part of the race was also a doctor. I mean, it was just absolutely incredible. And he survived. He was rushed to the hospital. Doctors performed emergency surgery. They had to put 2 stents in. He had a 2-inch blockage in his main artery. And he later learned, this guy, that only 12% of people who have this kind of heart attack outside of the hospital survived.
Wow.
And he said there's lots of things, like he was considering starting the race at an earlier time, but something happened. Like if he could have been somewhere else and not right there with those people around him, he probably wouldn't have
Did
made
he say
it.
anything about a light?
He didn't. Yeah.
No?
Did he see the light? What kind of near-death experience did he have? No, he didn't go into those details, but that's, I would have asked that question too.
Yeah. Is there a light?
I'm glad he survived because that would have been a rough way to go.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Greg Palm ahead of tonight's college football playoff rankings. Of course, more thoughts on Zadarius Smith. Lions adding a pass rusher. It's 97-1.
Hey, the NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. That is for everyone. That's 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off or buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. And maybe you don't want to miss Wemby's second season. Maybe you don't want to miss Celtics' demise or a repeat performance. Whatever your reason, just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, it happened a couple of days later than we thought, but Zadarius Smith is on his way to Detroit. The dealing reported as head coach Dan Campbell was on the air with Costa and Jansen. Jim actually asked him about Ian Rappaport's breaking news when it came down. Yeah, Campbell said that he trusts Brad Holmes as he keeps things going business as usual through the deadline, which is 4 o'clock this afternoon. Detroit sending a 5th and 6th round pick to the Browns for the 32-year-old and a 7th. Several Detroit Lions were actually in the crowd at Little Caesars Arena as the Pistons shocked the Lakers with a 115-103 final, starting November with a 2-1 record after not winning a single game in the month last season. College hoops wins for Michigan, MSU, Oakland, and Detroit Mercy in their openings last night. The Wolverines beat Cleveland State 101-53. Spartans over Monmouth 81-57. The Grizzlies defied Defiance 75-52. Greg Campy's 700th win, and the Titans took down Cleary 91-52 at Callahan Hall. And a couple of Tigers are finalists for the 2024 Silver Slugger Awards. Colt Keith and Riley Green are in the running to take home the coveted hardware. From the Core Royal Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket at Odyssey.com.
Well, you've heard it. The Lions have made a move, adding a pass rusher. It's Zadarius Smith. Only gave up a 5th and a future 6th for Smith and a future 7th. What they're getting, John, they're getting a guy who is rushing the passer effectively this season. 27 pressures. It's top 25 in the league. He has 5 sacks on the season. That's more than double any player on the Lions defense. Mm-hmm. I'm sure people will say he's not Aiden, and we acknowledge he's not Aiden. He's not Max Crosby. He's not Myles Garrett. What he is a clear upgrade. It's clear that Brad Holmes understands what's at stake this season. To me, this is him countering what Kansas City did. Kansas City traded for 32-year-old DeAndre Hopkins, gave up a day 3 pick. Brad Holmes adds a 32-year-old pass rusher. Best days are probably behind him, but still enough left in the tank. Gave up a day 3 pick to upgrade.
And it doesn't just add the ability to apply pressure. Now, it's one thing of applying pressure, another thing of getting home. And right now, neither are happening for the Detroit Lions from the edge position. But how much better does it make Aleem McNeil? Or more, not better, but more effective. How much more effective does it make Reeder, Onwuzurike, all of the guys inside that have played really good? And what was the one thing against Green Bay, other than the pressure, that was a little bit concerning when the defense was on the field? It was allowing so many yards on the ground rushing the football. This helps in that area as well, because now what are you going to attack? And you can't just simply attack one side. If you're going to run away from Zadarius Smith, and I don't think he's that big of a threat that you're going to game plan around him. But if you have him, you've got Aleem McNeil, DJ Reeder, and even if you put Onwuzurike on the other side, we've seen him do that. Now you've got a formidable front to run the ball against.
He's a guy who grades well against the run and the pass. He's an every down guy. We wanted to see them do something.
Yeah.
And they still may do more. Like, no one's going to be in the camp of, this is...
Yep.
They don't need to do anything else.
Take the rest of the day off.
There's still more moves that they could make, and I would love the idea that they get a couple guys. If they're not going to chase a star and give up multiple firsts, that they'd get a couple guys that they could use as a bullpen of pass rushers.
What's the likelihood of that?
That they make another move?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to set Brad Holmes up to be criticized. He did something. I'm just always going to look at it and say there's still time on the clock. There's still more moves you can make.
Is this a situation where, okay, he leaves his phone on loud and other teams are actually calling because the Giants want to unload Ojulari or somebody else wants to make a trade with the Lions? They're not forced to make any other trades. But now you're the team that people are looking to. If we want draft picks, all right, Brad Holmes has shown he's in the market.
Yep.
I mean, I would think it would be highly unlikely. I think they had to make a move for depth reasons. I think they got the ceiling guy in a realistic world. I I threw out there earlier, would you throw that 7th back to Miami for Calais Campbell? And if that were to come up, I personally would. But Brett Holmes is very good at his job, and if he doesn't do that, I'm not going to say that. I don't think they need to do anything else for sure.
He's mostly an interior guy.
Right. I would like them to. I think they've got some depth issues. If Kaminsky doesn't come back, if Hutch doesn't come back.
They got depth issues on the edge, not inside.
I think, look, you can get better. You can adding a guy like him. He's a true rental. You're throwing a 7th round pick. 7th round picks aren't going to be making this roster soon because this roster is so good.
Right.
But if he doesn't do it, there's going to be zero criticism.
Right.
I'm not saying they have to, John. I'm just saying, look, if you're trying to, he would fit in the locker room. He's one of the most well-respected guys in the game right now.
Sure.
And he doesn't have to play a ton. He's coming to a better situation. He could get that ring and, go. That would be it. It would. But they don't have to do it.
No, to me, the more appealing piece would be Azeez Ojulari, just in the sense that while he is more one-dimensional, he's got 7 sacks this year.
He's young.
He's young. There's a chance that you unlock another gear. And with him being an expiring player and the Giants being a 2-win football team, I'm not saying that they have to trade him, but it does open up at least the conversation where you would say, hey, we're going to bring in 2 guys who are top 25 in sacks right now in football, knowing it's going to be harder, right? You're not going to have Myles Garrett opposite Zadarius Smith to help him out and get him one-on-ones. You're not going to have Dexter Lawrence eating up blocks in the middle to help ISO Azeez Ojulari, but there are guys with traits to win one-on-one that you don't have on the roster right now. I would rather get an edge guy, a true speed edge guy, than an interior player because they already have a glut of interior guys.
They do, and that's why I mean, I'm not going to hate it if they go for Calais Campbell. I'm not going to hate it. I just don't know that that's one that I would even waste time calling on, unless that's why I say maybe now Miami's calling them. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm a little concerned about the Lions' run defense the last couple of weeks.
Well, that's why I talked about that's why Zadarius Smith is the good two-way player.
Right. So obviously, like I said, I don't think they need to make that deal, but at the same time, I think you're just making this to a point where if you lose somebody like a McNeil or something along the way, then you got something that you can trust to plug in there.
Sure.
Is that speculation? Yeah, but I'd rather have him than Broderick Martin. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, but they have 3 interior guys. Not that, if you lose one, you're going to expect both guys to play every single snap.
And I just think that's a hard way of looking at it. Like, well, what if a safety gets hurt? I guess they should trade for one today. What if a corner gets hurt? I guess they should trade for one today. What if a tackle gets hurt? They better have another one ready, or a receiver. Like,
any concerns just in general, though, about the line right now with Pascal and also Onwuzurike? The sample size is that he gets hurt.
Yes. That is a concern. It's always going to be a concern. I mean, it didn't seem to raise red flags when they signed Marcus Davenport.
I mean, in terms of making anything more splashier, I would be shocked.
No, I don't think more splashy, but like an Uche type of trade, right? Kansas City gave up a 6th-round pick in 26 for Uche. Could the Lions package 2 7th-round picks together, the one they got plus their own, and get a player similar? I think that's the type of move I'd say to bookend with the Zadarius if they do anything else. I think it's pretty well established they're not going after Max Crosby or Myles Garrett or Trey Hendrickson.
Well, I think the question here is, I don't think they would give up any more than a 7th to add anything at this point. I would be pretty surprised to see Holmes give up more significant capital.
So what do they have? They have their own 1st, their own 2nd, their own 4th. They just gave up their 5th. They still have a 6th and a 7th, plus future picks.
I mean, could you get Ojulari for a 7th?
I don't think so.
What about a 6th?
Right. I mean, so you could give up a 6th, and again, would you be willing to do that?
Probably. Yeah. I don't know if Brad Holmes would, though.
I don't know what he thinks of Ojulari.
The other thing, too, here is there's absolutely zero smoke out there about anything else. There was a lot of smoke with Smith the last few days.
But was that smoke cover enough that where, I mean, because I mentioned Brad Holmes can do 2 things at one time. He can talk about adding Zadarius Smith along with have conversations about other players, knowing that this is the first domino that he needed to fall. And now he knows what he has, he knows what he's getting in return, and can now turn around and use whether it's the 7th that they're getting back or their current draft capital, to move on a player like Ojulari.
Let's get some phone calls in the mix. Mike in Pontiac, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good morning.
So this feels a little bit like when Chase Young got traded for a third rounder, and we were all like, "Really? That's it? That's all it took?" And I feel like on the national side, we're going to get a lot of that for this guy, but that leaves a whole lot of capital to make a splash move. So I'm a little confused as to why we aren't cheering and calling for more of a, not just another depth piece, but why can't we make more of a bigger move? I understand it's out of character, but if ever there was a time to do it, this is the team to do it for, don't you think?
Oh, you're not going to have to twist my arm, but like, Mike, who is it? Just give me a name and what's the price?
I mean, the Browns are clearly on a fire sale if we're willing to get him for a basically a 6th round if we're winning the Super Bowl. Float out, hey, give us a bulk discount. Myles Garrett, I got some stuff for you. Like, I don't see why that's out of the realm of possibility.
Because I don't think that Cleveland is even considering moving Myles Garrett.
They have a Hall of Fame defensive end that they don't want to move for anything outside of a king's ransom.
They also wanted a good 3-day pick. I wouldn't call this a good 3-day pick. This is
right, but I think you're more willing to budge on 32-year-old
3-day.
Zadarius Smith than you are franchise player Myles Garrett. I think there's certain guys that you give in and you budge at the deadline. Garrett's going to be one that they could hold out for the moon and just never trade him.
So don't you throw out a good quality, hey, I'll give you your first, and I'll throw in that 7 or some crazy thing, make them say no.
And then they hang up the phone. And I bet you that, I mean, you don't think, I mean.
Fine, but you at least put it out there.
Well, I would imagine it came up when they were talking Zadarius Smith.
I mean, we've already, sources have said that they called about Max Crosby. If they called about Max Crosby, I got to believe that the other is true, that they called about, about Cleveland and not just Zadarius Smith, but Myles Garrett as well.
Sure. This just feels like we have a lot more room to make some moves. And
I would agree with that.
That has been an issue. We got a lot of season to go. We got to make sure we got bodies.
Mike, no issue with that. Appreciate the phone call. We got a bunch more to talk about. Lions fans, your reaction to the Zadarius Smith trade. It's 97.1.
I've been talking about injury attorney David Femininio for some time. Just listen to some of the results that David and his team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for an individual client. That's a great result. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you as well. And you can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Okay, so just perusing social media, taking phone calls, reading ticket text, this is the consensus as I see it. Good move by Brad Holmes, but don't stop. We still got till 4 o'clock. You still have your 4th-round pick in this year's draft. You could still make a move with this year's 6th or 7th and package some stuff together to pair with Za'Darius Smith. But the deal in and of itself, John, is a good move. It's a guy who gets to the quarterback. He's responsible against the run. He's a former Pro Bowler, still with something left in the tank. He's a vet that's played in 8 different playoff games. He is a piece. He's here to chase the Super Bowl. And for Brad Holmes, he was able to get him for a 5th-round pick effectively. That's really all it took. What happens now? And I do think this is a fun back and forth, the arms race with Kansas City. They add Hopkins. He catches 2 touchdowns yesterday. You add Za'Darius Smith. These are former Pro Bowlers in the twilight of their career chasing a championship. They needed a receiver. Lions needed a pass rusher. The arms race is on.
Well, and I love it that he is familiar with the division, having spent 3 years in Green Bay, a year in Minnesota, and now, obviously, this is his 2nd year in Cleveland. He's got the pedigree of 13.5 sacks, 12.5, 10, all in some years. Last year, a little bit down with 5.5, and now all of a sudden through, 9 games that he's played, he's got 5 sacks.
Yep.
So I don't necessarily know that I expect him to actually reach double digits this year, but that's not really the expectation. The expectation is he is going to add to his sack total, but it's the added pressure that he applies. It's being uncomfortable in the pocket and being able to, even if it's just, hey, you need to win on the outside so that we keep Mahomes in the Super Bowl in the pocket.
27 pressures this season. It's 23rd among all edge players. Listen, he's not going to have Myles Garrett on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage. So do I think he's going to double up his sack total and get to 10, 11, 12? No, but John, you're right. Can he come up with a key sack? Can he apply pressure consistently? He's an upgrade over the practice squad guys they were playing regardless, and this is a move that they had to make. Right? I mean, they could win a Super Bowl without doing anything, but if they were serious about winning a Super Bowl, they had to do something. They had to give themselves the best chance to win the Lombardi Trophy.
Yeah, and we'll find out this weekend in Houston, a mobile quarterback. And it's probably going to get Nico Collins back, as Dan said.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden you'll find, can you apply pressure? They're a team that's given up some pressures. Against the Bears and the Packers. You still have a lot of division games. And goal number 1 is to win your division. Can he help you do that? Yes. Goal number 2 is to solidify the number 1 seed. Can he help you do that? So it's the here and now. Yes, we want to win a Super Bowl, and we want to have a guy that can help, whether it's Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, insert any other quarterback. You want to have that availability, but it's simply making sure that you take care of the task at hand. Task at hand, win the division. Get that number 1 seed.
Let's get to the phones. We've got Kevin in Yale. You're on 97.1. Kevin, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Good morning.
Morning. So I was just thinking, what if we, I don't know, maybe take a 1st and a 4th, or maybe even 2 firsts, and like a James Houston, and try and go after Micah Parsons, as he's on like a failing Dallas team right now with their quarterback going down and CeeDee Lamb maybe being injured.
Well, I think that's the here and now for them. First of all, I'm not sure that Jerry Jones picks up a phone from Brad Holmes. He might be that spiteful.
I kind of get that, yeah.
Yeah, but
you ruined my birthday.
I mean, they're if they make, and I think we all believe they're going to make a change at the head coaching position at the end of the year. What does that leave them for next year? I mean, they just signed Dak to a long-term deal.
They don't want to rebuild, and
same with CeeDee Lamb.
And Jerry Jones loves star players.
Oh yeah.
Jerry Jones I would find it very hard to believe he would look to trade Micah Parsons. And I actually don't think a 1 and a 4 would even really get it going for them.
Well, does Jerry want to enter rebuild mode?
What was that, Kevin?
I don't know if he's in a rebuild mode, but I don't know. Maybe 2 ones. Maybe in 2 ones. We're talking about giving up multiple 1s for a Max Crosby or a Myles Garrett. Why not a Micah Parsons?
Jerry Jones at 82 years old, John, to your point, probably not in the appetite for a rebuild.
No.
E in Clinton Township, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
I think we should re-sign. Now that we got Smith here, we re-sign him, give him a little contract. We go rent Chase Young from New Orleans. So we got Aiden Hutchinson coming back next year. So we go rent Chase Young for the remainder of this season. He fall off the books because he's falling off New Orleans books at the end of this season anyway. And then we have Aiden next year on Smith on the other side. That's a dynasty waiting to happen on the defensive line.
Yeah, Za'Darius is signed this year and next year, so there's no extension necessary. No. He could be part of this with Aiden next season. Chase Young, I know that was the name last year.
Yeah, Montez Sweat, Chase Young coming from Washington.
The knock on Chase Young was the effort comes and goes. It wanes. I mean, he still made big plays for San Francisco at the right price, John. I mean, they add as many pass rushers as you can get.
Sure. So what do you call New Orleans with? A seventh? The seventh that you got?
Yeah. No, you're right.
No, I wouldn't give any more than a seventh for Chase Young for what he's been and what he is right now.
My point is the highest offer you can go with for rentals would be a 4. And you're right. If you only paid a 5 for Za'Darius, you're probably not giving up a 4 for Chase Young. So I guess it's a 6th, and they probably don't do that. So
no, I mean that's Chase is only on a 1-year deal down there, so
yes.
He's on an expiring contract. Maybe they just want to recoup some costs. They fired their coach. They're going nowhere. Lost,
sure.
What, 5 in a row?
Yeah, maybe it is a 6th, a
6th or a 7th.
Yeah, I don't want
to maybe kick the tires on that. I'm just not sure that he fits with this team.
We've got Dan Campbell coming up at 9:30. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, restoration of the historic Belle Isle Boathouse is progressing as the Michigan Department of Natural Resources has selected a proposal after years of debate. So this proposal is called the Belle Isle Gateway. It's a $30 to $35 million public-private plan that would turn this boathouse into basically a year-round community hub. And there would be lots of new amenities, including a new public marina, several new dining options, an event space where you could have really anything, but I picture weddings in particular, and then even more. And the drawing makes it look absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. Those renderings are pretty cool.
They are.
No matter what you're looking at.
It looked so nice. It was built in 1902, and there has been debate about just completely demolishing it, right? Tearing it all down. So I hate to see historic buildings with so much character and history just demolished. So it could be cool if this plan moves forward for sure. We discussed this earlier in the show, but the price of Super Bowl tickets has kind of been released. And if the Lions do head to the Super Bowl, tickets to go will not be cheap. But probably your cheapest time to buy them would be now. Plan ahead. So right now, 2 tickets together are going for as little as $5,347 each. That's on StubHub.
Right, and that's like a corner end zone.
Yeah, oh yeah, these are not great seats by any means. And then if you go to SeatGeek, you switch over somewhere else, the lowest price for a ticket is $5,837.
And that's not including fees, I
imagine. No, I'm guessing
Yeah.
not. And of course, that's not including getting there and staying there and
eating
and drinking and,
some swag.
partaking in the fun.
Yeah.
So you talked about they're the worst seats in the house, and so
they may not be the worst,
but just about.
But they're not great,
arguably. That's what we did in Cleveland when we went to the playoff game. It didn't matter where we were sitting, is my point. Like I wouldn't want to get better seats.
You just want to be in the building?
Get it in the building. I'm not paying this, by the way. I'm not trying to say I'm going. This is ludicrous.
But we did talk about it. Like
planting the seeds in case your wife's listening.
If you buy now and you believe the Lions are going to the Super Bowl, you're getting the deal. If they don't make it to the Super Bowl, you can still sell those tickets to a Bills fan or a Chiefs fan looking for a three-peat or a Ravens fan that finally gets there.
That's how it would be sold to me from Colin. Be like, you know what? This is an investment, right? Like, I'll buy these now, and then I can sell them for even more later. And I'll be like, oh yeah, I like that. And then by the time it rolls around, he's like, you know what?
But
I think I'm just going to use these.
How is that any different from the $500 jacket that it's on sale for $200? Look, we're saving $300.
Because 500 and 5,000 are very, very, very different.
And then there's man's math.
I know, and I get it.
You guys have to get the seats in the front row, too, so he can see. I mean, so it's even more expensive.
Because he's too short to see.
Or does it come with a booster?
He can see a Monra then.
A booster, yeah. What's so crazy, though, is like the average fan who who's been a lifelong Lions fan, cannot actually go
Right.
enjoy this moment, which totally sucks.
But it's been that way for many,
I
many
know
years.
it has,
yeah, but it's just
the fact that
affecting
it's-
us now.
Yeah, I know, right there.
too corporate.
This is pretty cool. A guy in Canada just got his class ring back 47 years after losing it in the ocean in Barbados.
Oh.
He was there on a vacation. He was playing with his kids at the time. Ring fell off, right? Thought,
Yeah.
never see this again. Well, there was a guy diving with a metal detector and found it, got in touch with the guy's school. They tracked him down, and he just got it in the mail the day before his 83rd birthday.
That's cool.
So cool, because
Yeah.
it's just what are the chances of you coming across a ring in the ocean and finding the person it belongs to? Finally, I gotta say, today is election day. Obviously, we know polls are officially open. They opened at 7. Go till 8 p.m. All you have to do is be in line by 8 p.m. and you'll be able to vote.
Yeah.
So get out there. I do have, you know what? I'm going to skip these facts. I have a question for you because I know we all participated in the
yes.
early voting.
Yeah.
Not going to ask you who you voted for, but I want to know, which sticker did you choose? Did you get one of those cool stickers
Yeah.
designed by kids?
Oh, no, I did see
Oh,
those.
no.
There's the OPE, I voted.
Yeah, so
There's
I was curious of which one. Like, 'cause I sat there for quite a while and I looked at all of them before I made my choice.
Oh, really? Oh, no, I wanted to get out of there. So I just took the one that I take every time. It says, it's got the American flag. It said, I voted.
Oh, that's lame.
It's lame.
I got the I
Because
voted
those are the ones made
early.
by kids.
Yeah, I
don't
saw those
care.
too.
They were so cute.
I'll go home and have Tenny draw me a picture.
I thought for sure you would have chose the one that had like the like, I don't know if it was like a what kind of animal or a person it was like ripping.
I
their-
didn't even look. I just
Don Jansen
gosh.
doesn't care about kids.
I chose the lighthouse
anybody else's.
one.
Oh, okay.
It was very colorful and it matched the shirt I was wearing.
Yeah.
Not the werewolf one?
That's okay. That's the one I was describing.
Oh,
That was like
yeah.
ripping his
No.
shirt off or something.
Does it shock anybody that I would pick the traditional?
No,
No,
it doesn't.
But
Yeah, but I'm still lame.
I was just curious.
Yeah, no, I'm not lame. You're lame.
Heather with the news. Go out and vote, people.
Take that.
Representative democracy, you got to represent. Go out and vote for what you want. It's 97.1.
Hey, fall into family fun this season with the YMCA of Metro Detroit. From youth basketball to gymnastics and swimming, the Y's Fall programs are perfect for keeping kids active, building skills, and making friends. And for the adults, there's group exercise classes, less meals, and free child watch while you work out, all for a membership of less than $3 a day. Don't miss out. Visit ymcadetroit.org or your nearest YMCA to learn more and try the Y for free. Fall into family fun today at the Y.
Earlier today, we were joined by the Lions head coach, Dan Campbell. At that time, Detroit had not made the Za'Darius Smith trade. You'll hear us ask him about it. Here it is.
Well, as many of you know, I've been with Ideal U for about 2.5 years now. Love the fact that they helped me lose so much weight. I'm down 70 pounds in the last 2.5 years. In the first 40 days, I was down 50 pounds. First 10 days, 10 pounds. And it motivates you. You like to see results. You like to see results quickly. And I went with Ideal U because not only did I hear about the results of those who have tried it before me, like Tony Ortiz, but I went with them because they give you a weight loss coach and they support you. You got weigh-ins. They'll tell you exactly what progress you're making. They'll tweak things along the way. If you need to eat more, eat less, all of those things, they help you, and it changed my everyday life, and it's changed my life since then. If you want to change your life as well, go to idealu.us right now, schedule your free consultation. They'll walk you through the entire process. You could be 20, 30, or even 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. Ideal U has helped thousands of people. They help me. I know they can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
Countdown is on. We've got the trade deadline today at 4 o'clock. You got the college football playoff rankings coming out tonight. This whole election thing. And the Central Michigan Chippewas playing a football game against Bowling Green. Only the best. John, Za'Darius Smith, the big trade. We've been talking about it for basically second half of the show here since the news broke. And I think something we haven't really mentioned here is when you trade for a pass rusher, kind of plug and play, right? I mean, there's some twists and there's some stunts, but in terms of dropping a guy in and saying, go beat the guy across from you, expectation is this guy can make a difference sooner rather than later.
Well, and it's what type of assets does the player bring to the defense? Okay, we've seen Aiden Hutchinson drop into coverage. He's had interceptions. Za'Darius Smith is not going to do that. So it removes that part of the playbook for him. It is simply, okay, here's what we're doing on the basics of it. Here's what we're doing first, second, third down. These are the concepts. He's played long enough. He's been in a number of different defenses. He understands the concepts. He's going to pick them up quicker. And then, in terms of games, whether it's a TE stunt or an ET stunt, right? It who's going first. All of those things can be discussed. Like, there's no secret. And so they can be discussed on the field. You have your calls, you have all those things, and it's more when they have, like when you're playing CJ Stroud, this is where I think it could become important. You have rush lanes. You have a rush plan. How do you implement that plan knowing that, hey, I have to stay outside. I've got to stay in the C gap or the D gap. And Aleem McNeil, they're going to run a game inside, and he's going to have the B. DJ Reader has the A. Levi Onwuzurike or Pascal is coming on the other side. Those are where you want to make sure that you have your rush plan married up with the team's rush plan, so you don't leave a big gap.
Right, because then you get yourself in trouble, and those were the big plays end up biting you. I think this will be the biggest name they add. It doesn't mean it's the only name they add. I don't think they're going to add a pass rusher bigger than Za'Darius Smith, but they could still target someone for depth before 4 o'clock. That's kind of what I'm looking forward to seeing between now and the deadline. You don't seem optimistic that they're going to make another move, but it's something I'm keeping an eye on. And you agree that Za'Darius Smith is the biggest name they'll add?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that's the biggest name they'll add. They may add a complementary piece, and if they don't, doesn't mean they're done adding. They could pull off of other practice squads.
Sure.
And so
less exciting, but yes.
Well, sure, less exciting. No question about it. But is there somebody that Brad Holmes evaluated coming out of school that is on somebody else's practice squad? It could have been a draft pick that just didn't make the roster. Now they're on somebody's practice squad, or an undrafted guy. And maybe you're just looking for a quote unquote third down specialist. And somebody that could be more productive than the James Houston that we've seen.
Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. Texter says, TJ Lang said Green Bay really wants Azeez Ojulari. Yeah, we were talking to him yesterday about it. That's a name that's still out there, right? The Giants are a 2-7 football team. He's a pending free agent. They could elect to let him walk and maybe get a comp pick if he ends up putting together a good enough season. He's got 7 sacks, but he's more of a one-trick pony. He's a pure speed rusher, right? He's going to be a pure pass rush guy. He's not going to be a guy you put in on early downs to stop the run. I can't imagine the Lions would have to give up an arm and a leg to get him. He'd be a nice compliment to add to the Za'Darius Smith move they've already made today.
Yeah. And I also think when we're talking about Za'Darius Smith, and even if it's Azeez Ojulari, they're coming from teams that are playing from behind. All right, so what does that mean? Their pass rush opportunities are much less. They're not pinning their ears back. The teams, they get into the second half, they're slowing the game down, they're running the ball more, they're not putting it at harm's risk. And maybe you're talking about 6-7 less pass rushes per game. So then you look at the numbers and you say, okay, well, maybe these numbers actually look a little bit better because the Browns have been horrific and they've always been playing from behind.
Texter says keep an eye on Jadeveon Clowney today with the Panthers. Don't think he would cost a ton of capital. John, what was the response to the caller who wanted Micah Parsons?
Oh, let me see if here it is. Lions fan logic. We'll trade you our crap for your best player. So we'll throw in a first round pick. And how about James Houston for Micah Parsons? Because you're going to need somebody on your roster too.
It's deadline day, baby.
Yeah.
That's how this thing goes.
Yeah, it's the fun of being a fan. You don't have to have logic.
No.
Fan logic.
No. Fan logic's different logic. Ticket Texter says on the subject of ridiculous trades, 3 first-round picks and a second and Gibbs for Micah Parsons, signed Tannenbaum joke.
Yeah. And you wonder why he's unemployed.
He said it. Gator's in the studio. Gator, what's going on?
Hi.
Hi.
Listen, in fairness to Tannenbaum, you had to throw something out there to entice the other
He
team
is
to make
now
the trade. Yeah.
in the entertainment business.
Yes.
And it created entertainment.
Yeah, it did. It was hysterical to think that the Lions fans would be like, "Oh, that sounds good."
Yeah, sure.
But what does sound good is a 5th and a 6th for Zadarius Smith in the 7th.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Take
you
it.
very much.
Mm-hmm.
And are we done?
So when you woke up,
Yeah.
did you see or hear about the tweet that Zadarius Smith put out, the SMH, that
No.
was immediately taken down like 20 minutes after?
Yeah, I don't think people listening right now were with us at 7 a.m. today. He tweeted out SMH cryptically and let us all just kind of ponder and read into it.
Yeah.
And then he deleted it within 15
Right.
minutes. So we were all kind of going, what does it
We're
mean?
like, yeah, does this mean, the trade was in hand, now all of a sudden it's not?
It's gone.
Or
maybe he couldn't believe the Pistons won last night. I don't know.
I mean, that was a little shake my head. Like,
Oh,
what?
yeah.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Nice win for him.
Who knows?
We'll spend 3 hours talking about that.
I'm sure it's a huge part of the show today.
Get into hot stove league stuff with baseball, and if we have time, we'll talk about Zadarius Smith, I guess. I know it's a huge. I woke this morning and working on the show in the kitchen, and I didn't come across it on Twitter. It was how did I come across? It was weird. I was Googling when the NFL trade deadline was, like what time it was. I didn't know if it was 4 or 5 o'clock. So I'm like, when is the end? And the first story that comes up is report Lions have traded for Zadarius Smith. I'm like, well, we heard that they were going to, but I'm like, oh, this is from like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Yes, indeed.
And then the awkwardness for us, it's breaking while we have Campbell on. Right. He can't really go into it, so he has to dance around it.
I love the way you so Ian Rappaport says that you guys have traded for Zadarius Smith. Can you comment on that? And his response is great. Well, it'd be terrible if he were wrong.
Yeah. Well, Ian just knows everything, doesn't he?
Yeah. He knows enough. Yeah. It's exciting. It's exciting.
Absolutely
because I mean, this isn't a rental. He's here for another year after this at least. So, it's exciting for the rest of the season. They found a piece that's going to definitely help the pass rush because he's, at the very least, a vast improvement over the defensive end group that we have. And this is already a Super Bowl contending team. So I love that idea. And then just the thought of what could be next year too. But, this is, how about we look at Sunday? Can't wait to see him against the Texans.
All right, Doug's in studio too. What's the plan?
Jared Goff joins us at 11. He's got to push it back a little bit, but we obviously have reaction to this big move.
Perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
You open the show.
Sure. Hey, happy Tuesday, everybody. It's a big day. Big day. Huge day. I don't know if you know this, Doug, but not only is it election day, but more importantly, the Lions apparently have traded for Zadarius Smith. Defensive end, pass rush extraordinaire from the Cleveland Browns. Been around the league, been with a number of teams, and he's always been good. And now the Lions have him, reportedly. Lots of people saying it. Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, all the guys with the blue check marks, they're all mentioning it. This is good news, very, very good news for the Lions. We've had people that have been calling into the show for the last week and a half or so as we got closer to the deadline. People that, for lack of better terms, had their panties in a bunch and were not happy that things had not happened yet. We had people say that it's ridiculous that the trades haven't been made yet. It's unacceptable that they haven't done anything yet.
Malpractice.
What's he waiting for? Malpractice? Right, that was another one. Well, here you go. So all they did in the interim was win all the games they had to play once we started talking about the deadline. And then they go out and swing the big stick and end up landing Zadarius Smith, who I'm going to guess is the best pass rusher on the market, because I'm going to assume that Trey Hendrickson is not available as Cincinnati has traded for a running back, so they're still going for it. I'm going to assume that Max Crosby, that deal was dead because it would make all the sense in the world for him to come back home. And there were reports over the weekend that the Lions reached out to the Raiders once again and tried to gauge the interest, and the Raiders just said, no deal, not happening. He's not getting traded. And then if they're talking to Cleveland, you would assume that they were talking about Myles Garrett too, and Cleveland said, we got to make a decision on the two defensive ends. One's staying, one's going, and we can talk about Zadarius Smith, but not Myles Garrett. So, and then now you got Jerry in Dallas that has said they're not selling, they're buying, and they went out and got a wide receiver today as well in Mingo. So any kind of pipe dream that I had or anybody else had about maybe fleecing Jerry for Micah Parsons, because they just don't have any cap space to deal with when you've got three guys who could command the highest salaries in football. Jerry's going for it. Jerry's not giving up. So Jerry's not giving up Micah Parsons. So there they are. All those great pass rushers are not available. So the best one who is available is now reportedly a Detroit Lion, and I love it.
So, look, I mean, I feel like I do want to address some of the absurdity we got here over the last couple of weeks, which included some of what you said. Malpractice, we're asleep at the wheel. Brad Holmes is too arrogant.
Yeah, there was that one.
Brad Holmes is too stubborn. Brad Holmes overvalues his draft picks. They should have made a deal already. All of that stuff. If they had made a deal, quote, already, they would have done it on Cleveland's terms. This was done on Detroit's terms. Detroit waited and got their guy. They're better today than they were. Their chances to win the Super Bowl went up. And the price tag is what Brad Holmes wanted to give up. Albert Breer and others reporting today, Cleveland wanted a fourth. Didn't quite get there, but close. Jeremy Fowler reported the sense coming out Monday was that the Lions were waiting on the Browns, who by keeping Zadarius Smith through week 9 could see if another team developed a major need at pass rush. The Browns wanted a fourth, but now get a fifth and a sixth next year for Smith and a seventh. By waiting, Brad Holmes got him at a price Brad Holmes wanted. Like this, and by waiting, did it cost him any wins? Nope. It did not. It's baffled me over the last couple of weeks that we have taken so many text messages from people who probably aren't morons, but I would say had some moronic takes because Brad Holmes has delivered. He has delivered. Now, maybe he hasn't delivered everything that you wanted and when you wanted that whatever it is you wanted. But Brad Holmes has built this team to the point where you care about the NFL trade deadline. Kang sent me a text message last night and asked me, would I rather be a fly on the wall right now in Brad Holmes' office or for like a day of draft prep or the first day of the draft? We've been doing this job for almost 18 years now, right?
Yep.
I would say the first 16, it would have been the draft. But now it's the trade deadline. Why? Because the games that we are playing right now matter in the context of they're not trying to build a Super Bowl team. They're trying to add to a team that's capable already of winning the Super Bowl. I couldn't believe some of the feedback we got. I said, they're going to make a trade. They're going to make a trade. They're going to make a trade. And by waiting, not only did he get the player he wanted at a price he wanted, he didn't cost him any games. Like the point of the games is to win the games.
Right.
It's not to sack the quarterback. That's not a tiebreaker. It's how many sacks do you have? Can you win the football game that you're playing? Do you have more points than the other team when the clock hits 0 in the fourth quarter? And all the time without Aiden Hutchinson, they didn't. And people were, not all of you. In fact, probably most of you weren't. But the not morons were. And now they got a guy. And you know what? Trading for Zadarius Smith doesn't make you win the Super Bowl.
No.
It might help, but there's no trophy he's getting handed out now.
Ain't going to hurt.
But their percent chance of winning the Super Bowl increased. So whatever it was, it's higher now than it was at this time yesterday. And the assets they had to give up was less than Cleveland wanted.
Well, I think this is one of the reasons why both you and I initially, and then I changed it up on the air yesterday, but we both had the same champ of the week, which was Aaron Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
What Aaron Glenn has done with his defense over the last several weeks without Aiden Hutchinson, and even what they've done with the defense with Aiden Hutchinson, because they haven't had a consistent rush from the other side ever since he's really been here, it's been impressive. The defense last year was, an improved defense in the second half of the season. The defense that we saw a couple years ago when they went on that great run was very good in the second half of the season. The defense we've seen so far through the first half of this season has been very good despite all the shortcomings it has, that they don't have a consistent pass rush. When Hutchinson went down, it was, oh no, what now? Well, what now is go out, win the next game, win the next game, win the next game, do it with a record in the point differential, do it while your quarterback is playing out of this world right now.
And he is.
Do it while everybody in special teams has done their part. And yeah, to a large degree, do it because your defense didn't take a step back. They might be giving up some yards, but they're not giving up the points. The Packers, you think about what the Packers did on Sunday, they got one touchdown, and it was garbage time touchdown. Didn't matter.
Pretty much after the game was decided.
Yeah, so it's hats off to Aaron Glenn. And now, hey, Aaron Glenn, I'm not saying you can relax and breathe, have a huge sigh of relief, but now you get to concoct a game plan.
Oh, I bet he's stoked.
With an actual pass rusher again. That has to be really exciting. I don't know if the Lions are done today. I hope they're not done. I think it'd be a lot of fun if they continue to add to this team, but this is the big piece we all wanted them to land, and they did.
Okay, we did get word now Jared Goff will be at 10:30. We were originally told push back to 11. Now he's back to 10:30. Spread the word. Lions quarterback Jared Goff, 10:30 today. And we'll get as much as he can say. If the trade isn't final, keep in mind he's limited in what he can say. So we might be talking like
code,
Zadarius Smith adjacent topics, but 10:30 for Jared Goff. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off, every buzzer beater, and then place any $5 bet, and you get to catch all those tip-offs and buzzer beaters with NBA League Pass. 3 months of it, courtesy of FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. It's FanDuel.com/Doug. So all those out-of-town games that you can't get, they're accessible to you. FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel's the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Jared Goff will join us at 10:30. Lions quarterback coming up. Brad Holmes makes a move, Zadarius Smith. And a 2026 7th rounder come to Detroit for a 2025 5th rounder and a 2026 6th rounder. So essentially, Cleveland wanted a 4th rounder for him. Detroit ended up giving up a 5th and then a 6th in 2 years, but got a 7th back in 2 years. So they didn't have to give up a fourth. Now they don't have a third or a fifth in the next draft. But the Lions are better today. The chances of winning the Super Bowl went up, and the price tag was really delivered on Holmes' terms. And there's a lot of national guys saying, yeah, Cleveland didn't quite get what they wanted. They came close. But they also, Cleveland wanted to see if they got a better offer, and they didn't. So this is good data from the Detroit News. Richard Silva posted the following. Since week 5, new Lions edge Za'Darius Smith is tied for 5th in pressures with 23 among the 198 players who played 35-plus pass rush snaps over this stretch. Smith ranks number 7 in win rate. Started a bit slow, but has 3-plus pressures in 4 of the last 5 games. I mean, he's coming on. He's like playing his best football right now. And now he's got a reason to play.
Exactly. I mean, he's playing on a really good football team. It's a team that can contend for the Super Bowl, can absolutely win the Super Bowl. And to go from Cleveland to Detroit, this is interesting. Think about this. In the history of in the last 50 years of professional football, that would be a nightmare sentence, going from Cleveland to Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's a dream scenario because of what Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, and Sheila Hamp have built here. It's an absolute dream scenario to come to Detroit. When he was asked about it a couple of weeks ago outside of his locker, and very odd to respond to any question like that, but he did. He responded to it. He's like, if I went to Detroit, that could be okay. Here he is. Sounds like he's going to be here. Now the official word hasn't come through yet, correct? This is just being reported by. Well, everybody's reporting it, but the Lions
it's
haven't
not being
necessarily
denied.
confirmed it.
So
this is really exciting times.
And when he went from Green Bay to Minnesota, what'd he say? Do you remember this?
I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
When he went from Green Bay to Minnesota, what'd he say?
I would assume he was excited to play Green Bay.
He was excited to play against Green Bay. And when it came up a couple weeks ago that he might end up at Detroit, he was more excited because he got to play both Green Bay and Minnesota.
Twice.
This is a guy, well, unfortunately, once each the rest of the way because they've already played him once. But
next year,
if he's here next year, and that's a debate that we can have in the offseason. Dude, like is he feeds off revenge. Like he gets some miles per gallon out of revenge. That seems to be his thing. So, now he can come to Detroit and maybe win the damn division with Detroit. Kang, what are your thoughts on all this? You obviously have been around, covered it. You see all the feedback that comes in, so you've watched how people have responded the last couple of weeks.
Guys, this is the most important trade deadline of our lives.
That might be true.
I said that, and I mean that. And, I love the move. I think Brad Holmes, he's a G. I mean, he did it again. Everyone in the league knew what the Browns were asking for. He waited this thing out. And gave up on his own terms what he thought Za'Darius Smith was worth, and it wasn't a 4th-round pick. Now I'm interested to see, is Brad Holmes still on the phone?
Mm-hmm.
Is this thing not done yet? I mean, we got this thing done early this morning. We got some time left, but so that's the second part. The first part though, Za'Darius Smith should be your favorite player, Gator, because he's chip on the shoulder guy. He wants to play everyone in the NFC North because he has played with everyone in the NFC North, and he has he's got a motor. He provides something that this team lacks right now, and that's the ability to be able to beat his man one-on-one and get pressure on the quarterback. It's a great move. Like I said, this only helps their chances. I always thought, hey, Lions have a good chance to win the Super Bowl. Breaking news. But they, you don't want to be. How sustainable is it right now without edge pressure? They go out and get help. I'm curious to see if there's a second move coming.
So, to be clear, he's not. I mean, he could come here and explode, but we're not expecting get a player as good as Hutch. We're not expecting that.
No, but I think everyone's expecting to get better than what they have right now.
And closer to what they were when they had Hutch. Now, when they had Hutch, it wasn't the biggest sample size, but they were trending like a top 10 defense. Like they were in terms of yards, and now they've given up a lot more yards since Hutch went down.
But the points.
The points haven't changed all that much.
I think points have gone down.
In terms of points per game allowed, they are 6th in the NFL right now, actually tied for 5th with the Chicago Bears. So this is a team that is keeping teams out of the end zone. But they weren't, I mean, we all saw it. quarterbacks were setting up shop. It's not like they were under a ton of pressure because they weren't. And yet they were winning the games. And I said it, you guys, some level of disagreement, but I thought the Lions could win the Super Bowl without making a trade. Wasn't as likely, and I wanted them to make a trade, but I wasn't going to give up on the season if they didn't. I also love that Brad Holmes didn't overpay.
Well, that's another key.
Because everybody knows, think about it. Everybody knows what the Lions want and need. And so you run the risk of people being able to, quote, name their price. And they didn't overpay. We are the motivated team. We are I said it all along. I don't want him acting with the desperation of 60 years behind him. But teams like this can get built.
This is one of those situations where if you're a fan in Atlanta, now you're pissed. You're pissed that your Falcons didn't go out, and everybody was talking about the Falcons going to get a pass rusher, that they didn't go out and use a 4th-round pick to acquire Zadarius Smith.
They didn't top it?
They didn't top the deal.
Well, the
Lions got the deal done for a 5th and a 6th-round pick in different years, and they got a 7th-round pick back and Zadarius Smith. Now, if Brad Holmes is going to go full Jedi, turn that 7th-round pick into Arden Key, or somebody like that. Carl Granderson. Do something crazy. Mm-hmm. Although Granderson might be priced a little high to do that, but
Key might be too. I mean, I'd for a 7th rounder, but look, we just waited to see how this played out. And this is the old, it's funny because I think people scoff a little bit of, we'll have to let it play out, out.
Right.
When you say you have to let it play out, that means a couple of things. One, you think things can change or something is brewing. And so, there were a lot of moves. There was a lot of action pre-trade deadline. But in letting it play out, now they got what may be the most effective edge rusher on the market when this is all said and done. We'll see how today plays itself out. Myles Garrett gets traded or Max Crosby gets traded. That's different.
But I think that shows you Brad Holmes knows the market. The Browns can ask for a 4th rounder all they want. Zadarius Smith, I like him a lot. I think he helps the team a lot. He's 32 years old. You're not getting some 26-year-old here hitting the prime of his career. The market was, hey, man, it's a 5th-round pick. I'm curious to see how this was done from the Browns side. I'm sure Brad Holmes talked to Cleveland at some point, asked, hey, what's the deal with Zadarius? What are you guys asking? Yeah, we let the league know that we're looking for a 4th-round pick. That's where we're at right now. Okay, all right, I'll check in with you guys, and we'll see where you're at. Fast forward to Tuesday. Hey, you know what? We'll give you a 5th. I know you guys want a 4th. We're at a 5th. All right, you know what? Throw in a 6th, and we'll get this done. You know what I mean? Like, Brad Holmes, dude, the market, you're not getting a 4th rounder for him. You're just not.
Yep.
This is the best offer you're going to get. And Brad Holmes pulls it off.
We'll talk with the quarterback, Jared Goff, next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. If you're just joining us, the Lions have swung a trade this morning. It became official, what was reported over the weekend at the I shouldn't say official. It's now being confirmed that the Lions have indeed traded for Zadarius Smith, and the price wasn't that high. It was a 5th this coming draft, so next spring, and a 6th the following draft. The Lions get a 7th that following draft. So basically, it's the Lions flip-flop with the Browns in they turn the Browns 7th into a 6th. The Lions get the 7th. And then next year they get a 5th, which is, I mean, you talk about a willing price. Yeah, I think everybody's willing to pay that price.
Yeah, that did not seem, it seems like more just brilliance from the general manager.
All right, let's talk to the quarterback. As always, great to have Jared with us, and there's a lot to talk about, including the game this past Sunday, the game this coming Sunday. But, Jared, as far as any trades, nothing is official, so I know you can't talk really in specifics. But in general terms, how do you feel when your front office goes out and makes a move to support the current roster?
Yeah, it feels good. It's exciting. Obviously, saw the news this morning that could be coming down the pipe here. And, yeah, it's exciting. I think Brad and those guys have done a great job year after year around this time, making the move or not making the move and being patient. And you know, if we're able to make a move or two today, it'd be great.
Player like this, it's been reported. Do you have a history with him in the past and how he has wreaked havoc on you as a quarterback in the league?
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, but yeah, he's been giving me a hard time for a long time now.
You know, the fans take this as the Lions' window's right now, so they really want you guys to get super aggressive at the trade deadline. But, you feel like you're playing at a Super Bowl caliber right now. Is this put pep in the step? Any general move, put a pep in the step of the locker room that feels like this is some more fuel for us to get the job done?
Sure. I think anytime you're able to add good players who are hard workers, I don't think it matters at what position you do that at. It's good for the locker room. It creates competition. It obviously adds talent to the room, and yeah, we're always excited about that and looking for guys who want to help us win in whatever way they can.
With that said, this past Sunday, obviously you don't have Aiden. Pascal's out. Rodrigo's out. Branch gets kicked out. Carlton Davis leaves the field at one point injured. How is the defense still getting it done with all these guys not being able to contribute?
Yeah, they're built for adversity. They are. We've been through a lot as a group, and go back all the way to 2021. There's a lot of the same guys in 2022, and we're built for it. And certainly on defense with what AG is doing with those guys, and some of the leaders they have over there doing a great job getting guys where they need to be. And I think guys are picking up the slack. They're playing at a high level. I mean, you look at some of these guys that are, Jack Campbell, who's playing at a high level, Anzalone's playing at a high level, Jerem stepping in there when he needs to be. A lot of the guys up front, obviously the defensive backs are playing at a high level. I think Dan said it best when Aiden got hurt. Everyone needs to kind of shore up their own area a little bit, and we'll be just fine. And it's not just on defense; it's all around. But certainly that defense has done a great job adjusting and being able to make plays without some of those guys, like you mentioned.
I mean, as a kid, I loved playing in a rainstorm or playing in the snow, but by the time I was a senior in high school, I hated playing in the rain. What about a 9-year NFL veteran? What was it like to play in that quagmire?
It was fun, It was cool. It was probably the rainiest, wettest game I've played in, and but I felt prepared. I did. I felt like we were really prepared. We had practiced all week with the wet ball, and I felt good with the gloves. Our receivers felt good with their gloves, and I think it showed up. They had a handful of drops. We didn't. They had some guys slip. We didn't. We were very prepared for the elements, and I thought our coaching staff did a hell of a job getting us ready.
Is that something new that you guys have worked on, or you in your career with working with wet footballs to prepare for something like this? And did you do something with gloves all week too? Like, did you wear them around the house and carry things with the glove just to get used to it?
No, I didn't do that, but. No, I think, at some point, maybe halfway through my career, I found these gloves and they help me. They feel good. And when it's rainy or super duper cold, I'll pull them out, and it certainly helps. And but yeah, it was something that I feel like a tool for me to use if I need to. And I thought our receivers had their stuff ready as well. And yeah, like I said, I think our staff did a great job preparing us for that. And Dan was very adamant about making sure we were ready for it.
It's pretty clear you guys fed off they're an indoor team. They can't play outdoors. They can't play on the grass. I mean, this kind of stuff, even at this point in your career, it still gets you going, huh?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been hearing it my whole life now, and so yeah, it gets me going certainly. And I think our whole team, and again, we were pretty mistake free on offense, and our defense did a good job, getting after them. And I think the mistakes that showed up, they certainly pivoted the game, and we were able to play pretty mistake free and take care of the ball and hold it tight, squeeze it tight, catch the ball when it came their way. I was able to remain pretty accurate, and our O-line protected pretty well. So, yeah, all those things come into play when you play in weather like that, and I thought we handled it really well.
With that said, did you hear what one of their offensive linemen said after the game?
Yeah, I heard it. That's all right. You can say that. All good.
I was going to say the comment about that they're not the better team. They just executed better. Isn't that what the better team does? They execute better.
Yeah, that's all right. They can say that. Yeah, they said they'll see us again, and whenever we play them again at home. And I said, that's right. We play you guys twice a year for the last however many years. You will see us again.
That touchdown pass to St. Brown, you're in the midst of this ridiculous streak where you completed 30 straight passes to St. Brown. It's amazing. But that touchdown pass in particular, I think there's so many things about it that are ridiculous with the elements, the placement of the ball, the route that's run, because that's not a typical route you see in the corner. What to you was the best part of that play?
Yeah, I just think him and I being on the same page. He knew where I was going to throw it. I knew how he was going to react to the coverage, and then obviously his catch was pretty remarkable and getting his feet down in bounds. But I don't. It's not surprising for him. He's that type of player. He's an all-pro player. He's one of the best in this league, and feel like I can kind of throw it to him wherever with anyone on him, and he'll make a play.
Every time you guys go for it on fourth down, it doesn't matter. The broadcaster always like, what's going to happen. The Lions are going to go for it. Dan Campbell's going to go for it. How much does it mean to you guys as an offense that he places that faith in you? And does he ever surprise you?
No, I'm never surprised at this point. No, and it means a lot. Yeah, we're ready to go, and we're geared up for it as part of our identity now. And when he puts that faith in us, we feel just that much more responsible to make him right. And I always laugh. Now everyone's saying how good of a call that was by him, right? And if we didn't convert, you guys and everyone else, no offense, would be probably tearing him down about it. And it's just funny how revisionist history works that way. And we're happy he's our head coach and makes those calls.
I think everybody wants to know if you're working on your headstand.
I'm not doing that. No, I don't think I've got strong enough neck muscles or trap muscles for that. That's I'll leave that to him.
Did you see him practice that at all?
No, I didn't. That was the first time I saw it. It's pretty cool though. It was a good photo that came out of it, and it was funny.
Yeah.
You get back to an indoor surface on Sunday. You're at Houston. Jameson Williams comes back. Does he step right in and not miss a beat, or is there going to be a little bit of an adjustment period for him?
No, he'll step right back in and not miss a beat. I don't see any adjustment period, and he'll be right back doing what he was doing and helping us win.
In his absence, here comes Tim Patrick again. Here comes Allen Robinson again. Guys that were just brought into the organization. The relationship you have with these newer Lions, it seems remarkable that you're able to develop them that quickly.
Yeah, I can't say enough good things about those two guys, man. It's really been cool for me to see, two guys that are, later in their careers that have had pretty significant success in their own right to come into a team and to play a role that hasn't been typical of what they're used to, and to not say a word and to play hard and to love being a part of our team and to just fill in and do their job when needed. And, trying to reward those guys with some more footballs, but they've been doing a hell of a job. They practice hard. They do everything right. They block their tails off, and we're lucky to have those guys filling in when we need them.
One final thing for me, and it's back to the Green Bay game, and this might be something, it might be nothing. You guys were taking a knee, and the cameras were zoomed in on you, and it looked like there was a lot of talking back and forth. Was that something significant at all, or was that nothing?
Yeah, that's when they said that they'd play us again later in the year, and we said, yeah, we know, we're in the division. We play you guys twice a year every year.
So you got Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter on the other side for Houston. It's quite a dynamic duo that come after you. When you see something like that on the other side, how does that change your approach compared to other teams that don't have that kind of defensive presence?
Yeah, those guys are really good. You know, watching them early on this week, they've got a really good front. Obviously, D'Amico and his San Francisco background, that's what they do. They get really good defensive linemen, really good front seven, really good linebackers, and then they've got really good defensive backs too. This is a good defense, and it'll be a good challenge for us, and it'll be fun.
Last one from me. Your running backs are spectacular. We know this, but which one's more fun to watch? The guy with all the speed or the guy who's breaking all the tackles?
You know, they both have speed and break tackles. You know, so I don't know which one you're talking about, but they're both fun to watch, man. It's such a luxury to have two guys that can kind of do it all. Really, I mean, they both can catch, they both can break tackles, like you said. They both are fast, they both are tough, they both are smart. Like it's really remarkable to have two guys like that. And I think about sometimes when I'm dropping back and I don't have 1, 2, or 3 open, I'm able to check it down to them with space. It feels like such a good play for us, and it has been so far.
Does it make you feel like you're faster and you can break tackles?
No, nope. I'm not faster breaking tackles anytime soon.
Jared, we appreciate the time as always, and we look forward to talking to you next week. Congratulations on another big win.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, he is, Lions quarterback Jared Goff, joining us every Tuesday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, cold weather can really wreak havoc on your garage door. The springs, the rollers, any one of the moving parts can break when the temperature drops, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So do the right thing. Make sure that you call Precision Garage Door. Make sure that you're ready for the winter months as they get ready, because maintenance is a big part of dealing with your garage doors. You want to make sure they're going to operate at full capacity. I've worked with the crew, Daryl and his crew. They're all amazing. Plus, they've got garage doors in stock at their warehouse. So if you need a new garage door, they can install that door in as little as 24 hours. So if you need new garage doors or you need some repairs, Precision is the place. Just give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or how about scheduling an appointment online at your convenience and your time at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Okay, Jared Goff. He's so much fun to talk to every week. And this week he was, first of all, he's pretty feisty about the Green Bay thing. Is this something or nothing?
I love it. Because that's
when they're saying we're playing you again, and Jared Goff's response to them on the field is, we're in the division. We know how the scheduling works, is such a great response.
It's a sarcastic, passive-aggressive insult. It's so great.
Hey, we're going to play you again.
Condescending. It's all.
We,
it's all
too, are familiar with how scheduling in the NFL works, friend.
Wait, let me pull out my pocket calendar to make sure.
Yes, let's.
You know what? You're right.
Should I get a save the date?
That would be funny if the Lions players sent a save the date invitation to all the Packers.
You're giving ideas to the social media account. I'm sure of it.
I love it.
I mean, you just go, yeah, we will see you again December 5th at 8:00. It's on the schedule.
Been there for months. Oh, so this is the year we play in-division opponents twice. Oh, it's going to be this year. Meanwhile, the Elton Jenkins thing, we're the better team. They just executed better. And Goff's like, yeah, I heard that. I could tell he was like, I don't want to say anything ends up on their bulletin board. But then he also fired up about the addition today. Because guess what, Green Bay? Guess what?
That just happened.
The Lions just got Zadarius Smith.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of reaction coming in. I'm seeing it here on Twitch, YouTube. And if you want to watch the show, go to youtube.com and search up 971 The Ticket, or twitch.tv. Same thing, search up 971 The Ticket. And hello to all of you out there. Thank you very much for watching the show and participating in the streaming chat. We very much appreciate it.
You guys are awesome.
But I'm noticing there's some response to when the topic of trades came up, Goff said 1 or 2.
Oh. Well.
No.
Hey, man.
It's not out of the question.
Of course not. No. We've been talking about it for a while here. I want to.
Have you guys seen Jeremy Fowler's latest tweet?
I have not. No.
Jeremy Fowler of ESPN senior NFL reporter, says the Titans have received several inquiries on defensive line players, including Arden Key. Per sources, nothing has materialized of this morning, but could be one to watch if a team steps up with a strong offer. Sebastian Joseph Day is another name he mentioned.
Wow. I mean, Sebastian Joseph Day, for people who don't know, was drafted by the Rams when Brad Holmes was on the Rams staff as their lead college scout. Arden Key followed up his 4-sack performance. It was a 4-sack. What do you have? 2 sacks against the Lions to bring him to 4 in the year, whatever it was, with another good game this past weekend. He'd be more of the outside backer, replace Derek Barnes kind of player. But very interesting. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Dave in Clinton Township. Hi, Dave.
Hey, fellas. So everybody's talking about the defensive end position, which I know is important, but I don't think that's going all in. All in would be giving up assets to get a backup quarterback. Now, I'm not saying I want it to happen, but if you're going to be that good, you need to have a plan B. That's going all in.
What if they like their plan B? What if they
Well,
I mean, because they see every day in practice what Hendon Hooker can do. And, you know, the one thing we never got
I'm not saying that he's not good. That's not what I'm saying. But right now, you know, as Jesus Jones would say, right here, right now, I'd rather have somebody with a little bit more experience.
So that's interesting. I guess the question is how much? How much more would you rather have it, Dave? Because if you're going after, are you talking about going after some fading team starter? Are you talking about trying to take some fading team's backup?
What are you looking at?
Yeah, because what are you talking? What degree are you?
Aside from listening to
how deep are you gonna go?
Yeah, aside from taking advice from people that wear funny hats.
I would say Cooper Rush. I saw him.
Okay, you think Dallas is going to do anything with Cooper Rush while Dak Prescott's out for the next several weeks?
If something were...
we're losing you, Dave. That's too bad. I'd like to hear your suggestions. Dave, you there?
What's that? Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, not Cooper Rush because he's going to play for Dallas. What else?
I don't know.
All right, we've lost you.
Good talk.
I mean, he wants perfection.
I get it.
But
you want to protect what you have here with it, which is an awesome opportunity. And I mean, look, if you were to go all in for another quarterback, just to have it as that safety net, right?
Mhm.
Security blanket.
And it's
if you
not
will.
Dave's job to know who. It's our
Right.
job to
And-
try and help him.
Yes, and you want to bring in somebody that's got experience. Like watching last night, Patrick Mahomes looks like he just messed up his knee, and there's Carson Wentz on the sideline throwing the ball around.
Did he mess up his knee?
He came back in and finished the game, so
Oh, he did?
he's okay. Yeah,
He came back, huh?
yeah. Who knew?
What a miracle.
But it did look like it was bad, and until it wasn't. But Carson Wentz is the backup. So are you looking for someone like that who's got the experience?
Well, they're not going to trade. They're
No,
the
they're not
same-
trading.
Right.
I understand. I'm saying it's a quarterback like that. So who is that guy? You know?
I don't know. I got all the quarterback depth charts in front of me. I mean, and
You know who that guy would have been? Russell Wilson.
right.
Well, first of all, you got to go to a bad team.
Well, right.
Because
yeah.
the good teams want to keep their backup quarterbacks that are pretty good, probably. So you have, chop off half the league right there, and now go find that quarterback. Why isn't he starting on that team?
Yeah, I mean, but if on a bad team, the backup quarterback on a bad team
Yes.
is probably not that good.
I mean, okay, what about Carolina? They say, hey, listen, give Bryce Young the rest of the year to play. Give us Andy Dalton. Is that something that interests
I mean,
Lions
maybe.
fans?
Interest me none.
Okay, I'm just saying that's
Yeah,
the type
yeah.
of
But if
quarterback
you
I
had to win a
understand, but
game-
that's exactly it.
If you
right.
had to win a game on Sunday, are you sure you wouldn't rather have Andy Dalton than Hendon Hooker?
Well, I will
Not-
say this. Obviously, there's a bias with me because I'm a Hendon Hooker guy. I love Hendon Hooker. I'm dying to see what Hendon Hooker. I'm not dying to see because I don't want to see Jared Goff get hurt. But Hendon Hooker with this offensive line and these weapons to use on offense would be a different looking Hendon Hooker than Hendon Hooker at the end of a blowout game when you don't have the same.
Yeah,
same
what
players
we
out
really
there.
need to discuss. He's backup quarterback could be an issue. Let's hope it's not. Chances are, if Goff goes down, they're not winning a Super Bowl. This is only one of those gets hurt in a playoff game, and he's got to finish it out and find a way and hope Goff is better in time for the next playoff game. That kind of thing.
Right. Like, is Gardner Minshew, is that who you want to get from the Raiders?
The problem is you have to trade for that guy because let's say Goff gets hurt Sunday. I don't think it really matters who the backup quarterback is. Right? I mean, that's too many games. There's too much. It's a long way to go with a backup quarterback to try and win a Super Bowl. The reality is your backup quarterback, you hope, can finish out a playoff game that you're leading. Or maybe finish out the last game of the year that you're leading. It might be important. Most of what you're going to get is not carrying you to a Super Bowl unless you're asking to maybe just try and win one game and do it that way, a la Nick Foles. But let's go to Rob. You're next. Hi, Rob.
Hey, good morning. Hey, these fans, and I'm a Detroit Lions fan. I live in Jacksonville, Florida, but the fans are just never happy. I don't know. They were last week's calls. I mean, one caller was saying, telling us about his childhood trauma about his birthday party sucking, and Brad Holmes was basically his birthday party, and I don't know. Show me on the doll where Christmas hurt you. I don't know what the fans want. Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and the leadership of this team is phenomenal, and it's like we have PTSD and we can't get out of our own way from
Rob. That's
from,
it.
From what we, yeah. But I don't get it. At a certain point in time, right? You grow up, you get out of the house that you were abused in, where your birthday sucked, and you realize that we are good now. We are the chased. We are no longer the chaser. So we don't have to be desperate. We don't have to make desperate moves. Brad Holmes took care of business today. He's probably still not done, but he's taking care of business, and these Detroit Lions are taking care of business. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, I just went through some of the bad teams in the league and looked at their backup quarterbacks. No, there's just not that player that's out there that you think would be that I think anybody would entrust the team to, that you would have to go in and make an effort to get a player like that. It just doesn't make sense.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Look, Brad Holmes isn't infallible, but I think that the PTSD is two things that he discussed. It's 60 years and it's last year's trade deadline. Last year, they didn't make the move the fans wanted them to make. I was told it was mostly about a player's skill set not fitting with Detroit and a contract they didn't want to sign. And that was reasonable to me. Some people didn't see it as reasonable. So I think that's what the PTSD comes from. We haven't had a team like this. So that organization has never been where we are right now, back-to-back seasons, legitimate Super Bowl contender.
You talk it all the time, Doug, saying like you feel like you wake up, you guys, both like you have a new job. Because we've never talked about the Lions like this.
No.
When I go outside and go to Kroger or Meijer or, anywhere, I feel like I live in a new state. I see people with Lions gear. They're talking good about the team. It's never happened before. If you're over 30 or whatever, this is like completely brand new.
Yep.
You have and it looks sustainable. This is not like a fluke or anything. It's like a legit organization, a legit team. I feel like I said, like I moved somewhere else where they've always had something like this. It's just weird.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls next. The Lions acquired Zadarius Smith and a 7th rounder for a 5th in this draft and a 6th in next year's draft. It is being pretty widely hailed as an important move for this team and this organization right here, right now. Should hear what they're saying about Zadarius Smith in Cleveland. We'll hear from a member of the Browns coming up at 11:05 what he had to say earlier this week about Zadarius Smith if they lose him. That is at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Welcome to Detroit. Za'Darius Smith, the Cleveland edge rusher, reportedly acquired by the Lions this morning, as Dan Campbell was live during an interview with Costa and Jansen right here on 97.1. He couldn't officially comment on it, but said that he trusts Brad Holmes to bring in guys that they like. Not an expensive deal either. 5th and 6th round picks in the next draft for the 3-time Pro Bowler and a 7th rounder. Coach also brought up the huge Green Bay win from this past Sunday. Now, the trade deadline is at 4 o'clock today, so plenty of time to still add pieces if teams would like. The Cowboys grabbed Panthers wide receiver Jonathan Mingo for a 4th rounder, who was a 2nd-round pick last year. It's also Election Day. The NBA never holding games during voting, so the Pistons are hosting a ballot receiving center at their practice facility in Detroit. J.B. Bickerstaff, Arn Tellem, and Dwayne Casey set to surprise election workers in the city today. And the team, by the way, not too shabby right now, having won 3 of their last 4 after going 0 for 15 in November last season. A football on a Tuesday, that's the MAC, as Central Michigan trying to end a 3-game losing skid as they host Bowling Green in Mount Pleasant tonight on national TV. You can also hear the game on our sister station, the Bet 1270, kickoff set for 7:30, and the first college football playoff rankings will also be unveiled tonight at 7 o'clock. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Whew. People just joining us. Za'Darius Smith is a Lion. Multiple reports saying that the Lions have traded for the edge rusher from the Cleveland Browns, and the price is what Brad Holmes wanted, not what the Cleveland wanted. Apparently, Cleveland wanted a 4th. They were waiting out the Lions, waiting out the rest of the league to see if anybody would bite. Nobody would, and Brad Holmes gets him for a 5th this year, a 6th next year, and the Lions also get a 7th coming back. So they're basically swapping spots. Cleveland turned their 7th into a 6th. Detroit pays the price of turning their 6th into a 7th. In 2026, and a 5th rounder in this next draft. That is a great price to pay for a player that is going to impact this team on the field this year and help them to the ultimate goal of winning the Super Bowl. Good data from the Detroit News. Richard Silva, since week 5, this is what he wrote. Since week 5, new Lions edge, Za'Darius Smith, is tied for 5th in pressures, 23. Among the 198 players who've played 35-plus pass rush attempts. He's tied for 5th out of 198 in pressures since week 5. So, hey, man, now he's got even something more to play for. Could he be even better than that? So we shall see.
He could be. I'm excited to see him play because we've seen him play here in this division for years, when he was with Green Bay and when he was with Minnesota. We know he's very disruptive. Moving on to Cleveland for the last year and a half, he's been disruptive there too, playing along with one of the greats of the game, Myles Garrett. But he may take a second place to that, but he's still productive. I think we're going to get really excited to see this guy because he will get pressure on the quarterback. We haven't seen pressure on the quarterback since Hutchinson got hurt. It's just a fact. Any sack that we saw in the Minnesota game, they had 4 sacks. They felt like they were all coverage sacks. Like it happened 4, 5, 6 seconds, into the play. The sack they got in the following game was from Anzalone when he was completely unblocked. He just came screaming right through the line. He wasn't even touched.
Yep.
And beyond that, they you go to the Green Bay game, and they got close. They had a few pressures in the game, but nothing sustained, and they didn't get home. This guy's going to get home, and he's going to help the rest of the defensive line too. I like the idea of him next to that interior tandem of Reeder and McNeil, along with Za'Darius Smith. Those 3 are going to be really good.
It's a great point. He has to be accounted for. Now opposing offensive line coaches have somebody that they need to game plan around. And there could be more coming. The day is not done. All right, we said we get to this. Let me follow up on it. Over the weekend, when word got out that this trade could be in the works, News 5 in Cleveland went into the locker room and started asking, what is Za'Darius Smith? What would he mean? What does he mean to this locker room, et cetera, et cetera? And this is cornerback Greg Newsome of the Browns. Tell me this doesn't sound like a guy who's just going to fit in perfectly. That sounds like a Detroit Lion. It may not matter as much to everybody. It matters a lot to the Lions. I mean, Jared Goff, it comes up when we talk about Tim Patrick, and Goff talks about how Patrick fits in perfectly to this offense from a skill set and from his attitude, his work ethic, all the things that they really emphasize here. And what's happening? Tim Patrick is playing the Josh Reynolds role, and he's playing it just fine for a guy who was off the street. I mean, he was put on waivers by another team.
Yeah, this sounds like a perfect fit.
Yep.
You know, it's one thing to see the player on the field and see how that works, and that gets the fans fired up because that's what they see. What they don't see is the behind the scenes stuff. When you hear players talk about a player like that, and then you hear about Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes and talking about players that they're looking for and guys that love the game and all that, and leaders and good men on and off the field, this is the perfect fit. This is going to be. I'm excited about it. I don't want to put too much pressure on a situation, but I'm going to put too much pressure on a situation. I expect this guy to really perform for this team.
And there could be more to come. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Dante in New Baltimore. You're next. What's up, Dante?
Cryptic.
Hey guys, I don't know if you heard the numbers game on this trade. Yeah, we only have to pay the rest of his contract out, which is $605,000.
Yep.
Cleveland already paid $11.3 million. So we got this guy for $300,000 each for the next 2 years. He's a leader.
Well,
a lot of people say he's old. Oh, go ahead.
I think next year, if you keep him, it costs $11 million.
All right. I don't know. I'm reading reports that we only had to pay the $605, but you know what? Reports are reports. We can clarify that. But yeah, I mean, if we're going to keep him, we want to give him a deal.
The 605 is guaranteed for the rest of this season, according to Spot Track. And then if the option is exercised, he is owed $11 million next year.
I mean, I'm telling you, minus the money, great pickup. We need shirts made with Brad's face on the Chef Boyardee guy that says "Let him cook," because everybody worries. I mean, it's not my job, it's not your job, it's not any fan's job. This guy's paid to do what he's doing, and he's doing it well. I think there's going to be another pick today. I honestly think that I don't know what's going on with Pascal. I hope he's all right because I know he has his illness and what he's dealt with in the past. But we need another defensive lineman, and I'm just hoping maybe there's a chance for Aziz with the Giants.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not. I mean, you know, getting someone like that. But I think I'm almost positive he waited to the last day because that's when the pressure is the most, and I guess that we know that's when Brad works the best. But I'm hoping he goes after Aziz on the Giants. I really do because we need another defensive lineman.
Any addition at this point, I would be all for. And Azeez Ojulari is a pretty good pass rusher. Arden Key with Tennessee, whom we just saw, and was last we saw he was on top of Jared Goff. Obviously that memory is one that it's so recent that we're like, yeah, that guy seems good. And whoever they go after, if they do decide to go after somebody else, and they get somebody else, I can't imagine it's going to cost them more than what they just gave up.
What'd you make of the Chef Boyardee reference?
Let him cook?
Yeah.
Give him the Chef Boyardee hat?
Yeah. I mean, isn't there more modern sort of current chefs he could have gone with?
You could, I guess, but Chef Boyardee is kind of, I mean, maybe it is older.
I kind of think so. That's
why
I'm
you want
asking.
Gordon Ramsay?
I'm going Gordon Ramsay, Bobby Flay, something like that.
Bobby Flay, huh?
Yeah. No?
No, I mean, I'm down with Bobby Flay. Kang, you're Food Network guy.
Yeah, I love Food Network. I'm trying to think. I mean, I would say Chef Boyardee is old, but everyone knows Chef Boyardee. Like
Okay.
that's pretty universal. I mean,
I know we get yelled at when we reference things from our childhood, so I just want to make sure.
I mean, I love ravioli.
Right? Who doesn't?
Right.
Especially out of the can.
Now,
Out of
does
the
it
can.
surprise anybody that I haven't had Chef Boyardee in probably 35 years? And Gator, when did you last have any Chef Boyardee?
Oh, it's been probably 7 years.
Okay.
You
8
sure?
years.
Really?
Yeah, no, I
Wow.
don't.
By years, do you mean months?
No,
You mean days?
Yeah.
I'm a big boy now. I
By
like
7 years, do you mean Monday?
I like the fresh pasta.
Fair enough.
I'm not a snob against the canned ravioli. When I was in college, I'd eat that. I'd eat it right out of the can. No need to heat it up.
By college, do you mean Monday?
No, I mean college.
Let's go to Isaac in Royal Oak. You're next. What's up, Isaac?
Hey guys, I love the trade, and it's not necessarily because of who Zadarius Smith is on the field. Two major reasons for me is Brad Holmes is brilliant with the NFL draft. If you look at this team, since he's taken control, it is riddled with his draft picks, and they are performing well. I want him to have as many draft picks as possible. I didn't want him to over-leverage our future for a player that was only going to be here a year or a year and a half. So I love it on that level. And then the other one is what you guys have just spoken to. Everywhere he's gone, Zadarius Smith is respected and loved in those locker rooms. And what the Lions have right now, lightning in a bottle for them that differentiates them from every other team, I would argue. They love playing for each other, and they love their head coach. And that, I mean, I'm not in the locker room, but watching their games, watching social media, watching their interviews, they're one unit. They like playing together. It's not an ensemble of really talented players that are making good money. Let's go out and win a Super Bowl. You know, it's a different feel, and he's going to fit right in. So I'm cool if they don't do anything at all at this point, and, you know, let's ride and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think he's going to make a big difference on the field for this team. The defense is already playing out of their minds, but now with a legitimate pass rusher like he is, the quarterback just lost a little bit of time. Yeah, and I can't wait to see him on Sunday. If you watched Houston play, I'm forgetting who they played. Kenny, who did Houston just lose to? But C.J. Stroud was it Indianapolis? C.J. Stroud was on his back.
Randy played Minnesota.
C.J. Stroud was on his back a lot in the game. His offensive line is betraying him. He's getting his receiver back in Nico Collins, but they're a little bit of a mess up front.
They lost the Thursday game to the Jets.
So he's gettable. That's right, it was the Jets.
Yeah,
he's totally gettable.
And by the way, the cook, the chef reference, Doug, everyone's saying you should know this, Doug.
What?
Call him Walter White from Breaking Bad.
Oh, yeah.
But he is cooking up meth in the show.
Yeah, I
so
don't know if
you want that.
That's true.
He is a villain. Brad is a villain.
Yes, villain cooking up meth. The best meth around, though.
Maybe something else.
Stuff's pure. Pinkman had the good stuff. What was the bad guy? Oh, I'm sure there was more than one.
There's a lot of bad guys in that show.
8 Ball. Crazy Eight, wasn't it?
I don't know what season. I don't know what season you're on. So
I didn't watch it.
I'm just into season 2. I think it was Crazy Eight. All right, Carson Anderson. We'll avoid the meth talk moving forward. 97 won the ticket.
Look, what you don't want to avoid, or what you also want to avoid, I should say, is if your furnace goes out, you don't want that. That's no good, right? And if you're planning on having people over for Thanksgiving, turkey means a lot, right? So make sure that everything's working correctly. The red, white, and blue trucks, they are everywhere, and they belong to Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they are awesome. Not only are they going to help you keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market, but they can also help unclog a pesky drain just in time for the dinner. And don't just take my word for it. They've got a ton of 5-star reviews out there on Google. They've got the A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
So I saw a little bit in the morning show. Tom Milliken, the producer, came out and said, boy, Zadarius Smith trade goes down late in their show. And he said there was a decent, unsatisfied class of Lions fans that are insisting they do more. And I could see, you want anything that's reasonable, but you also again, the word reasonable is something to keep in mind. The whole idea of trading a whole bunch of future firsts for an elite player, if they could still get Max Crosby, I'd probably do it. Again, if the price was reasonable, but it just feels like, okay, he's not likely available. He's not likely available. And if he's not likely available, and there's been multiple reports that the Lions had called about Max Crosby. If they were talking to Cleveland, do you think the name Myles Garrett came up? I think the name Myles Garrett came up. And they could still be after, you've been mentioning Granderson for a while from New Orleans. They could be still after Azeez from
Ojulari, him.
From the Giants. Could be Arden Key. Could be Sebastian Joseph Day from Tennessee.
Although he's a defensive tackle.
Yeah, he bounces out and plays outside a lot.
He's a big guy, though.
Yep.
310 pounds.
Yep. But they've used him inside and out. But hey, man, there could be other things cooking, and it might not be. Knowing Brad Holmes, it's probably not a defensive lineman. Knowing Brad Holmes, it's probably somebody else. And they don't all work. See Donovan Peoples-Jones from a year ago. But we will keep you updated if anything else goes down. In the meantime, people still reacting to the news that Zadarius Smith is a Detroit Lion. A lot of people send in your feedback if you have. There's a good chance we'll read it coming up here shortly. Thomas, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Thomas.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
We're doing great.
All right. Just a quick question for you. I know you might not agree with this, but I want to ask you anyway. Joe Flacco. I know he's older, and I know it's unlikely we could get him, but do you think he could lead the Detroit Lions to a Super Bowl if we had him as a backup quarterback? I think he could.
Well,
I don't know. I didn't like what I saw from Flacco in his last game, where he looked. I mean, he's got something in the tank, but
might look better here. Would I be interested in having Joe Flacco without talking about price? If the quarterback room had Joe Flacco in it along with Hendon Hooker, I would feel better about the quarterback room.
I think he could do good behind the line that we have. I mean, Joe Flacco's not young, so with the line that we have, he doesn't have to do a whole lot of running. You understand? So I think he would have enough of the tank, if needed, to take us and actually win a Super Bowl, if needed, that is.
But are the Colts moving on from him? The Colts still think they have a chance to make the playoffs.
Let's talk about accessibility. Do you think there's accessibility to Joe Flacco?
No, I do not. No, I do not. I just was curious of what you guys would say. I do not think we could get him. No, I don't. But it was just a question. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hypothetically, a player that you don't think they can get, you want to know what we would think.
Yeah. I mean,
it's all right. We're going to play this game. I'd like. Can we get Josh Allen in here?
Oh, stop that. That's not fair.
But what are we doing?
He valued your opinion,
I guess,
and maybe mine too.
Probably not.
No.
Flacco. They're sticking with Flacco. They've said they're sticking with Flacco. There was something that popped up yesterday in my feed that said they were sticking with him the rest of the year. I don't think that was confirmed, but they are trying to make the playoffs.
Well, when they made the move, they said this isn't like a short-term thing. Like they want, they feel like he gives them the best chance to win. So, they don't want him to look over his shoulder. AR could be taking his job at any moment. They probably want to give him confidence. Now, there's no guarantee Flacco will stay the starter, but that's the plan moving forward. They want to try to win games and make the playoffs.
248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, I love the Zadarius Smith trade. I would love it even more if they got Chase Young or another rental to add to their depth. They didn't want Chase Young last year. I doubt they want him this year. His name keeps coming up, and I am perplexed as to why.
Because the price isn't much. And you think you've got the culture and the group of players here that can help him to assimilate to this and hold him accountable, then take a chance. Why not take a chance? If it costs you, let me ask you this. If it cost you that 7th round pick that you just got back for Zadarius Smith, you still wouldn't do it.
No.
All right.
It's about I think it's square peg round hole. I don't think he fits here.
That might be the case, Doug, because we don't look at every play, the tape on Chase Young. It might be clear to them, listen, you could give him to us and we don't want him because he just doesn't fit what we do. And I do agree with you, Gator, the fact that I think this locker room could take pretty much on a lot of different personalities. But if the tape doesn't lie, they say, right? If he's just not doing what he needs to do, they don't want to deal with that. They're going to move on to somebody else. That must be, a reason, right?
If he's being shopped around, I'm sure the Lions know it. Next text from Tom in Oxford. I've got a feeling the Lions aren't done, and you're going to see another cheap move made for help on this defensive line. Next text. Do we think that Brad is doing more still? Don't we need another defensive lineman, preferably an edge, but anywhere on the line? We're down 4 guys, not just Hutch, but Pascal, Kaminsky, Davenport. Or is Pascal, Kaminsky, or Davenport expected back? I believe the only one that's expected back is Pascal, right?
Yeah, I saw something the other day that Kaminsky is likely done for the year. Davenport's the same situation.
Mm-hmm.
And, frankly, Hutchinson, too.
248-539-9797. Zadarius Smith is a Detroit Lion. He came with rave reviews as far as who he is in the locker room, was considered a leader. Good locker room guy, good teammate. All the talk out of Cleveland as players were asked about him. Kind of a preemptive strike if he were to get traded. He just got a lot of praise. And he's a guy who has been pressuring quarterbacks more and more. He only cost the Lions $605,000 in cap space this year. The price tag wasn't much compared to, it was less than what apparently Cleveland was seeking. All in all, very good day for the Lions. Could they still be working on more? Of course they could. Of course they could. I don't think they need somebody up front now. They could use another body for sure. But do they need somebody?
Well, you only do it if it's an upgrade, obviously. And if that player can be had, and let's say it's a serious upgrade, not as much as Darius Smith, but if it is an Arden Key or Azeez Ojulari, which both of those players would fit really nicely here, what's the cost you're giving up? If it's not going to cost you too much, absolutely keep adding, keep stacking them up, because they keep falling down and getting hurt all season long.
248-539-9797. More of your reaction coming up. Big day for the Lions. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket, and you on a day the Lions have made a move, and it's Zadarius Smith coming to Detroit, as was speculated on over the weekend and goes down today. Zadarius Smith and a 7th rounder coming to Detroit, a 7th rounder in 2026, which is not the draft after this season, but the draft after next season. And in return, Cleveland gets a 2025 5th, so that's this coming draft, and a 2026 6th. Pretty good deal for the Lions.
This is one of those deals where it's rare in that this has been speculated forever.
Yeah.
For like the last month, this has been the speculative move that could be made. And usually that doesn't come to fruition.
Yeah, and then the wording this weekend, like, hey, this deal's about to go down.
Which is strange before a football game is played. Yeah. And then the game's played and Cleveland loses, and you're like, all right, here, get ready for the sale. And maybe this is the only player Cleveland departs with.
248-539-9797. Antoine's in Detroit. Hello, Antoine.
Real quick, fellas. Good morning. Happy election day, all that. Listen, is our offensive line dominant to the point where that's the reason why we have all these injuries on the defensive line? All of these reps in the training camp, in the preseason, and the practices, and because I'm trying to figure out, why do we keep losing defensive linemen like this? It is bad, guys. We're in the middle of the season. We're down 4. Now, listen. We can make a transaction for Zadarius Smith. If Penny Sewell's going to pancake this guy 17 times over the course of 3 weeks in the next practices, then I don't know if he's going to make it to the playoffs.
I think you'd be surprised at how little the ones and ones go at it full bore in practice. It's interesting. It's an interesting thought, but I mean, most of the guys get hurt in the game, not in the practice there. So
I know, Gator, but you know, the football is not. It's not always the one injury. It's kind of a build up thing, and I'm just saying, man. These reps against our guy, I don't know. I'm not sure.
So here's something to keep in mind, Antoine. Under NFL rules, you are only allowed to practice in pads 14 times during the entire season.
Now, listen. Every team in the NFL has struggled 3 or 4 games after playing the Lions in their offensive line because they're so beat up.
Well, those guys actually have to go ones-on-ones, and they go 100% all the time.
Hey, look, man, it's looking like you could get 20 snaps against that offensive line, and you better strap up. It's the real deal, man, and I think it's something to it. I'm just saying, if we look at the ratio of guys injured at that position or on that group of men compared to any other position on the team. It's a wide margin, guys.
Yeah, I guess I'm not buying, but it's minimal practice time, full pad.
I think it's
minimal,
funny
and
an interesting thought, but no.
We can bring it up with Jansen because Jansen can tell you what those full padded practices are like. And I'm going to guess that they're not getting that Marcus Davenport was not getting the real Penei Sewell experience.
Well,
it's an interesting theory, but I don't think
didn't wrap his leg around Frank Ragnow.
No. Dave is next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Love the show.
Thank you.
So I am starting to become somewhat concerned about our level of maybe overconfidence. We're halfway there, and a lot of things I'm hearing from players and even coaches starting to sound arrogant. I mean, do you have any concern at all about this?
Minimal concerns. My guess is, but I'm not saying this is you. I'm going to guess that the fans and some of the media that covers this team is probably way more in an arrogant place than the actual team themselves because they have one goal and one goal in mind. They're trying to get to the mountaintop, and they've made it clear all along. I have a little bit of concern that they might be making unnecessary enemies. And that might be part of it. The Green Bay sucks shirt's funny, but the Brian Branch hit. The Brian Branch is, he got fined in week 3 for a couple of hits that we weren't even aware of that came when the NFL's accountability page got updated that week for a striking a player or kicking a player and also an illegal hit to the head. And now he gets tossed out of this game. You've got the play calling against Dallas. I didn't think it was an effort to embarrass Dallas. I think it was an effort to embarrass the refs. So in the back of my mind, that's a little bit of a concern, but I also trust leadership enough that I'm not that concerned.
Okay, and I do too as well. But I'm telling you, the national attention that we're getting, taking over stadiums and everything that's happening. This is new territory for us.
Dave, it's not going to be cute.
Our job.
Yeah, it's not going to be cute for very much longer. I think that everybody kind of gets a kick out of the Lions being good, but that's not going to last much longer.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, just thought I'd bring it up.
Yep. No, it's not really. I mean, I'm not that concerned. Are you?
Not really concerned, not yet, but I think there is a different attitude about this team now than what there was a year and a half ago, or certainly, back before this all started. But that's what there's confidence. Is there a little bit of cockiness? There might be a little bit, but I don't mind a little. Everybody says you got to have a little swagger.
248-539-9797. Bill on a cell. You're next. Hi, Bill.
Hey, how are you today?
What's up?
Hey, I think we need to keep going and try to get another edge rusher, because even when Hutch was healthy, they were talking about getting him some help on the other side when Davenport went down. So I think maybe they're still going to try and pull something off again. And I like what you said earlier about the lineman, the defensive tackle that moves to the outside. You're getting two players for one on that is what I'm. He could fill in at tackle and then go out. And the other question that I have is, does anybody know when Melifonwu is coming back?
God, it's been a weird case.
Maybe soon. I think he's back practicing. I think.
Yeah, hold on. Let me take a look and see if he actually was on the practice field last week. But yeah, he was a useful player. He was really coming into his own last year.
And it just seemed like every time he'd blitz, he got a sack.
Yeah, he was really, really good. As far as adding another defensive end, another player on the defensive line, I wouldn't hate it, but it doesn't feel nearly as necessary. Like they're getting closer back to what they were when Hutch was healthy. They're not there because Zadarius Smith likely isn't going to be Hutch. Wouldn't count him out, though. I'm not conceding anything, but he's probably not going to be Hutch. And if that's the case, they're back to a much better place. Do they want to add something else at the right price? I bet they would. But again, our guy, Brad Holmes, is kind of slow and steady. The fact that the Browns didn't get exactly what they asked for here, and I see why they made the trade. I mean, if you're Cleveland, you're just trying to stockpile assets for the future. But it's pretty sweet that he didn't give up the fourth that everybody said Cleveland wanted.
Right.
And multiple reports today. Albert Breer said it. Jeremy Fowler said it. They wanted a fourth. They didn't get it.
They couldn't get a fourth from anybody.
Yeah.
That's.
Yep. Now, should part of that concern us that the player doesn't command more than a fourth?
No.
Okay.
That doesn't mean, because I see what the player is.
Yeah.
He's really good. I'm surprised that somebody didn't want to step up and outbid the Lions.
It's probably clear that he means more to Lions than other teams, you know? Because if he clearly could have been had for a fourth-round pick. We know the compensation, and no team wanted to step up because they just didn't think it was worth it for them.
248-539-9797. Robert is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Robert.
Hi, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
And I would just say, when they lost Davenport, I thought that Holmes should have been on the clock trying to get an edge rusher. And, of course, did they look better now than they did, say, 3 hours ago, roster-wise? 100%. But one name, and I think it's been thrown out there, would be great. Maybe it doesn't cost too much. Carl Granderson with the Saints. AG and him have some commonality from their days when AG was a defensive backs coach there in 2019, 2020. And if you kind of geek out on stats and whatnot, his PFF grade overall for a defensive edge is 29th. Smith, that we just picked up, is 31st out of 192 guys, and his pass rush is 35th. Smith is 32nd. So, not that, Detroit fans watch a whole lot of Saints football, I would imagine, but he would be another great name, because I still think they need to get one more guy when I look at Houston's MIA and some of the other guys.
Carl Granderson would be great, but the problem with Carl Granderson is he just signed a contract with the Saints. So it's not that it would be cumbersome for the Lions. It's that it would be a massive amount of money for the New Orleans Saints to eat up, and that might be too much for them to be able to move on.
Sure, but I wonder I wonder, since their season's completely imploded. I think they just canned Allen yesterday, I believe. And
look, I guess
the compensation you have to give up would be much higher, to your point, right, to offset the dead cap money, right?
I'm not sure what New Orleans would look for in return, but the problem with New Orleans is that even if they were to, they just don't have enough contracts they can move that are going to be able to clear enough space off of their salary cap, the way their contracts are written up right now. So I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm saying New Orleans would really have to, bite the bullet on that one. And I'm not sure they're willing to do it.
If they don't get it, the thing I liked about him is his size is great. He's a big guy like Hutch.
He's productive.
Like Smith. He's not a the other guy that people throw out, the Titans guy. He's a little bit more of a tweener. That I think this is going to be extra important going on the stretch. Hutch was so great. He was especially good, underrated, or not talked about enough against the run. And I still think that's another reason why we need another edge. But love the show, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. I think Granderson's dead cap money would be close to $27 million.
I think it's like $18 million next year alone, if that were to happen.
It's a lot of money.
It is, and it's a New Orleans problem. But if you're rebuilding, then you're rebuilding, and you eat it, and you move on. I'd love to see it happen because I think he'd be another great fit here, and obviously the coaching staff knows who he is.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Accident Attorneys. Because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more million-dollar auto accidents than any lawyer or any law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see that it's the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other firm in the state. Michigan Auto Law had the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They also have the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan ever at $14.3 million. Michigan Auto Law, nationally recognized for winning truck accident cases. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. At noon, what does Jared Goff think about all this? Detroit Lions quarterback. You'll get what he had to say to us about Zadarius Smith coming to Detroit.
If I'm not mistaken, he had a Kool-Aid moment too.
Wait, what are you talking about?
He let out oh yeah. Oh yeah. He had one. I think he actually said it twice where he went back to King. Am I wrong?
I believe you're correct. I don't know about twice, but he definitely said it at least once from what I remember.
Okay.
Yeah. Breaking through that wall. Big old sweating pitcher of Kool-Aid with a smile on his face. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're a classic. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Corey. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Corey.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Well, still good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Doing well.
Good. So previously, a caller talking about the attitude of the Lions getting too cocky or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
No one had that same attitude when the Bad Boys Pistons was winning championships. Dan Campbell told us how this team was going to act. We're going to be gritty. We're going to be tough. And they're buying into what he said this team will be.
You're right.
And now, now it's like, okay, now we got to, put our hands up and say, okay, no, we stick with the same old Lions choir boys. No, that's right. We are good. That's right. The NFL, get on notice. I would just like to see us get more respect from some of the analysts out here because I listen to Club Shay, and those guys say something quick about the Lions and get back on Dallas or something. We still don't earn the respect.
Corey, I don't really care about any of that stuff. I don't think it matters in the real world at all. I will say this morning, for the first time in years, I got pissed because the Lions make this trade. Their analysts kind of talk in general terms about the Lions. And then it comes out, Corey, late on Get Up, so like the last half hour before we get on the show, that Jerry Jones says Dak Prescott might go on the injured list. And boy, did they break out all the roster of analysts to talk about the Cowboys.
And the whole thing
about this 3-5 sorry-ass football team was going to get all that attention. And then they make a trade. They overpay for a wide receiver. And, oh, look at this. And I'm thinking to myself, I monitored this show all morning long so we could pull some analysis on what this trade means. And it got mentioned. It got a little bit of talk. But Jerry Jones mentions Dak Prescott's injury and stop what we're doing. Well, let's get into it. And so that's the first time in years. And it was mostly frustration about a professional level because I wanted to hear what Jeff Saturday and Ryan Clark and everybody – bring in Louis Reddick. Bring everybody in to talk about how this impacts our team. And I didn't get what I was looking for.
And listen, and that's the chip on their shoulder. And you continue to play with that, and that was going to, at the end of the day, stop the Kansas City three-peat. And I'm with it. Let's go. Sign me up right now.
And I usually have, and Corey, thank you. I usually have sympathy, all right, for networks when I'm not hearing what I want to hear because at any given time, we can go log on and watch all the ticket texts roll in. And at any given time, we can see how much we suck because we're ignoring the topic that you want to hear. So I kind of get it. We try and roll with what the big story is. And the big story, right now is the Lions in this trade. Play the hits. And there are other things going on. I mean, the Pistons
it was a really nice win last night.
They managed to beat Bronny and the Lakers last night, and Michigan and Michigan State opened with big wins. And, there's other things to talk about. But
Pistons go for 3 in a row tomorrow night, Doug.
You know what I was thinking about?
Sweet vindication if they win 3 in a row.
People don't know. I had a shoot the boot guarantee last year that it was actually a lunch bet with you guys that the Pistons at some point would win 3 in a row, and they never did. So I bought you guys lunch.
It's delicious.
This year I made a shoot the boot guarantee that they would win 3 in a row. And I'm almost tempted to change the parameters to 4.
Oh, whoa.
Almost tempted.
Look at this
I like
guy.
it, Doug.
Yeah.
You're doing it, right?
I'm almost tempted.
Well, what, you're waiting for the third win?
Well, if I wait for the third win and they get the third win, then I might extend it to 4 and not even claim victory.
Oh, so you say...
I might. We'll see. I'm considering it. I'm feeling chesty about our boys in red, white, and blue.
They didn't win their third game last year until December 30th. That's real. That's real.
It's unbelievable. Because didn't they start 2-1?
Yes.
Unbelievable how bad it was last year. And look, I like last night's win. You're beating LeBron, Anthony Davis. That was a full-on team they beat last night. It wasn't the load management team they faced against Philadelphia or Brooklyn. This was full roster available, and the Pistons handled them. 19-point lead in the third quarter. It got a little dicey in the fourth.
It did get a little dicey.
And then they pulled away. Then it became the Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham show. The two of them played fantastically well. Jalen Duren did his job, Jaren Duren did his job, and then you had Tobias Harris knocking down some big shots.
It was nice.
Tim Hardaway Jr.
Tim Hardaway Jr. Good guy. I almost said Penny Hardaway.
I know, right? Did you see all the lines that were there last night?
Yes.
That was pretty cool.
Crashing Greg Kelser afterwards. Special K's like, what's going on?
Russell in Oxford, you're next. What's up, Russell?
Hey, what up?
How are we doing?
Hey, listen, this is my thought. I know it doesn't mean a whole lot, but I do have some good perspective. I think they should bring Max home. The best, overpay if you have to. Right. This guy is a game changer. We all know it.
Can we stop with this, Russell? Because he's not available. So why bring it up?
He's not available. Okay.
No.
But I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I must have missed that.
Oh, that's cool. No, I don't. Yeah.
I think if they could have swung a deal with the Raiders, they would have done that. But he's
really
not available.
Okay.
Yeah, really.
Well,
if they inquired about him over the weekend.
You're thinking? Tell me who you're thinking next.
Next what? To pick
defensive
up?
end they should go after.
I'd like for them to go out and get Arden Key or Aziz Ojolari.
I kind of like that. I kind of want someone in the Derek
Granderson.
Barnes role, given the uncertainty about
What's
him.
What's the gentleman from New Orleans?
Granderson?
Or you mean Chase Young?
Well, that's who they have. Okay. Oh, he was good in college.
He was.
Just to be clear, my call started with, I've got some good perspective.
You're right. It did. It did. Did it deliver?
No, it did. Yes, he had perspective. Let's go to Rob in Farmington Hills. You're next. Hi, Rob.
Oh, one second. Hey, guys.
Hey,
Rob.
So you caught me in the middle of the story, but Doug, you had I'm a huge fan, years, but you had one of the weakest takes a few minutes ago I've heard.
Oh.
You said that we're making enemies, or you don't want to make too many enemies. And how many enemies have we had over the years? We've been kicked, battered, bruised, knocked down by that one team over there, especially Green Bay and Vikings, for years. So who cares if we're running up scores? Who cares if we're pissing people off? Let's freaking go.
Oh,
we're the Lions.
Oh.
We're
can't really.
So
he did not have perspective.
No. So the thing about it is, keep in mind, I said, I just have this minor concern, and it's not really about the other teams. It's about the league. It's about the league. Okay. I thought that they got treated differently than everybody else with Brian Branch getting ejected. That's subject to debate. And why would that happen? Well, I don't know that the league's officials in particularly loved all the Lions passing to the offensive linemen. So it's not really about the other teams. It's mostly about the league, and it's a very minor concern. Let's keep that in mind. It's not anything that I'm making a federal case out of. I'm just kind of aware of it. So 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Also, Jared Goff, what does he think of the news today that Zadarius Smith will be a Lion? What does that do for the locker room? Hear what he had to say to us earlier at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, a couple things here to clear up. The previous caller, the caller that said that he's a longtime listener, but I had the weakest take he's ever heard.
Yeah.
He did not get cut off because of what he was saying about me and my take. He got cut off for dropping an F-bomb.
Right.
I want to be clear about that.
It was almost like a pep talk he was giving you.
Yeah, I wasn't mad
It
at him.
ended up with the LFG, but he said the F, so you
now,
can't do that.
some people I've seen in the feedback have rushed to my defense to say that he's over-exaggerating what I said. And Big D Dog says, that was an exaggeration. Doug has had many, many weak takes.
This is confirmed.
Yeah. So,
Confirmed.
but like I said, it's just a minor concern, and it's mostly about the league. I did mention what I said originally. I don't, I wonder a little bit about the Green Bay Sucks shirt. I take less exception to that as I do. Let me be clear. I don't take any exception. This is just a growing paranoia I have. Because you know what this is? It's like the people that want him to keep trading for more. We don't want to mess this up. Like, this feels great. This team looks like it could be the best team in football. It could be. There's nothing I want more, and I kind of want the Chiefs to run the table. I want the Chiefs to be 19-0, and I want the Lions to beat them in the Super Bowl. That's what I want. But the bottom line here is, it looks so good. And now I might be personally entering the please what can go wrong stage, and a bunch has already gone wrong and they're overcoming it. Like, it's incredible what they've overcome. The defense that was on the field at Green Bay in what was a pretty sound victory was a far cry from what the defense was supposed to be. Aaron Glenn, you're doing a hell of a job. And those guys, the Nowaskis and the Brandon Josephs of the world, are stepping up. And honestly, it's starting to get that feeling that I might just, do the whole thing where you just wipe your hands and say, maybe nothing's going to stop this train. Maybe nothing's going to stop this train. Because that's what it feels like. It feels like a train.
Well, it does feel like a train, and it's got room for people to get on board, and it's going full steam ahead. They just added more fuel to it. I love it, because Zadarius Smith is a piece that they need flat out to finish off this season. And it's a piece that potentially could be there for the future as well. And that future looks pretty bright when you stack up the players and when you just start to line them up on paper. Of course, what matters is how you perform on the field. Yep. I expect he's going to be a great addition to this team, and we're going to see a little bit of what he can do starting on Sunday.
Okay, so earlier today we had Jared Goff on. We promised we get to this. And Jared Goff, we asked him, it's kind of, players aren't allowed to speak about it, and teams and coaches aren't allowed to speak about this stuff until it goes official. So we kind of did Zadarius Smith adjacent topics. But we asked, what does a big trade do to the locker room? Here's what the quarterback told us. As far as him, how he's going to fit in, we've seen a bunch of stuff out of Cleveland. We played one soundbite for you earlier. They just praised this guy as a professional, team leader, great teammate. That sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
248-539-9797. All right, more from Jared Goff. What was it like playing against this unnamed player? Well played by Jared Goff. So there you go. Lions quarterback Jared Goff had joined us earlier. Hear the whole thing today at 1:30. 248-539-9797. So now what? Are they done? I don't know that they're done, Gator.
I don't think they're done. I don't think they're done. I think that they're going to try to work the phones and see if there's another deal out there, but I don't think they're going to overdo it to acquire another player. I think they're going to be smart about it. And if they don't, I'll be okay because of who they just got.
Mm-hmm.
They got Zadarius Smith. Had they gotten one of the lower on the rungs of the ladder, one of those defensive ends, I'd be screaming, please get something else done. Get somebody, even better. But they've got the best guy that's on the market.
I had said I expected to be a smart move, and the arrow was pointing more towards a subtle move, not an impact, a big name I thought it was going to be something less than this. I feel like what they got done was they got a player that can really make a major impact at a subtle move price. Because they didn't have to give up the 4th. They gave up a 5th and then flip-flop 6th and 7th next year, which is, for the most part, irrelevant.
It's crazy because the Lions are so good on their roster. This was just the one hole. This was the one obvious need. You feel it now. At this point, I'm not saying they're being greedy because you always want to upgrade your team, but tell me another spot where you don't feel that good about. The offensive line, feel good. Running backs, feel good. Receivers, feel good. Secondary, I feel good. Linebackers, maybe a little there. They've kind of reached, on the depth there, but I think the guys they've brought in have done a good job. They still have Jack Campbell and Anzalone, by the way, right? It's the third linebacker that they've had to replace, and Rodrigo is supposed to come back, and the other guys have filled in pretty well. I feel really good about this roster with the addition of Zadarius Smith.
Going into the season, I thought that the big difference between the Lions coming into this season and previous seasons was the depth, and they added more depth in the secondary for sure. They went with the free agent route, the trade route, and the draft route to get it. You looked at that room and you thought the linebackers, there's some depth there, and also on the defensive line. Well, I've had to go through it all. And they're being tested with it. They're thin right now. They're thin. However, guys are coming back, which is good news. So the depth is about to replenish itself again at the perfect time as they embark in the second half of the season.
248-539-9797. David in Detroit, you're next on 97.1. Hello, David.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, David.
Love the show, by the way. First, I want to start off by saying, let Brad Holmes cook. Just let the man cook. You know what I mean? I listen to y'all show a lot. I love the show. And I think a lot of the time as fans, we sit up here and we put on a GM hat that we don't even understand, right? All these other teams are making this trade and this trade there instead of waiting till the last day. Being patient and getting Zadarius Smith for what we got him for, right? Like, we got him for, a 5th-round pick or a 6th-round pick? But anyways, that was a good addition. Maybe we make another move later. That would be great. But I just want to say I think the Lions might be the best team in football, and it's good to be a Lions fan.
Oh, it really is good to be a Lions fan. This is we're breaking new territory here all the time on what it's like to have an NFL team like this, and it's great. And the amazing thing is, David, is they had this one glaring weakness when they lost their marquee player, and then they lost other guys at the same position. They had every reason to look like a team that could get bilked here, a team that the rest of the league was going to try and drive up the price, because they knew the Lions was desperate. The Lions were desperate. And Brad Holmes didn't act that way. Cleveland came in talking about 4th-round pick, and Brad Holmes looked back at him and said, this is not the pick you're looking for. and
you'll take a 5th and a 6th, and you'll give us a 7th.
Yes. And, just totally Jedi mind tricked them. And, look, Cleveland was also kind of in a tough spot, too. Their season's over. They're just trying to recoup capital and move forward with a rebuild. So it's not – but they didn't – The sense of desperation is kind of the undercurrent of all this, but then they didn't go out and act desperate. And they still got a guy that should help. He should help. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Look, reliable service is always something that people strive for, right? Well, here's a company that's great, and they're awesome. They're so reliable. Precision Garage Door. I've used them in the past with my garage doors for simple service issues. Hey, I need a maintenance on the doors. I scheduled an appointment. They came right out without any questions. They came out when they were supposed to. They did the job they were supposed to. The service is stellar. Daryl and his whole team, they're easy to work with, and I'm so glad that I called Precision. You want new garage doors? You call Precision. Right now, with the winter months getting ready to creep in, as the weather's getting colder and colder and colder, it can really wreak havoc on the parts of your garage door. They can get brittle, they can break, and you want to make sure you take care of all the springs and the moving parts. You don't want to worry about cold weather, and that is about to creep in here. So go ahead and call Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Am I right in that the Cowboys just traded more for wide receiver Jonathan Mingo than the Chiefs paid for DeAndre Hopkins? Is that true?
They gave up a 4th-round pick for Mingo, if I'm not mistaken.
Isn't the Chiefs give up a 5th? It might be a 5th that can convey to a 4th. Well, and by the way, didn't the Cowboys just learn that their quarterback's out? I mean, that's...
Okay, but here's why the Cowboys did it. Because you've got 3 years on a rookie contract with this player, and the Cowboys are in hell when it comes to their salary cap. So there's no point in trading for... This is a move for the future. There's no point in trading for DeAndre Hopkins.
No, but did they overpay for Mingo, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, again, their price is a 4th-round pick to have a receiver that they expect to see the field every day. For the next 3 years at a really low price.
I guess. I mean, if you're Carolina and you used a 2nd-round pick on him and you got back a 4th, you're admitting that he's not worth what you paid for. I don't know. Whatever. 248-539-9797. Okay, so feedback here, Gator. Brad Holmes is not infallible, bro. That's an aggressive start to this text. Brad Holmes is not infallible, bro. He hasn't delivered just yet. We need to see how Zadarius Smith plays. Don't get me wrong. I'm not pessimistic, but don't count your chickens too early.
So I'm pretty pessimistic.
No, Brad Holmes is not infallible. Let's start with that.
No, he's not. But
here's where I've defended him vehemently the last couple of weeks. To the criticism for a move that he had yet to make. The people that I took umbrage with are the people that were criticizing Brad Holmes because he hadn't made a move yet. Terms like, was it malpractice got thrown around?
Yep.
Asleep at the wheel got thrown around.
Unacceptable.
He's too arrogant got thrown around. He overvalues his draft picks got thrown around. He's stubborn. This is all the stuff we had gotten. That's where I defended Brad Holmes, to that specific criticism. Just because you hadn't seen the move that he was going to make yet, and he still had time to make the move, I defended him 100%, and I'll do it again, given what the position that he's put this organization in, and understanding that there's a reason why a lot of trades happen after the last Sunday before the trade deadline. No team wants to give up to the season until they absolutely have to. In fact, that's one of the reasons why they moved the trade deadline later in the year. So teams have more information about who they were going to be, and they didn't hold a sell-off after week 5.
Well, to the texter that says, he's not infallible. Of course, he's not, but he's really freaking good at what he does. And with this move, are you like, I don't need to count chickens before they hatched either, but if you don't think that Zadarius Smith is going to be an upgrade at the very least over what they have right now, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Then yes, you are being pessimistic.
And
I don't know if he's going to end up hit with 10 sacks for the rest of the season. I wouldn't expect that, but I expect him to make this pass rush better than what we've seen, and appreciably better than what we've seen.
And let's talk about no move is guaranteed. I mean, to say we have to see how Smith plays first. Yes, of course. There's no guarantee that he's going to come here and make the impact that we all hope and want him to make. But we're talking about calculation of risk. If he had given up a 2nd-round pick for Zadarius Smith or a 1st-round pick for Zadarius Smith, then I would have been a little bit more critical. Ooh, that's an overpay, and he damn well better perform. For a 5th, essentially a 5th and flip-flopping a 6th and a 7th, but getting capital back, this is it's a low price to pay for a very calculated risk. So, no, you don't count your chickens, but you also work in percent chance and calculations, and this is, for what they paid, this is well worth it. Well worth it. Had they paid too much, you might have heard a different tune. Next text. I've always disagreed with the notion that our locker room can be bring in toxic players because our culture is so strong. Our culture is what it is because we don't have toxic players. I believe the organization would agree with my take as well. I think they would. I think we did see an organization with a great culture, the Patriots, do a pretty good job bringing people in, but they also had Aaron Hernandez in there, who was not figuratively, but quite literally a murderer. So, but they were winning. They were winning. I almost feel like maybe one thing we've learned is throw all Patriot evidence out because of Brady and Belichick.
Kind of. Yeah, that's it's an unfair comparison.
The number of people that have left that organization and failed. If I could only think of one.
Or two.
Or every single one.
Yeah. Next text from an unnamed texter. The key to the Super Bowl may be Arden Key from Tennessee. See what I did there?
I did see.
Yeah, I mean, there are other moves that could be made, for sure. But if you're just joining us, Zadarius Smith is now a Lion. How he has done this year, well, he's come on in recent weeks. Good stuff here from Richard Silva of the Detroit News. Since week 5, Smith is tied for 5th in pressures. He's got 23 among the 198 players who played 35 or more pass rush snaps over that stretch. He also ranks number 7 in win rate, 22.4%. Started a bit slow, but has 3+ pressures in 4 of the last 5 games. That will help. Yes, it will. If we've watched Lions football the last few games, and I know most of you have seen a defense that has got the job done in spite of the fact that quarterbacks have had plenty of time. It's been a real credit to them still winning games.
Yeah, but I don't think that was sustainable without doing something to improve the pass rush. At some point, teams have enough film and they can adjust and adapt. And look, the Lions have really good players in the secondary, particularly the safeties are outstanding. But I don't think that going that same route was sustainable to getting to where you wanted to be, which was Super Bowl champions. This move puts them back on track and keeps them atop, I think, the NFC for sure. I think this is the best team in the NFC. Philadelphia is pretty good. I think it's Philadelphia and the Lions in the NFC, and I think the Lions are better.
Couple things here. Jeremy Fowler tweeted out the following, an update on what's going on with other players. The Giants have received several calls on pass rusher Azeez Ojulari, but Baron Browning trade could loom large. Browning went to Arizona for a 6th, and the sense is New York values Ojulari more than that. Perhaps the Zadarius Smith trade brings the market into focus. TJ Lang followed up with a tweet this morning. Was hearing over the weekend that Green Bay is going to push hard for Ojulari. Well, TJ was in Green Bay, and TJ played for Green Bay, and TJ is probably rather tied into Green Bay. And if he said it during his morning show appearance yesterday, I apologize. I missed it. We were in show prep. I don't want Ojulari to go to Green Bay. I want Ojulari to come to Detroit. Detroit just gave up their 5th-round pick. They don't have a 3rd-round pick. They do have a 4th-round pick. If a 6th isn't enough, and other teams will offer a 5th, would you go 4th? And really gut next year's draft and have no 3rd, 4th, or 5th?
If for the right player, I wouldn't be against it.
Yeah, I got to tell you, this has a lot to do with watching the Lions defense. How does that player's skill set fit in with what they're going to want him to do?
What the Lions, what they can do is turn a 1st-round pick into multiple picks. If they wanted to trade back, like for instance, they can find a team that wants that pick towards the end of the 1st round, and they could use that and get multiple picks. So I'm not worried about the number, the quantity of picks that they will or won't have. Look, you've got an opportunity here to improve the team and do it for years. Do it. And they just did with Zadarius Smith. And Adam Schefter was on with Pat McAfee. He said there's a lot of back and forth between the Browns and the Lions. When Aiden Hutchinson went down, conversation started right away between the two sides. They've been talking for weeks.
Sleep at the wheel.
They've been talking for weeks, and he's the guy the Lions really wanted. That's from the Pat McAfee show.
Well, according to ESPN, a story that kind of breaks down this trade and what Detroit is getting. This is Eric Woodyard, the ESPN Lions reporter. He writes, Smith can create big plays and win one-on-one matchups with which will be pivotal down the stretch for Detroit. Starting Sunday in Houston, the Lions will also host Buffalo in Week 15 before a rematch at San Francisco in Week 17. Smith, a 3-time Pro Bowler with 65 career sacks, can also take pressure off other players by drawing extra blockers. He provides a pass rush for the Lions line struggling to pressure the quarterback. In the 3 games without Hutchinson, the Lions have generated 30.6% pass rush win rate, which ranks 26th in the league over that span. And over the past 2 games against Tennessee and Green Bay, the line generated 1 sack and a pressure rate dropped to 27%, down from 32% over the first 6 games of the season. So, getting a player that helps there, how comfortable are you, Detroit fans? Do they need to do something else, or do you just want them to do something else? If so, what? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go. The Lions make a big move. They get Zadarius Smith from Cleveland for a 5th, and they flip-flop 6s and 7s the draft after that. So basically the Lions turned their 6th pick into a 7th-round pick. Cleveland turned their 7th into a 6th, which is a small price to pay to drive that down even another round. Brad Holmes waited, got a good price, and now they got a player that looks like he could be very, very useful. We talked about how, all the rush rate win percentages and pressures and all that. This year so far, he's got 5 sacks. And how many more TFLs? Not seeing that number here on the stat sheet. Why is that? Anyway, he's 5 sacks off the edge is something that's going to be really useful for this team. If he can just play the way he's been playing. And the other thing about it is you have to wonder if he's going to come here with even more to play for. He's a beloved leader in that Cleveland locker room, was considered a good teammate. Sounds like he will fit right in.
Yeah, I think he's a really nice fit for this team. He fills the need. So he fills the need, and he's the right fit in terms of a player coming into the room. It looks like this is perfect.
248-539-9797. Juan, you're next. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How you doing, Juan?
All right. Yeah, I want to talk about, unfortunately, of course, Hutch injury, but his injury actually made us better next year because, me personally, I don't think Brad might have made that move if Hutch didn't get injured. Not saying he would have or he wouldn't, but by him getting injured, that made us even stronger. I know we worry about this year, but I'm just thinking next year for Reeder, McNeil, Hutch, and Smith, that's crazy. Now, what I would like to get a little stronger.
Okay, Ron, you got a cell phone that's killing us. The thing about Zadarius Smith next year is that he may not be here next year. Next year's contract is not guaranteed. It is an $11 million cap hit. So they'll have a decision to make, but, he can go earn that.
That doesn't sound like it's a difficult decision to make.
What, do you think they'll let him go?
No, that they would pick it up.
I think it depends on a number of things. I have to sit down and look at their contracts for next year, A, and B, how he plays down the stretch. They'll have other guys they want to re-sign long-term, so they got to figure how he fits into that mix as well. So I think it's premature to have any idea how it's going to go. The funny thing is, right now in the Lions cap, as far as current cap hit, Zadarius Smith, $605,000 is the smallest cap hit of any Detroit Lion. Isaiah Thomas's cap hit is $609,996. Pat O'Connor's cap hit is $656,664. Zadarius Smith comes in below them because of the way that Cleveland had to pay all that down. That's amazing. That is amazing.
You'll take it. You were asking for tackles for loss earlier. Zadarius Smith has 6 tackles for loss, which ties him with Alex Anzalone. It's 38th in the league.
Okay.
For reference, Aiden Hutchinson in 5 games had 7 and ranked 17th in the league.
Now, as far as that guy talking about next year's cap hit, Spot Track was the one that tweeted out in the recent days that it was an $11 million non-guaranteed bonus or option for next year for the new team. The new team that acquired him would be responsible for $11 million on the cap. So we'll see if that gets picked up. 248-539-9797. Sheldon is next. Hi, Sheldon.
Hey, like I said, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
I was wondering, fellas, like I said, and I thought about even Chase Young. I was thinking about have the Lions even thought about maybe trying to bring him up from New Orleans because I know because the Saints get ready to blow. That team is about to blow up anyway, so I know they should get some type of fire sale. And maybe now since Chase Young had a little taste of what it takes to get to a Super Bowl when he was with the 49ers last year, hopefully he could bring some of that here, and he might be a little more hungry and say, okay, the Lions right now, our team right now is winning now. Let me go on ahead and see if I can make a Super Bowl run with them.
So a couple things about Chase Young. I'd be shocked if they go get him. Just because it feels like it was a player they didn't covet last year. I don't know why they covered him this year. And there are other players on that roster. My guess is they'd rather have.
Yeah, true. But then again, I figured it'd just be just to shore it up. Anything could happen to was Darius Smith, and it's just a shot in the dark, fellas. Hey.
Carl Granderson or Cameron Jordan, I think, would be more likely because those guys actually worked with Aaron Glenn, and Glenn was there.
And Jordan is good, and Jordan is really good.
Jordan was really good. He's done nothing this year.
But if you're just looking for a depth guy, look at his contract. But if the contract isn't too weighty, and you're just looking for a depth guy, he could be a depth guy.
He's got no sacks, no tackles for loss in 9 games.
Everything, though, he said about Chase Young, about he'd be motivated and got a taste of what it's like, you could say all of that would apply to Cam Jordan as well, that maybe he would be a more big-time player here. He has a guaranteed base salary of $12.5 million next year.
Nope.
That's not happening.
No.
So it will be a no on Cameron Jordan. Let me go look and see what the number is on Granderson. Granderson's base salary next year is 7.73. Then there's an out. And then after that, it's 10.75, 10.75. 248-539-9797, so you can let him go and not have to pay that. John in Chesterfield is next. Hi, John.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing?
Hey, not too bad, man. I just want to say I love your show. Listen to you guys all the time. Don't always agree with you, but I love it.
That's okay.
You don't have to.
Hey, look, I like Smith, man. I think he's going to add to the roster. We needed that pass rush if we wanted to win the Super Bowl. I think we could have did it without him, but But personally, man, I think they kind of chumped out. They were too cautious. I would have gave up a first-round pick. I would have went for like a Crosby or something. Get a guy who's going to crush it.
Okay, John, hold on.
You
would have given up. You really would have given up a first-round pick for Max Crosby?
Man, go big. Hit a home run. Go big, go home. Win the Super Bowl, guarantee. Crush it, man. Go,
John, if you're Vegas,
he's going to get
John,
pressure. He's going to get pressure. But
yeah,
I
no
don't
question.
think
He's one of the best in the game. John, if you're Vegas, you giving up Max Crosby for a first-round pick?
Maybe, man.
No.
I would have went for it.
No, you're not.
I would have went for it, man.
John, the whole I would have went for it thing. First of all, Brad Holmes calls. Secondly, it probably starts at 2 and maybe 3 first-round picks.
I know it's tough. It's tough to bite, man. But I would have did one or two. I would have.
If it's 1, it's the easiest move ever.
Man, you're not gambling, man.
First-round pick. It's the easiest move ever.
And by the way, they called the Raiders, and the Raiders said
I would
no.
have gone for it.
The Raiders would have did it, man. They were holding up. They're bluffing.
Okay.
Come on.
All right. Thanks for the call. You've made us all smarter because of that.
I would have gone for it, he says.
I mean,
I would have given up a first, he says.
Is there a player that has been talked about more than Max Crosby, who is completely off the board because the Raiders have constantly said, not going to happen, not going to happen, not going to happen. Forget the fact that the Lions have tried. They've been in contact with the Raiders. There was a report over the weekend. Dave Burkett had it. Yet the Lions talked to the Raiders about Max Crosby. Again, the Raiders saying, no, he's not available. They're not trading him. Their owner has gone out on record in front of cameras and microphones and saying it's not happening. They're not going to trade him. They have to address it all the time. Max Crosby's come out saying he don't want to go. And look, Max isn't. What else is he going to say? But he's not getting moved today.
Here's the deal. If my man hasn't listened to the show in weeks, that's fine. Okay, because it's been talked about over and over and over again. It probably is minimum 2 first-round picks. Then you might be starting to get into more draft capital, which could be a third. It might be players. It might be 2 firsts, 2 seconds. Like it might be. So
it's one of the best players in the league.
Yeah, and to think that you could get him for a first-round pick, I think the only reason you could get him for a first-round pick is if you yourself, as a giant Lions fan, happen to be the GM of the Vegas Raiders. That's how that deal could get done. That would get it done. So whatever that guy does, unfortunately, he is not the Vegas Raiders GM.
I don't know how many years it's going to take before this goes away.
It's
to be
not.
honest with
It's
you.
not.
Because this started last year.
But do you remember when? There was about 2-3 weeks ago. I said I'm actually getting irritated with the Max Crosby reporting because I don't think he's accessible, and people think he is.
Right.
And if this team doesn't win the Super Bowl, they're going to say, "See, they should have got Max Crosby, who all the evidence from Vegas is that he wasn't available. If he gets traded today for a first-round pick to somewhere else, then Detroit is licensed to freak out. I would have gone for it, he said. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA and get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. So just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. It's FanDuel.com/Doug. So you can go watch all those out-of-market games, anything you want. Scout ahead for the Pistons, if that's what you so choose. Or you can bet all these games and then watch all these games, right? FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refund. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Okay, look. Dude's right. Max Crosby would have been great. Okay, the call before the break. If they could have got Max Crosby for a first-round pick, there would have been multiple teams calling about that. And the Lions would have had one of the worst first-round picks to offer. So they probably would have had to give up more than a first-round pick. However, it seems likely that nothing goes anywhere without 2 first-round picks and maybe even a third. And the one thing that I started thinking about yesterday, I can't believe I didn't think of it earlier, is all the people that was like, F them picks, give up 3 first-round picks for Max Crosby. And then you say, well, why are you so willing to give up? Because they'll be at the end of the draft, guys, end of the first round. It won't be as valuable. If you are, you know who else knows that is Vegas. Do they necessarily want 3 late first-round picks? Or are they going to want first-round picks near the middle or the top of the draft? Not from a team that is likely to be at the bottom of the draft. Now, let's be clear here. The Lions did it with the Rams for 2 first-rounders, and one of them was near the top of the draft, and the other one was near the bottom. And so, you know, they did get, what did they get? They got the 32nd pick and the 2nd pick out of that, right? So, you know, it was cool. That really, really worked out. You don't always stay on top forever. But he obviously hadn't heard much of the show or didn't know where things were. But, yeah, getting Max Crosby would have been great, dude. Would have been great. But you would have had to pay way more than you were suggesting. Is that a polite rebound from losing?
That's very polite.
On him? Yeah.
It's perhaps too polite, but polite.
248-539-9797. Don is in Novi next. Hello, Don.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
I wonder if this guy that we just got is going to stand up. We're going to soon find out because the next couple of games that we got coming up is good quarterbacks. And if he gets up and he plays, man, ain't nobody going to whoop the Lions, man. Ain't nobody. Ain't nobody going to whoop them, man. They powerful, man. They something to talk about, man. You actually got something to talk about now, man. And I'm like 62 years old, man. I've been watching the Lions, man. I go back to Greg Landry and all them, Barney and all them cats, man. This is the best team I done seen the Lions ever put together with Barry Sanders and them, man. The Lions is powerful, man. Ain't nobody gonna whoop them Lions, man. So people need to just lean back, man, and just enjoy all of this, man, because it's a long time coming, man.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, this Houston game, you know, we keep talking about, but this test is coming. Yeah, but that test is coming. Yeah, but they have to go to Dallas, 47-9. Yeah, but they have to go to Minnesota. They win the Minnesota game. Yeah, but they have to go to Green Bay. They beat Green Bay by 10. Now here comes Houston. We're running out of yabbits. We're running out of teams that they have to prove themselves against. You know, my whole thing was, how does the offense look in the 4-game stretch where they had to play the Vikings, Green Bay, and the Texans all on the road? They had an easier game in the middle, but the Vikings, the Packers, and the Texans were all on the road. And so far, they're 2 for 2. And the Vikings game wasn't emphatic. The Green Bay game feels emphatic. Even though Green Bay made some mistakes, they left some points out there. Still, Detroit didn't leave points out there. Actually, they probably did, but they were way more buttoned up of the two teams.
Without question.
Way sharper.
This team is they're just steamrolling through right now. And the Hutchinson injury is a horrible injury to have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And they've found a way. Aaron Glenn has found a way to set up a scheme that's good enough to win games. And better than just good enough. I mean, they're giving up less than 20 points a game without Hutchinson.
Yep.
I think they were doing that before with Hutchinson anyway. So they've just kept this pace up, but they're doing it in different ways. Now they're relying on the secondary. The acquisition of Zadarius Smith should help create more pressure, not only because he's going to create pressure, but because he has to be accounted for from the other teams. So it's no longer, all right, we can just match up one-on-one with their defensive ends. It doesn't matter. If you want to keep a running back in to block and worry about the pressure that comes from McNeil or Reeder, we can do that. Well, now you got to account for him. And maybe having someone like that, maybe that helps to unlock somebody else. Maybe that helps to unlock James Houston or Muhammad or one of these other guys. One of the points that I had made yesterday in watching the Lions and the Packers was that it looked like Houston was being chipped a lot with a tight end as well, and that he just, he's a speed rusher guy. So that's not his game to be going against two guys. To be double teamed, it's not going to work out well for him. But maybe that's something Zadarius Smith can handle. And if he can handle that, then the other guy doesn't have to worry about a double team or doesn't have to worry about somebody chipping him. And maybe he has the advantage in the matchup. And seeing that the Texans are so banged up on their offensive line, the Jets were all over C.J. Stroud last game. Can the Lions get this pass rush going against Houston on Sunday night?
Zachary is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Zachary.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
I just wanted to call in because I just hear all the talk about this and that with Max Crosby and Lions making a move here and and I don't remember. I remember when someone said it was a while ago, but for God's sakes, asleep at the wheel? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean, no. This team is legit. There's a culture that's different, and they come in ready for every game, wanting to win. I honestly don't think it would have mattered if they didn't pick anyone up. I mean, for a Green Bay game is a great example of it. Brian Branch gets sent off. Kirby says that's fine by me. I'll take it to the end. I mean, this team is unlike any other team, and I've been watching other games around the league too. Unfortunately, I lost my trial to Red Zone, so now I can't watch every single game. But just looking at the rest of the league right now, this team is legit. I think they're going to the Super Bowl. I think they're going to win this thing. I mean,
Zachary, you can make a hell of a case. You can make a hell of a case exactly with what you're saying about they're starting to feel like a train that is rolling downhill, and it's hard to stop. And you gotta love they're still winning in spite of losing all these players. Is it sustainable? Well, it might not be. But they went out and they got a player to make up for a loss today. And Zadarius Smith will be with this team down the stretch to get some of that pressure back that they haven't had on quarterbacks. And yeah, I mean, look, the Crosby talk is the high end. Like, it would be the biggest move you could probably make. But he's not available.
He's not available.
Not available.
Not available, Doug.
Nope. 248-539-9797. Now, he thought they were going to win the Super Bowl even if they didn't make a trade, and I thought they had a chance. I didn't think the season was over if they didn't make a trade. Because the thing about making a trade is you feel like we got to add this, we got to add that. But you know what happens down the stretch of the season? Other teams get dinged with injuries too, and suddenly that passing offense that you thought you could never stop without Aiden Hutchinson isn't the same when they don't have all the receivers like Houston, right? I mean, this is sometimes the injuries ding the other guys too, and your perceived need got to have a pass rush because there's no way they can slow down Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins, although Collins might be back, but without a pass rush, and then the next thing you know, Diggs and Collins are on the IR. 248-539-9797. Tony, you're next. Hi, Tony. Tony, are you there?
Oh, Tony's gone. Oh, Tony.
Quick, and he was out.
You can only scheme up so many things and put players in the right position to make plays, but in the end, this is a players' league. And sometimes you have to count on a player to make a play, right? Zadarius Smith is more capable of doing that than the guys they have on the roster right now. That's just a fact. So to make this move and get better at that position was huge. I have all the respect for the guys that they've pulled off practice squads, called up from their own practice squads, and they've kind of held their own the best they can. But like I said earlier, a second ago, players run this league. At some point, you need Kirby Joseph to make a play, right? You need Zadarius Smith to make a play, Ali McNeil make a play. And so that's the X factor here when you get players like this. And this was the one glaring hole heading in today's trade deadline. And I think Brad Holmes did the best he could, and he used minimal resources. They love their draft capital, and I got to be honest with you. He held his own, played it till the very end. Everyone in the league said, fourth round pick. Not so fast, my friend.
Well,
Brad Holmes said, I'll do it with the fifth and the sixth.
I think that's what I love about it is that he didn't wait to the very end.
Well, I mean, the last day, I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I get that, but because it happens this morning, and I think people are like, whoa, that happened, and that was the price? That's it? Well, why didn't we? Well, because he's been working on this for 3 weeks. That's why.
Yeah.
Because he's been working on this constantly, talking to Cleveland, keeping the dialogue going as soon as Hutchinson went down.
Well, who had the report that as soon as he went down, he talked to Cleveland?
Schefter.
Okay. There you go. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. The Lions made a move. They're not the only team, but if you're just joining us, the Lions get Zadarius Smith, edge rusher, from the Cleveland Browns. They also get a 2026 7th-round pick. So Zadarius Smith and a 7th-rounder in not this coming draft, but the following draft. Back to Cleveland goes a 5th-round pick this year and a 2026 6th. The Lions are better today than they were yesterday. Their chances of winning a Super Bowl went up with this trade. The price tag isn't much. Holmes apparently waited and got the price that he wanted. Albert Breer said the following today. Cleveland wanted a 4th, didn't quite get it. Jeremy Fowler tweeted out, the sense coming out of Monday was the Lions were waiting out the Browns, who by keeping Zadarius Smith through week 8 could see if another team developed a major need at pass rush. The Browns originally wanted a 4th, but got a 5th and a 6th next year for Smith and a 7th. This is one of those things that we've gone through the last couple weeks, Gator, of Brad Holmes taking some criticism because he hadn't made a move yet. Some of it, and I defended him vehemently, okay? Some of, when people get upset about stuff, I usually say you have the right to feel the way you feel. I don't mind that there's differing opinions and some people think you're an idiot or whatever, but that's part of the job. But when people are making accusations that the best GM we've ever had, one of the most competent GMs in the NFL, who's put us in this great position to begin with, and people are claiming he's asleep at the wheel, he's committing malpractice, he's too stubborn, he's too arrogant, he values draft picks too much, or is it possible here that he took his time, cost his team no wins, and got a deal for a player that very much should help the Lions on his terms because of the way he handled it? He didn't rush into this thing desperate. And while people, some of you, a small portion of you were screaming at us about Brad Holmes doing nothing, the team didn't lose any games, and he got the player he got a good player for a subtle price. I think a very subtle price. This is a really good deal. A really good deal. And no, it's not one of what really turned into, I think, a big 3 that people dreamed about that weren't accessible. One is Max Crosby because they weren't trading him. 2 was Cleveland and Myles Garrett, and they weren't trading him. And 3, I think, was Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati, who's still in this thing.
Yeah,
they have no motivation to get
season.
rid of him. So ultimately, it feels like Holmes, if Zadarius Smith comes in and just keeps doing in Detroit what he was doing in Cleveland, and he may not. He may not. It's certainly a risk worth gambling on, given what they gave up. But if he keeps doing what he did in Cleveland, then Holmes played it perfectly.
Yeah, the price was not much at all. You look at Dallas gave up a 4th-round pick to get a wide receiver who's on a rookie contract still in Jonathan Mingo, and has 2 years on a contract after this one. They gave up a 4th-round pick for that. The Washington Commanders have just made a trade to acquire Marshawn Lattimore, great cornerback from New Orleans. Apparently, they're sending a 3rd-round pick for Marshawn Lattimore, which doesn't sound like much, but the Saints were up against it. They've got to move some players. They got to move some cap out there. And unfortunately for the Saints, they had just redone Lattimore's contract, so they're not saving a ton of money. In fact, they're going to eat a ton of money over the next couple of seasons with the guaranteed cash. The Commanders, this is a brilliant move for them because it doesn't cost them much at all. It costs them a 3rd-round pick, and the salary to pay him isn't much at all. It's like minimal. So they just added a big piece to their team. And now perhaps on paper, you could say, if you didn't already believe it, that Washington is ahead of Philadelphia. Washington, Philly, and Detroit are the class of the NFC right now.
Washington really could be a problem here and will be tough to beat. In the meantime, other trades that went down today, the Cowboys got wide receiver Jonathan Mingo for a 2025 and a 2025 7th-round pick for a 2025 4th. So that gives Dallas a cheap receiver that they can have on their roster for the next few years. They liked him out of the draft, and he hasn't done quite as much in Carolina, but that could be a quarterback issue Jordan Reed of ESPN tweeted out the following. Because of the Mingo trade, the Panthers now have 9 picks in the 2025 draft. A first, a second, a third, 2 fourths, 3 fifths, and a 7th. So they can move around quite a bit. Also dealt today, the Bears traded running back Khalil Herbert to the Bengals for a 7th-round pick. Bengals aren't selling. In case you were wondering, that would pretty much lock that up. And edge rusher Baron Browning went to the Arizona Cardinals from Denver for a 6th-rounder. So some of the moves that have been made in the last 24 hours. Could the Lions make another move before this trade deadline's done? Yes, they absolutely could. I wouldn't be shocked if they did. Feedback coming in. My only concern with the Smith trade is he was playing next to Myles Garrett. He was probably always single-teamed, and now he will be double-teamed. That being said, he's an upgrade from what we have. It's a legitimate fear that he might not be as good here, but command any player on the Lions defensive line commanding a double team means now most of their pressure came from the inside, and when Hutch left, they were getting more pressures out of their defensive tackles than their other edge rushers. If they have to double team an edge rusher of any kind, that makes it easier for everybody else to play defense.
Yeah, it does. We've been talking about for weeks since the Hutchinson injury, who's going to step up and how will it look? And I keep saying I think there's going to be pressure coming up the middle from Reeder and McNeil, and we're starting to see it. Lee McNeil is a problem in the league, man. He's really developed into a nice player. It gets that push up the middle and can get pressure, but because there was nothing coming from the ends, not seeing the results. Now you've got a guy who can get pressure from the end, who's done it consistently throughout his career. Now he's not 25 years old; he's 32 years old, but he's got 5 sacks this year. He's a couple years removed from having a double-digit sack total in a season. He knows the division landscape because he played in Green Bay. He played in Minnesota and clearly knows all about playing against the Bears, who the Lions haven't played yet. They got 2 games against the Bears and 1 each against the other 2 teams. I think it's a great fit. He's the culture guy that you want. He's the guy that's a leader. He leads by example. He does the right things, says the right things. All his teammates have just gushed about what a great teammate he was. They hate to see him go. And it seems like he'll step in and fit seamlessly with this team and hopefully restore some kind of semblance of a pass rush, which is what they desperately need to have.
Oddly, when the topic came up of him possibly going to Detroit, he was asked a question. He actually answered it. He said, if I was to go to Detroit, I would like it because I get to play Green Bay twice a year and the Vikings twice a year. So, yeah, that'd be big. This guy gets some miles per gallon out of the revenge tour. And the Lions have 2 huge home games coming up against 2 teams that Zadarius Smith played for, Minnesota and Green Bay. And he's already pointed out he looked forward to playing those guys. And those teams are likely to be playing, for them, must-win games against Detroit, given that Detroit already holds a tiebreaker and won in their barns. So that's a big deal. So Minnesota and Green Bay are going to need to beat Detroit, and we got a guy who's out to get them specifically, who likes getting some revenge.
Yeah, he, like Jared Goff, knows the schedule. When you're in the same division with with other teams, you play him twice.
Yep.
And so he knows that. And so don't overestimate that, Doug, and don't overlook it, people, that Zadarius Smith plays with a chip on his shoulder. He specifically wants to go after teams that he's left. Mm-hmm. So he's motivated not just for the Super Bowl, for the team, but he's got this personal issue with teams that he's left. And he mentioned that when he spoke to reporters about the Vikings and the Packers. Can we tell him that he was once wanted by the Chiefs if we make it to the Super Bowl against them? That they actually talk bad about him.
That's good, but we got to make something up. I have no problem with that. Your phone calls and feedback coming up. Jared Goff, the quarterback, missed him earlier. Here at 1:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, your favorite Twin Peaks lodges are rolling out their new promotions. Ladies' Night, Tuesdays, all day, every week. Now the destination of choice for all our female sports fans out there. 20% off all food, $4 Happy Dad seltzers, twisted teas, mimosas, sangrias, house margaritas, and Long Islands. $5 lemon drop martinis, tea shots, and $10 draft ciders. And if you're looking for some fun, check out Mimosa Flight, the Mimosa Flight and Bucket of Bubbly. Perfect deals for your favorite hockey or basketball action. With their awesome happy hour, I'm sure you wouldn't want to go anywhere else. But make sure you mark your calendars for Sunday night. Your Honolulu Blue are back in primetime, squaring off against Houston at 8:20. Why go anywhere but Twin Peaks for football? Twin Peaks has the best atmosphere, almost as good as being at the game. Live DJs, giveaways, perfect viewing with wall-to-wall TVs, and the coldest 29-degree beer and best bar food in the state. Their scratch kitchen combined with frozen beer, extensive craft cocktails list, and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, they give you the best man cave experience around. Make sure you're there Sunday to see the difference. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Hope you're doing great. For people just tuning in, the Lions make a move today, getting Zadarius Smith, edge rusher from Cleveland. And they give up a fifth and a sixth. A fifth this year, sixth next year. They get a seventh back next year. And so, basically a fifth-round pick and a minor swap of picks in the following draft. It's a good move. It's a good move on paper. It doesn't guarantee anything. Doesn't guarantee anything. Still work to be done. There's different motivations playing for a Super Bowl that might bring out more in Smith. Now Smith will be the go-to guy instead of the guy opposite of Myles Garrett, which might make it a little bit tougher. But that doesn't mean you don't go try and find a talent to replace Aiden Hutchinson. And replace is not the right word. To make up for some of the loss of Aiden Hutchinson. And that's what Zadarius Smith is expected to do here. He's a 5-sack guy. He's been one of the best pressure guys in the league since week 5 this year. And we'll see if that motor and that – here, let's go to the Cleveland locker room. In fact, we played this for you earlier, but I'm sure everybody can't hear every second of every show or choose to. This is cornerback Greg Newsome when it came up that you might lose Zadarius Smith. What kind of guy is he in your locker room? Here's what the Cleveland Brown corner said. You know, everything can't always be perfect. Sometimes you have to take chances, and maybe this isn't a chance at all because it feels like this guy fits in perfectly. Maybe when it's all said and done, if they don't win the Super Bowl, you can make the argument that they should have taken a bigger chance. But as it stands right now, when you get a guy that's got that kind of credentials and is thought of in that way to be in your locker room and help you win, it feels to me like you're getting exactly the kind of guy that the Lions want.
It sounds like a perfect fit, and I can't wait to see him in a Lions uniform on Sunday. I'm hoping he's going to play Sunday. I don't see why he wouldn't. That should be great. And the question now is, are the Lions done? Are they going to make another move? Diana Rossini is just tweeted this out like 6 minutes ago. Teams are still trying to see what the Giants are going to do with Azeez Ojulari. New York is looking for a high 5 pick or a late 4th rounder per sources. If the Giants decide to keep him, Ojulari becomes a free agent at the end of the season. So, obviously, the Lions don't have the 5th round pick, but they do have a late 4th round pick. Would you be willing to give that 4th rounder up? So then you go into the draft without a 4th or a 5th round pick, without a 3rd, 4th, and 5th round pick. Would that be correct?
They would not. They would have a 1st, a 2nd, no 3rd, no 4th, no 5th. I don't think Holmes would want to do that. I don't think he would.
But this is a different kind of F them picks.
Yeah,
this is F them picks in the middle round.
Yeah. Would I do it? I would. I'm hesitant to think that Brad Holmes would want to do it. I feel like Brad Holmes, you know what the variable here is? Have we seen hard reporting on Derek Barnes' injury? Because this feels like the Barnes replacement.
He is. I think he's done for the year.
Yeah, but I know.
It's not official, but I mean, if it's that close to, being official, I don't think you can count on that. There's also reports that Aiden Hutchinson would come back for the Super Bowl. We count on that?
No, but I guess I keep hearing. Well, it looks like he's done. Is he done or is he not done? But that. Ojulari, would I give up a 4th? Yes. Do I think Brad Holmes would? I think he'd really balk at it.
I mean, I'd do it in a heartbeat at this point. That's the mode I'm in, to double up on this position and really upgrade it, which they would. And if you want to recoup some of that draft capital, you can turn a 1st round pick into multiple picks later on in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the mode I would be looking at. This team is set to win right now. Go win right now. Get it done. And they got a great start this morning getting Zadarius Smith. But this would be interesting because you would, if you were to trade, if you gave up a 4th round pick to get Ojulari, you would not have a 3rd round pick, a 4th round pick, or a 5th round pick in the 2025 draft.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I feel like I'd probably do it. I just don't think they would do it. But all right, let's get back to your phone calls. Andy on a cell. Hi, Andy.
Hey, guys. First of all, I think it's a great acquisition. The people that are calling about the Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, please stop. Please. You either they weren't available or they were way too much money. Our Jedi mind trick GM knows what he's doing. The other one is the guy that called in the other day and wanted Ladarius Smith.
Yeah.
If that's Zadarius Smith's twin brother, I say we get him because if we can put him on the other side, it could be really good.
Have Ladarius and Zadarius.
Yeah, and the third thing was, you said yesterday, Doug, about all this political paraphernalia that's coming through the mail, that maybe some of the older people might want that. And I'm not going to say my age because Gator will say, of course you are, but I was born in 1960, and I throw that stuff out as soon as it comes in.
There it is.
And my wife, who was born in '76, wants to read it all.
Oh no!
And I
wait,
can't get her. She gets mad if I toss it out.
You see the flex?
Wait,
Did you hear the flex?
wait. Hold everything.
Listen to Andy flexing, everybody.
Andy?
I was flexing.
Yeah,
Andy,
yeah.
I do this. We talked about this before.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it again. Your wife is 16 years younger than you?
Yes.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
And I'm not rich either.
Your bank account might not be.
But let's see what happens. I want him in the lineup this weekend, and I want to start seeing some results because we're going to the Super Bowl, baby.
Thank you for the phone
I
call,
like it.
Andy. 248-539-9797.
Another trade in the NFL. The Pittsburgh Steelers have acquired wide receiver Mike Williams from the Jets for a 5th-round pick. No surprise seeing Mike Williams leave the Jets fold. That they clearly did not click with Aaron Rodgers. Interesting. And now Pittsburgh gets a quality wide receiver. It's definitely gonna add to the team there.
I'm happy for them just because they've been trying to get one since the beginning of the year.
I'm just happy because it takes away somebody from the Jets.
Well, I don't think that might be addition by subtraction over there. Actually,
It
he
might
didn't get
be,
along
yeah.
with the quarterback very well.
Tom is next here on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Tom.
Hey, afternoon, guys.
What's up?
I'm just doing a little outside the box kind of thinking. I want to obviously still strengthen the defensive line. If we're not able to get I don't want to mispronounce the name, Olajari, whatever, from the Giants, I've read some things. What about Calais Campbell? Because Miami's not going anywhere. He's on an expiring contract. It would probably, I think his cost to us would be about $600,000 to $1 million for the year. Could you imagine that defensive line adding him? He's still productive. He's still a very productive player, a good locker room guy. That would be one heck of a defensive line if we could add him.
Yeah, Calais Campbell is he's a really good player. He's been a really good player for a long time too. He's got 7 tackles for loss this year. I'm sorry, what's that?
Going all in, we're not guaranteed to be in the spot next year.
Well, the difference is though he's a defensive tackle.
Yeah. They're kind of low-key loaded.
Yeah, they
there.
don't really need defensive tackle help. You're looking for guys on the outside.
He's moved outside though before, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he has. I mean, because he's 6'8" and 280 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. He's a guy who's put up big sack totals in his career. Back in Jacksonville, he had 14.5 and 10.5 in back-to-back years, but that's back to 2017, 2018.
Yeah, he's played plenty of edge in his career. He's a defensive tackle now, but good portion of his career he's played at the edge rusher. I mean, sure, there's there's a difference between trying to win now and trying to keep winning. Like, I feel like that's the one thing we need to keep in mind. They got a strong chance to win the Super Bowl now. I feel like people want assurances today that we are winning the Super Bowl. We need to get assurances today. Every Sunday feels like a chance. Like this past Sunday was assurances they can win outdoors. If they have to go on the road to Washington or San Francisco in the postseason, they can win in bad weather. We're always looking for constant assurances. They have a short-term plan and a long-term plan, and sometimes they don't want to disrupt everything about their long-term plan. But they did a nice job here getting Zadarius Smith. The quarterback, Jared Goff, what does he think about all this? Find out what he has to say next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, do you know your water score in your home? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score isn't as high as it should be. Weather's turning cooler. Call my friends at CGC Water and find out your water score. They'll test your water and survey your home and rank your water. If you aren't satisfied with your water score, CGC can recommend a Connecticut water treatment solution to improve it. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Tell them Doug Karsch sent you. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. The only scary thing is that Super Bowl is not right now for Dan Campbell to bottle this up and for another 9 or 10 weeks. That's going to be the biggest challenge. That's from an unnamed texter. I kind of have the same thought. Everything's going really, 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 really well, and the playoffs are 2 months away. Smith is a great addition at a great price, but he's about an average to slightly above average starting defensive end who's been hot lately. The Lions need another defensive end. Doesn't have to be a superstar, but a legit starting defensive end is still needed. you don't think he's a legit starting defensive end, or you think they need another legit starting defensive end? Because Zadarius Smith is a legit starting defensive end. Is there much debate that, I mean, that's even a low bar.
So according to Pro Football Focus, since 2022, Zadarius Smith, among edge rushers, is 6th in pass rush win rate, 6th in pressure rate, and 8th in pass rush grade. That's over the last 2.5 seasons.
So
he's top 10
yeah.
in all three of
There's
those.
a lot of metrics that pressure quarterbacks. Yeah, I think this, it's going to be different not playing with Myles Garrett, but I don't even care. He's going to be better than what they had. And quite frankly, I think it makes Lee McNeil, DJ Reader, and everybody else up front look better.
Yeah, I mean, when he was in Green Bay, he had back-to-back seasons where he was 13.5 sacks and 12.5 sacks. Yeah. His third year, he got hurt and only played one game. But that's 26 sacks in 2 seasons at Green Bay before Rashawn Gary, became a better pass rusher. Rashawn Gary's not elite by any means, but he's better now than what he was back when he played with Zadarius Smith.
Let's go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. You're on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, boys. Happy Tuesday.
Yes.
Question. We're supposed to be getting compensatory pick for Jonah Jackson, aren't we? Isn't that kind of adding capital to a war chest? I don't know if it's been awarded what we're going to get from him. And if we keep having a defense like we're having, there's no way AG isn't getting a job. So there's a third-round pick that we'd end up having at the end of this year. So if it means, gambling with another pick to get a superstar, I think we should have 2 more draft picks being awarded to us this season.
Yeah. Jonah Jackson signing with the Rams in 2024 is not expected to result in any compensatory picks. Where am I seeing this? I don't know where. I just Google searched it, and that's what came up. So I don't know. That doesn't seem right.
Yeah. All right. Well, enjoy your hand, boys.
Okay. Here's what it is, Matt. I do know the answer. This according to A to Z Sports. Lions were to have a 4th-round compensatory pick for the loss of Jonah Jackson to the Rams, but they canceled that by that pick out with their signing of Amik Robertson, who was a 6th-round compensatory free agent. Story goes on to say, at this point, it's safe to assume the Lions won't get any compensatory picks in next year's draft. That is unless Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn takes a head coaching job and assistant GM Ray Agnew takes a GM job. Okay, so that's Mike Payton, A to Z Sports. So this is something I hadn't given any thought to be honest with you. So that's the best I could do is Google search and come up with that as a source. So I'll take it for what it's worth. RJ in Westland says, let Brad cook. I'm super excited for this move. However, I still want them to make a move at the edge rusher position. Yeah, I mean, more good players is okay. At some point, I am sure that Brad Holmes, who does value his draft capital, will say, we're going to roll with this group. And what do we got? 2 hours and 10 minutes here before the trade deadline. Do I think it's possible that they make another move? Yes. My 51 says that they won't. But it's possible for sure. But it doesn't, to me, it's not a requirement. I didn't think this first move was a quote-unquote requirement, but it helps a ton. Another move is certainly not a requirement.
Well, it's interesting what the other move would be. If they go out and get, let's say they go for Azeez Ojulari, and the reports are that would take a 5th-round pick or a high 4th to get him. Lions don't have a 5th. Would they part with their high 4th-round pick to take him, or late 4th-round pick to take him? Azeez Ojulari is a rental player. He's a free agent at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So is that too steep a price to pay for somebody that you're only going to have for the 1 year? I mean, you could always negotiate for a future contract if you wanted to. Granderson from New Orleans isn't much of a cap hit.
No.
And is awfully productive. I just wonder.
I think he could be had for a much significantly less than Ojulari.
So I still think it's quite possible they add. I'm hopeful that they add another player. One of those two would be great. Arden Key, you throw that. One of those three names would be pretty good in my eyes.
What about Max Crosby?
Stop it.
Don't.
Just stop. Just go away. Just go away.
One last one before the show ends.
No, the thing about it, the one guy who said, I'm going to go for it here, guy. Like he's some sort of risk-taking, like ballsy hero.
Well, he brought perspective.
I'm going to go for it, guys, and give up a first for Max Crosby.
Good job. I'm going to go with my 51 says they do make another deal.
Do you? Okay. Yeah, I'm not expecting it. I think at some point Brad's going to go, we're going to need these draft picks because I'm not going to hit on all of them, and I got to replace some more expensive players with draft guys that are cheaper. So there you go. Kang,
They just have to make it happen.
Are you expecting another move?
I'm not. I think this was Brad F them picks mode right here, right now. That was the giving up the.
You think he already
F them picks with the 5th and the 6th rounder. That was him going crazy, getting nuts. But it's a good pickup though. And listen, people are gonna we've gotten the text and feedback today. Hey, how's he gonna do without Myles Garrett? Is he doing this? Is he number one? He's not. We're not. You cannot replace Aiden Hutchinson. You just can't do it. The guy was on his way to winning Defensive Player of the Year. What you're trying to do is get better from where you are yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. And I think the Lions did that. So that's the most important thing. He's a guy who can make a play, beat his man one-on-one occasionally, right? And that's better than what they have, and that's going to help you. This team is built for a Super Bowl run, and this only helps.
Yes, it does. And look, is the defense better? Let me put some perspective. Is the Lions offense better than it was last year? Right now, do you think it is?
Yes.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Is the defense,
I think it's more efficient and it's just potent every time they have the ball.
Not as easy to answer about the defense.
Oh, I think the defense is definitely better than it were last year.
I think the scoring defense is down. The yards are creeping back to where they were. I think the secondary's definitely better. I think the linebacking core is better, although banged up. And now they're with the defensive front. If the offense is better, of course it matters to those around them. San Francisco's not as good as they were a year ago.
Nope.
And the Lions have already proven they're better than two other major contenders in Minnesota and Green Bay. So, Tampa's got all those injuries and they have plummeted.
Yeah.
So that loss at this point doesn't look like it's in danger of hurting Detroit.
Oh, this is a different team that's playing now that played in week 3 or wherever it was when they lost to Tampa week 2 or whatever.
It's Detroit. The test they haven't passed yet in the conference are Washington and Philly. Washington scares me. Washington looks
pretty good.
Yep.
They look pretty good.
They just got better.
Yeah, they just improved the defense, adding the cornerback Marshawn Lattimore.
Mm-hmm.
It's an improved team for sure, but it's also kind of new to them. So
they're more like Detroit was a year ago.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, they've really exploded on the scene. I mean, they're 7-2 with a rookie quarterback. They're like Houston from last year.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of came out of nowhere to do that.
Yep.
But I do think that the Lions defense is better than they were a year ago. Now, I'm still saying that with Hutch out.
Yeah.
Because they just added Smith. They might add somebody else. And it's just that there's more confidence you have with the secondary. Those two safeties are awfully good. They might be the best safety tandem in football.
Yeah.
And then you add that Terry Arnold he's improving by the week.
He hasn't had a penalty since week 4.
Did he have a penalty last week?
I don't think
so. But they've not for pass interference though. But they've improved. Amik Robertson is what he is. He's solid depth in there. Carlton Davis is going against the top receivers, and he's won more than he's lost. This is a good secondary that they have, and they're asked to do an awful lot because the pass rush hasn't been there this season.
It's probably the most improved unit on the team is the secondary. They went in, they traded for a guy, they signed a free agent, they drafted a guy, they drafted another guy, they signed another free agent. Like they really made some. It went pretty aggressively into the secondary, and bam, look what they've got. I did read something the other day. Is Emmanuel Mosley on track to be back? Talk about a forgotten guy.
A totally forgotten guy.
Yeah.
And the answer is yes, I think he is.
Can he play edge?
Yeah.
No. No, but and if they get Melon Fonwu back soon, that's another part.
Yep.
As somebody brought up earlier in the show, watching him shoot in on a blitz, he was a playmaker at the end of last year. All of a sudden emerged as, who is this guy making plays? Well, there he is. And now you've got already 2 great safeties that are making plays. If you add a third one to the mix, like to see it.
Wouldn't be bad.
No.
Wouldn't be bad at all. Well, keep it locked into the station the rest of the day for any more details, any more moves that may take place, as Rico and Mike will take over here shortly and carry you through to the trade deadline at 4 o'clock. One move in the books already for the Lions, other movement around them, but there's no sense that they aren't still trying. We'll see if they can pull something off. What's up, Rico? How are you today?
Hey, man, good.
Yeah.
It's just kind of funny that the Lions actually made this trade. I was just leery because when it gets leaked out, it's normally never the trade that you hear about, but this time it actually was. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
I assume
Pistons upsetting the Lakers. That's what we're going to – no, I'm kidding.
That was a nice win for him.
Hey, 2 in a row. Just need a third here. I avoid the shoot the boot. I assume lots of trade talk.
I actually want to see us shoot the boot.
I don't.
Yes, trade talk and also a little some college talk as well.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
I'm being bullied at the update desk. NFL trade deadline day in full force. Just under 2 hours from the deadline, the Lions making their move earlier, picking up pass rusher Zadarius Smith from the Browns, a 2025 fifth-round pick, along with a sixth-rounder in 2026 going the other direction. Jared Goff weighed in on Carson Anderson earlier. Smith has 26 pressures on the year, which already ranks him second on the team under Hutchinson. He's logged 5 sacks in 9 contests so far this season. Other moves recently, the Jets are trading receiver Mike Williams to the Steelers. Corner Marshawn Lattimore heads to the Commanders. Lattimore currently dealing with a hamstring injury. Michigan football star Colston Loveland has been named a semifinalist for the John Mackey Award, honoring college football's best tight end. There are 8 players across the nation still up for the award. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good election ads.
moments. That's fantastic. Total blast from the past. Well, we're here again. I can tell you, Rico and I can tell people you won't believe. Here was the 30-minute lead up to us doing the show today. Rico and I watching Rage Quit videos.
Well, first it started off with falling down.
Right, and then Rage Quit, where a guy took a sledgehammer to his cubicle, and then we finished with a dessert course that was TV news meltdowns.
Right, the weatherman. You guys just want me to come out here all the time and say it's sunny. You tried doing this for 5 hours.
So that's how we started. That's how we had the run up to the show today. All right, so the Lions made a trade. There you go, 248. Is it good enough? I don't know what planet I'm on. I heard a bunch of people complaining it's not enough. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Did you think Jesus was going to come down in Jordan sandals and play edge for this team? Zadarius Smith's a really good football player. I mean, yeah, we would have loved to have gotten Lawrence Taylor, but I'm pretty sure he's cracked out. Like, I mean, Rico, I don't know what to do anymore with these people.
I think, Mike, no. What it was they wanted the Max Crosby.
We all do.
They wanted my right team, wrong guy. You mean we couldn't get Myles Garrett? No.
Instead, you get a guy who at every stop has been productive. He's got the physical size to be more of an edge setter. He's not a Sam. He's actually like a pass rusher. He fits what they want. They like the person, and he's ready to come here and play winning football. And again, you gave up nothing. So there's idealistic and realistic. Of course, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, we were shooting for the stars. But you see what the trade market is. And I don't want to demean Zadarius Smith. He's a very good football player. Am I going to call him this, unbelievable, surefire Pro Bowl guy at age 32, 33? Probably not. But is he a guy who can play 25 snaps a week with the explicit instructions, murder that man? Mm-hmm. See the guy holding the football back there with the single bar face mask? Kill him. That's it. I think it was a really nice move for the Lions. Now, I don't know. Now, the other side of Lions fandom is another collection of whack balls, which is, oh, you only said it was really good. Well, you're a hater. Can't help you. No, I'm not going to sell you that you've just traded for Nick Bosa. So if you don't say it's the greatest trade in the history of great trades, you're the devil. And then there's another side of the fan base. Oh, it's not enough. And I'm like, I couldn't believe what I was listening to. I was very pleased with what Brad Holmes did. Why can't I just be happy?
It is, because here's what taught me. Lions learned lesson from last year. Last year, they thought, we're good. We don't need to make any types of moves. We got all the pieces in place. This year, Aiden goes down, a lot of different pieces. Davenport, you lose a lot of pieces. Brad, instead of just, he saw what we saw. Yeah, we're winning games, but oh my goodness, this defense is bad. We got to make a move. And he made a move. He didn't break the bank. You get to keep a lot of you get your first round selections and all of that get to stay. But it showed me growth. It showed me progress. It showed me that Brad Holmes understands that you cannot stand pat. You have to go out there and you have to constantly keep evolving and making your team better. Why? Because that's what the top teams do. You saw last night, the Chiefs made a trade a few weeks ago. DeAndre Hopkins, he comes in, bang, not one, but 2 touchdowns, helps them win that game. You have to do the same. The great teams never just stand by and say, we're just good enough.
Here, for instance, I'll give you an example. Aiden gets hurt. Here's Brad Holmes watching their pass rush. Nope, just kidding. The computer's broken. I'm not far from being the guy who took a sledgehammer to his computer. That's where I'm at. Here's my point. Brad... We lost Rico.
Brad?
No. Here's what Brad did. Wait for it. Almost there. Almost there. There you go. So it's like the end of intervention. Brad got in the van. Look, man, we got a bunch of people who love you like crazy. We feel like we're losing you. You need some help. Now, Brad doesn't need help with addiction. He needed help with his pass rush. Get in the damn van, get on the plane to Shady Acres, and go get that help. And that's what they did. So I am just fine. I'm not overly excited or overly unhappy. I'm fine. This was the bare minimum. Needed, we said it 2 weeks ago, the floor was going to be Zadarius Smith. They did it. So I'd like to know where people are at with it. I mean, I'm fully comfortable saying you're winning the Super Bowl. It's what I said to start the year. And yes, without Aiden, I told you, until or unless you address it, I think you would contend for the Super Bowl. Now you've gotten Zadarius Smith. I have no problem telling my listeners, you're winning the Super Bowl. It's happening. Rico will have the kissing booth at the Kearns clock. It's going to be an incredible parade. I believe it.
No, you put yourself in the category. You kept pace with the top teams that you're going to be competing with for that trophy. By going out and adding Zadarius Smith, you're taking luck out of it and you're putting skill back in. Because the last couple of games you won, but my goodness, look at what really happened. And it's not to say that the Lions are a bad team or a lucky team, but you caught so many breaks. Yes, anybody could have beaten the Titans, but it was how you did it. And then just every little thing that happened in Green Bay was like, wow, you're catching a lot of breaks. Now you're going to be able to go and pressure a quarterback. You're going to have somebody who already has 5 sacks this year, who already has 23 tackles, to get pressure and go after the quarterback. Now, the difference is he's not going to have Myles Garrett on the other side. It's going to be him. He's going to be the alpha dog. So he's going to be the guy that people draw schemes for. But maybe by doing that, you free up some of your other pass rushers to go and get some pressures on quarterback. Because, yeah, Jordan Love on a bad leg, you should have been eating him alive, and you weren't.
The only guy who was able to get some pressure, and it was bull rush up the middle, was Aleem McNeil. Well, you need edge pressure to complement that. I think the biggest thing it'll do, probably reduce your blitz rate about 10%. And it'll make the blitzes you do bring more effective. Because what they don't have right now are guys that can win one-on-one. They just don't have it. I'm not, Rico, here's the one thing I'll caution people. I'm not sitting here telling you Zadarius Smith is going to make you totally happy every week. That you're going to see, oh, my God, he had 11 pressures. No. I think what you've done here is quite frankly, it's more replacing Marcus Davenport than Aiden Hutchinson.
Good way of putting it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've got a pro. You got a guy that's probably not at this state of his career capable of giving you 50, 60 elite snaps. But he can come in here and be better than what you got. Definitely restock. Hey, one of our starting DNs is back. And then, yeah, look, you're going to have to be creative. There is no replacing Aiden unless you pulled a Crosby or a Garrett or, dug up the bones of Lawrence Taylor. There was never going to be a guy. So I'm good with it. I think it's the minimum of what they needed to do, and they did it. Credit Brad Holmes. But I heard people wanting more. I've heard people who, they think it's the greatest thing since pants with pockets. I'm right in the middle on it. They did what they needed to do. Mm-hmm. You needed a B to pass the semester. They got a B.
Yeah.
And I believe they're going to win the Super Bowl. So there you go. Rico will take you to 6. 248-539-9797. David.
Can I interest you in a sledgehammer?
Yeah, honestly. David, what are your thoughts on it? Or are you still priming your pump over Mike Williams?
You think I'm really happy about that move?
First place Pittsburgh Steelers.
I don't know.
Add Mike Williams.
I don't see either of your hands.
Yeah,
there you go. All right. Mike Williams.
I'll say this.
Giggity goo.
Uh-oh.
Lions fans. No, for Mike Williams, no need to put it in the system for that. Lions fans, you might as well book your Super Bowl tickets for the next 3 years because they got Zadarius Smith, and that's what you're going to do now, right?
No, they're going to go this year. He may not even be on the team next year.
Well, they're going to make it anyway because the Lions are great. That's all you need to know.
They are. David, they're winning the Super Bowl. I've said that since August. I believe this team is winning the Super Bowl. I'm not joking. It's what I said sitting in Las Vegas doing the NFL kickoff show with you guys. I don't know what else I can say.
There is nothing else to say.
No, you have them. I got them in the 4 teams that can win.
Exactly.
I'm not, because being there before, one lucky break or one bad break, and it's just like, wow, your linebacker's out because he was celebrating. It happens. But looking at this now, for you, the Lions, you're trying to keep pace of all your games here at Ford Field. If that happens, then yeah, you're going to be going off to the Mercedes-Benz Dome or whatever you call it now in New Orleans. That's right. You're on pace for that.
I think is it the Caesar Superdome? Is it the Caesar? You know what? No one cares.
You're going to New Orleans.
Yeah, there you go. The place is a dump.
Yeah, you're going to New Orleans, and you keep this pace, and now you have to worry about Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, whoever represents the AFC. But so long as you play every game at Ford Field, I do think that you're going to be the NFC representative in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but you're not factoring in a very important metric, AWG. You know what AWG is? All-weather golf. It's been engaged. All-weather golf, now featuring rain ability.
So is this like mobile golf? He's been upgraded?
Yes.
Everybody bring in your mobile golf. We're going to upgrade you to AWG.
You're getting AWG. All-weather golf has been engaged, now featuring monsoon ability.
All-terrain golf.
ATG. Listen, here's the question. It cuts 2 ways. If it's not enough, what do you want them to do? And if it is enough, are you willing to gird your loins and just say it? You're winning the Super Bowl. Can you bring yourself to say that? There you go. 248-539-9797. Anything I forget, David?
No.
You're beautiful. You look great today. Kenny, what side are you on, or do you want time to think?
No, I don't need time to think. I'm just riding the wave of excitement right now because I feel like I'm similar to you. I feel like I'm just except say
the words.
Being a Lions fan, I'm girding my loins. I'm doing a lot of girding over here.
Say the words. Say the other words.
Super Bowl.
No, say them together like a Lego set. Snap them in place. The Lions are
winning the Super Bowl.
Thank you. Say it with your chest.
You know, saying it out loud has a therapeutic effect because now I believe it even more.
Say it again.
The Lions are winning the Super Bowl. The Lions are winning the freaking Super Bowl.
Now say it with a better F word.
No. No.
Here's Rico. Be curious.
Yeah. You know what? What Mike did was called censorship on radio. I'm going to teach you how not to drop the F word in radio classes. If you want a career in radio, get out. Radio, TV, graphics design artist, just get out. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. You can learn from day one everything that it takes to make it in your new respective industry. Look, you've been wanting to make the change. Let Specs at LTU help you get that change started. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You will learn more about the broadcast, media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by instructors like myself who actually work in the business. Like, Rico, what does that mean? It means from day one, you're going to learn what it takes to make it in the industry because we're not going to waste your time because your time is valuable. So with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, BOGO offers and stuff. AC, furnaces. Come on, you guys are smarter than that. They're probably charging you double for the AC just to tell you they're giving you a deal on the furnace. Go to Mastercraft. They give you a real deal. Heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. It's Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency furnace, you save up to $2,000. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. Apologies for the delay. David was openly cursing in the talkback between the break. I would go to Ticket Text, but I don't want to speak to you right now. You are not in a good place mentally, David, and I'm just going to get with the people.
You know what? I say we just switch places. Let's go back there and answer the phones and just let David have the mic till 6.
David was a dead ringer for Bill Bonds' rant. It is available on YouTube right there.
Go ahead, David. What?
you know what? I'm going to let these fans have their moment. They made a great trade today, so there you go.
Everybody
have
can
your
get
moment.
Mike Williams, David.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Mr.
come on.
Privileged.
Right.
Yeah.
That guy was built in a lab to be a red zone target. Meanwhile,
Hands of stone.
the Giants are playing the role of condom to the rest of the league.
High price condom.
Yeah. We've traded no one. Lions made a really nice move. I'm happy. I do believe you're winning the Super Bowl. But if you guys want to complain, complain.
I like it. I think you remain competitive because without adding a body today, eventually that defense was going to wear down. And you were not going to catch every break that you did, and it was going to get exposed.
You're such a hater.
It just frustrates me.
The stats that you had, like other teams pretty much doubled what you did. You just outscored them, but the productivity that they had and the lack of lack of pressure on the quarterback, lack of sacks.
Let me offer this. Part of the reason I believe the Lions are winning the Super Bowl, they are the best coached team in the league. And what I mean by that is no team emulates their coach more. And the way that Campbell wants to play the game, they feed off it. The fourth downs, the gambling, the guts, the grit, the ability that they play complete complementary football. And if anything, here we go. People are going to get all upset at old Mikey. If anything, with how good your kicking game is, I'd be going for it less. Because Jack Fox could punt from the parking lot and flip the field.
Wait, have you not noticed? They really aren't going for it that much. I mean,
Sunday,
no.
two touchdowns.
Yes, but at that point, like the second touchdown, I probably would have kicked the field goal because at that point, weather and I'm going to make you scramble. I'm not going to do anything stupid. But the fact that, man, last year we're going for it. Coach, we're on our own 30. Don't care. We have to go for it because he didn't like his kicker. Now he does. Bates is going out there. He's perfect. And so long as he keeps making the field goals, I like the fact that he is less Dan Gamble, more Dan Campbell. And yeah, we will go for it. I mean, that's in his DNA. But last year, it just got ridiculous at some points. And teams knew that. Like, they're just going to keep going for it, and we just got to stop them.
There'll still be a time he does it, and I don't want to go. Cross the bridge when we get there.
I mean, that was me for that second touchdown. That they would think it was Gibbs, just right up the middle. It was a great
Only
play
one
design.
I've had a problem with so far was the stupid fake punt against Minnesota. It didn't matter. You came back, won the game.
Yeah.
But was that a good decision? Absolutely not. It was ridiculous. Okay, then. Let's go to Christian. He'll lead off today. Zadarius Smith, talk to me, Christian.
How are you guys?
Good.
Super.
Good. So, honestly, I'm calling him because there is nothing more iconic, at least in the city, at least to anyone that's been listening to you guys or the station, of Mike's chair drop. I am very happy, and you all should be blessed, that Mike doesn't have to do an upgrade of the chair drop because something might have hit Rico, and no one needs that.
No one needs that. No. Christian, I'm very pleased. I feel like this was the best available, well-priced option. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, for Holmes first, because we always talk about how he drafts and all that stuff, which we know he's good at. And, I was listening earlier to some of the morning shows and maybe yesterday of, Brad Holmes, like, is he really the smartest person in the room? And whether that's true or not, this is a good trade. He pulled one off. It would have been great last season, but they got that far without it. And they've been winning without Hutchinson and stuff like that. And they have so many weapons, but this is great. Hopefully it equates into, keep this thing rolling. Like, no, we're not going to, like Mike, you were talking about this. They're not going to blow everyone out 53-6 or anything like that every time, but can they keep winning? Can they keep going at this clip? Why not?
No.
Why not do it? You're going to lose a few. There are probably going to be some heartbreakers, but you got to focus on
But they
what
look
it is.
like a team that's going to win 13 or 14 games. I don't have any problem telling you that. I just don't know that you're going to be doing it where you're turning the channel to red zone in the fourth quarter. Like we're living a charmed life right now. It's fun right now. Just as a sports fan, I'm a big Tigers fan. That's
when they were doing what they were doing, it was great. The voodoo, whatever it is, it was great. But I know that's a whole another topic.
Christian, I'm going to try to get to them a little later today. I've got some contract estimations from the free agent class this year. I'm going to throw some names, attach some years and term and money. I want to see if we can get a few people like you to call up and see if their baseball team's going to spend a couple nickels. If that sounds good to you.
They need to pull someone over in that organization needs to do a little. I don't know what. I'm not going to even say it right. They need to do a little something. It's not that hard to ask. A little something.
I need a lot of something, but yes, Christian, I'm with you. Build off of last year's playoff berth and provide you, the fan, with a product you want to spend your money on. It's really not. We're not curing pancreatic cancer here. We're building a baseball team.
Very true.
Let's go to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, how you doing, buddy?
My guys, great job as always. But I'm very happy. But I have to say, what we lost Davenport and we lost Hutch.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? It's be very cheap, $6.5 million from my calculations. Still go get Chase Young. You lost 2, add 2. It gives you depth. Okay. And imagine third and longs with Smith, Young, and
Eddie, I gotta do it. I gotta do something. I gotta step in, and I'm gonna answer your question in full. Kick back, relax. Chase Young quit on the football field last week. I don't know if you saw this. Chase Young with the Saints at multiple points this season simply isn't finishing plays. It looks a lot like the Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown in the San Francisco game last year. I'm not giving anything up for Chase Young. You want a 7th-round pick? That's the best you're getting. That guy.
That's the only thing I would offer.
That guy does not look like he wants to play football anymore, okay? And he's on a 1-year prove-it deal. And you're out there walking, or the minute the quarterback gets the edge, you stop. Now tell me if that fits the profile of grit, one pride, anything that Dan Campbell's selling. Because I'll tell you one thing, Chase Young would enter this locker room, probably get his ass kicked. It's just not the type of player, right? He's not playing. I loved him coming out of college. I wanted the Giants to get him. I remember being all angry. We beat the Redskins, and we couldn't take him. But it hasn't worked out. He had the horrifying knee injury. He also then went to San Francisco for a chance at life and love and happiness, and he basically pulled a Najee Davenport in a laundry basket. Google it. And now you're on a 1-year deal with the Saints, and you're not even trying. No, I'm not going to get up here and be like, well, why don't we go get him? I can't.
No, they had to have a come-to-Jesus moment meeting with him like, Chase, here's your lowlights. Can't let this happen again. You want to play on this team or not? And then the next week he actually decided he gave a damn for most of the game.
Kenny, you know the Najee Davenport reference?
I do not.
You should probably Google Najee Davenport laundry basket.
Is this something I should be doing on work Wi-Fi?
100%.
All right.
Yeah. Nothing could go wrong.
Let's just say his nickname is now Najee Davenpoop. Oh, jeez. So why don't we go to Scott? We'll keep it timely. You'll be fine. Just type in Najee Davenport laundry basket.
He was a little angry.
248-539.
Creative way to say, I'm upset.
Maybe it's something Kenny's into after a few cocktails. Who knows?
Oh, boy.
All right,
Read
listen.
something.
Google it, Kenny. You'll be okay. Roofing companies, lots of bad reviews. Well, it's a tough industry, and, well, let's face it. Anybody with a pickup truck and a ladder, they think they're a roofer. Victor's is an actual company, and they have project managers. They have layers of security to make sure you have a great experience. One is you call, the project manager is going to answer the phone. They will have your answers for you. And then their job is to guarantee a perfect installation. That's it. That's all. It's a layer of protection for you, the consumer. That's how they offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call today. Set up your 21-point roof inspection and estimate at 734-773-1100. I think Kenny just saw the article on Google. 734-773-1100, or you can book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, we'll get with the people. Lions have acquired the pass rusher that we wanted and we felt was the most realistic, and we're happy. And I'm back to, okay, you're winning the Super Bowl. You've done what's necessary. Let's roll. But some people want more. If so, what? Or if you're like me, are you willing to just say what you're thinking? Like, you can't bump your gums on the internet about how awesome you are and you're going to win by a zilly every week if you're not willing to say we're winning the Super Bowl. Otherwise, you're just a clown. And nobody likes clowns. I don't know anyone who actually likes clowns. Like, you could be tolerant of clowns. Who likes them? They're scary. They're grown adults who put on clown noses and scary wigs. I don't like anything to do with clowns.
You think clowns are scary?
They're horrifically scary. John Wayne Gacy, scary.
Okay, yes.
The clown.
He also killed people.
Well, so did it. Stephen King, scary. I don't like clowns. Clown from Uncle Buck, not good.
The things you learn.
I hate clowns. Terrible. Who likes clowns?
I mean, I don't love clowns, but I don't see clowns as scary. But
okay, but you don't like clowns. No one likes clowns. I don't even know why clowns are a thing.
For kids.
No, I don't think kids like them. I think they're scary.
Kids like clowns.
I don't think they do. I don't even. What are we doing? David, ticket text.
Hey,
Wondering
Lions
what was
won again.
I'm excited for the trade and definitely gives me confidence that they can win the Super Bowl, but I would like to add another depth piece.
Okay, but you know what? Forget it. Okay.
No, that's what they want. These people want to complain about everything. They got a guy, and now they want another guy.
I don't know who they want to go and get. When you landed Zadarius Smith, that was the big fish. He's not a depth guy. He's going to be a starter. He'll be a guy that you're going to have to work into your scheme. But, like, who's the player? Like, okay, we talk about Azeez Ojulari, right? I mean, first of all, the Giants are putting a very high price on him for a guy that is going to be an 8 or 9 game rental. Second of all, he's headed to free agency. So how much do you really want to give up for a guy who's always hurt, by the way, who might play 8 games for you? I can't sit here and scream and yell and, fist to table, give up a 4th round pick. Guys, you gave up nothing to get Zadarius Smith. It's the better deal.
Mm-hmm. I would love to see Detroit double down and trade for Calais Campbell. That's a name if Miami is selling. Tim from Oxford. Brad Holmes made the absolute best move he could make. This is how you win. I couldn't be happier. Ticketmaster has Super Bowl tickets in the upper deck for $7,000 plus fees. Who's in? It's not enough. Lions need Smith. When they had Hutchinson, Smith benefited from having Garrett on the other side. They need another defensive end. That is from Mike. Like the trade, just another move. Doesn't have to be big, but we were totally depleted at edge. One guy may not be enough.
Well, you got an hour and a half. I'd be surprised if they did something else. I really would.
He beats where you were yesterday at this time.
Amen.
So, yeah.
Amen.
This is one of those you can't win 3 Super Bowls until you win 1. Yesterday, you had nothing. Now you've added to your defensive line. You brought in an edge rusher.
Is he the best edge who has been traded at the NFL deadline, yes or no?
No.
He's not?
Oh, this year's head. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean like in history. No. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what uniform is he going to be wearing Sunday?
Lions.
Oh, so you got the best edge rusher for nothing. Yeah, I'm good with that. But if you want more, God bless. Do your thing. Go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Ever since we got Davenport, honestly, even before that, I wanted us to get an edge rusher, but I knew once we drafted 2 corners in the draft that we were probably going to try and go the route of free agency. But once Davenport and Hutch went down, I told all my buddies that at bare minimum, Holmes had to go out and get Zadarius Smith. Would I like one of those big, shiny pieces? Of course, but it's just not realistic.
I'm with so okay, they've made the move. Can you say the magic words?
Super Bowl? Absolutely.
Okay.
I told all my people that I talked to about the Lions that until we get somebody, I don't want to waste a potential Super Bowl roster and not get there because we can't get to the quarterback. And now we can again. Obviously not with the efficiency that Hutch did. I mean, he was on a damn near record pace.
No, this is bridging the gap. This is about you were
exactly.
at rock bottom Now at least maybe you could just be middle of the pack in that regard. Good enough. And Aaron Glenn will scheme it up.
That'll do.
You'll still blitz. You hope you get Melifonwu back, and you can find a way to get more of a pass rush. But this at least gets you back in the conversation.
It does, because right now you're competing with the Eagles and you're competing with the Commanders, who also made a move today. I guess they really do feel like they're going to be in this thing for the long term.
Well, look, Lattimore's also a long-term piece. Let's face it, right? I mean, Lattimore was a guy we talked about last year that could have been a post-June 1 trade. New Orleans is in the tank. Now, he's hurt. I don't know when Lattimore's due back. But adding a good corner to your core when you feel like, look, if you're the Commanders, it's not about winning the Super Bowl now. It's that if there's a really good player available to you, and you now know my franchise is on the right course, like maybe not this year, but the next 2 years, what's the discourse in D.C. going to be? Winning a Super Bowl while Jaden Daniels on his rookie deal. You make that move.
Right.
So I mean, that's look, I don't, okay, I'll get myself in trouble. F it. You know, what the Commanders did is really what the Tigers should do. Hey, our franchise is alive. We might have a chance. Hey, none of our players are due any money before 2027, 8, or 9. Arbitration. Look it up. They should do the same thing, Rico.
I'm with you.
Now I'll just shut up.
You're not going to get in trouble for that.
Oh, I want more. I'm the devil, according to some in the Tigerland. How dare you?
It's all about the trust factor, Michael.
I don't have any. I don't trust anybody, much less some baseball executive. Who cares? People treat these executives. I mean, people, you could be on fire on the side of the road. They wouldn't bleep on you to put you out. Get out of here.
Hey, is he on fire? Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh, well.
So where are we going to eat?
Hey, so what's our payroll?
Where are we going to eat tonight? Kind of in the mood for shish kebab now, watching little Johnny on fire.
Hibachi, anyone?
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me of an onion volcano. Let's do that.
Damn. We haven't done that in a while.
Oh, no. But please, defend these people in every way, shape, and form like they care about you. It's really rewarding stuff. Hey, let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, congrats to the Lions today. We made a move, right? Finally. I know you've been waiting it for weeks, but I do want to ask you guys a question. Yeah. You talked about it a lot of getting over the top. Now, great move, right? What is that extra piece? Or you guys are kind of still saying Super Bowl, but don't we need something just more, or are we just settling right here?
No, I think you can live in a world where you try to get the grand slam, right? But sometimes you just need to drive the run home and hit a fly ball to right. And the sack fly does the same job.
He caught it. He caught it. Well, I guess if you're talking home run, but I mean, the right fielder caught it of where, that's our best right fielder in the game, right? Now, are we going to get the bat that's next to go and get the home run because we were down by 1?
I don't think so. I mean, Mike, it'd be fun. I'm not mad if they do something else. I just don't know. It's a thin market. You're not seeing a lot of edge rushers being dealt. And moreover, the market isn't very good. I mean, Barrett Browning got a 6. They basically gave you Za'Darius for some collection of 5s and 6s with a 7 in return. That's nothing. These are all nothing burgers to me. So then it would be what? Ojulari's available and the Giants want a 4. I'm not doing that for 8 games. Not for a guy that's always hurt and a guy who's going to free agency. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, a rental, right? We always talk about the rentals, right? We don't want
rent.
that.
I'm just not going to pay for it. If the Giants came to you and said, here, 5th-round pick Ojulari, I'd find a way to make it work.
Yeah, that's fair. And, you guys take a lot of good takes, and, we talked about it for weeks now. They got their guy. Is that it? I'm just trying to see if we can get that over-the-top player. And
I'm not mad at it. Mike, it's always – I love the mindset because, if there's a guy that's available and cheap and it fits the system, maybe. But I'll be surprised in the next hour and 17 minutes. What? You're
Well, the Steelers just made another trade. David?
Mr. Dangerous.
It's interesting because it seems like the Packers, why would they trade him? Yeah. Preston Smith got traded to the Steelers.
Why?
I don't understand that from the Packers side of it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I was just like, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah. F them.
addition. Well, you know what? Hey, the Packers just lost out on somebody, so
Maybe.
that's good for the Lions.
You know what?
Maybe it's all about that Lions flu. They just gave up now. You beat them.
The Lions are just the type of team that kind of remind you of Alabama back in the day. You play them, they beat you. They really beat you twice. Because you lose the next week, too. I don't know. Well, you hate to see it. Why would they trade Preston Smith for? A new groin?
Have not seen it yet, but it's probably a late, day 3 pick.
Bag of curd? You ever have those things?
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Overrated.
248-539-9797. I don't really like the state of Wisconsin.
I was going, you got to try the cheese curds. I was like, it's just little pieces of cheese.
It's not good. Look, it's all they have. What do you think? Curd and meth. All right.
I thought that was West Virginia.
Well, that's moonshine and meth. All right. Well, it's football season. Elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive elevation crew cab, $239 a month, 24 months. They've also got employee pricing for everybody on the 25 Encore GX Preferred, $239 a month, 0 down, 39 months, sign and drive. MoranExpress.com. Anything wrong with that vehicle? It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, football of some form. The music will tell us where we're going. David, feel free anytime you're ready.
So let's get to it. Plenty of deals already done today. So let's get to the Saints deal. They traded Marshawn Lattimore. Want your complete thoughts? The Commanders get him for a third, a fourth, and a sixth round selection. He is going to be there for a couple years, so it's not just this year. So your
You're
thoughts?
in your Super Bowl window. You know Jaden Daniels is real. You know you got 2 to 3 years before you got to pay this cat. Yeah, you need a lead corner. I don't have a problem with it. If they like him, if Dan Quinn believes he fits their scheme, obviously a defensive head coach weighs heavy on that move. I like it. Yeah. You got to spend the money somewhere, right? So I'm fine with it. I think it's a nice move, and I hate every NFC East team because all they do is beat my team.
Yeah, as far as the Commanders go, it's what we talk about with the Lions. You don't mind spending if you're going to get a piece of the puzzle that's going to be there for a long term. So, yeah, it was a good move. I was a little shocked, but, the fact that, I guess the Commanders realize we're a lot further along than we really thought we were going to be.
Because they got the quarterback, which brings me to the point. David, a question. If you called your Uncle Gilbert, how much for a prayer? Like a real one?
Not happening. It's not happening.
Well, I mean, Dionne Warwick sold prayers. Why can't you?
We are not Dionne.
I need you to
Warwick.
pray the Giants lose to the Panthers Sunday so we can get a quarterback. And I, too, can participate in this sport everyone loves known as football. How much for you to pray for the Carolina Panthers? Can you do that for me? What's the AV room at the church need?
Wish I could, man.
Greater Life NIL package.
Right.
No,
Consider it name, image, and likeness. Does your uncle need new bow ties?
No.
NIP package. Name, image, and prayer
I will have a suit made for Uncle Gilbert if you pray for I need you to pray for the Giants' demise.
Michael, you only have to buy this bow tie,
right?
But it's going to cost you $50,000.
All right, we can move on. But David, think about a number. Think about a financial number for Greater Life. I need legitimate prayer, not those con artist beads and holy water that's not holy water that used to get sent out to poor old people who paid for prayers. I mean a real one.
Okay. Let's talk about the Steelers for a second. They made a couple moves here. They have traded for a 5th-round pick for Mike Williams to the New York Jets. They just traded a 7th-round selection to the Green Bay Packers for Preston Smith. They are 6-2 coming out of the bye week. Are they a legit threat now with these two additions?
No.
I didn't think so.
But I don't know. You wanted to ensure you made the playoffs. You shored up. You gave yourself another body on offense. And Preston Smith, if he's got anything left in the tank, you need him. I mean, let's face it. You're not as deep up front as you think you are. And Highsmith's always hurt. The kid who backed him up got hurt. And TJ Watt's only one human. So I'm good with the moves. And David, you know what it is in Pittsburgh. You want to keep that playoff streak. You want to keep rolling. You're 6-2. What did you really give up?
Nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, really, you're competing with the Ravens. So, yeah, I like the moves for your Steelers. You're not happy about it, but I think you guys did pretty good today.
I'm about winning Super Bowls, and this doesn't get you to that, but it's what they had, what they could do at the deadline.
It's
so
amazing.
It is what it is.
You know, I'm sitting here, and my team is one step from drowning in a bathtub, and I got to listen to a guy who's 6-2 upset.
My team is all in the hospital. So, yeah.
That's all. I just won a Super Bowl.
I'm about to dress up as a clown to go visit everybody.
Can you all explain to me? Oh, wow. Explain to me what Dallas is doing here.
I can't.
So
Next
on one
question.
end, they place Dak Prescott on the IR. Then on the other side, they give up a 4th-round selection to the Panthers for Jonathan Mingo, who, according to these stats here, are among 72 wide receivers with at least 50 receptions since the start of the season. He's last in receiving yards, second to last in yards per route, and last in catch rate. Mind you, the Chiefs got Hopkins for a 5th-round selection.
Yeah, look, it's a ridiculous comp. It's a ridiculous payment for a player who has failed since day one as a 2nd-round pick in Carolina. I know the quarterback play has been questionable, but he's made no impact. I mean, Xavier Legette is above him. Adam Thielen is above him. Deontay Johnson was brought in above him. Someone needs to do a wellness check on Jerry. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, no Dak for a couple of weeks. If anything, I actually thought that they would try to maybe, you know what, let's just power this down. We have a built-in excuse. We're already hitting the losing streak, and Dak's going to be gone. Let's just try and focus on next year since we're already paying these guys anyway. But to double down, it's like.
And a 4th-round pick's no joke. I mean, that's a starter.
Yeah.
For Jonathan Mingo. Okay. I don't know what to say.
Or why not just wait and draft your own who's actually better than them next year? But yeah, like you're pushing your chips into the middle of the table, and it's like, Jerry, the game's over.
Right.
Okay, we all went home. There's nobody there.
So I wanted to bring this up because Detroit, yes, you're not the only one that may have problems with young players. The Cincinnati Bengals are dealing with a young rookie wide receiver, Jermaine Burton, who missed the walkthrough on Saturday. So he missed the game because they suspended him, basically saying you're not going to play. And then there's a picture out here where he was at the casino during the game. Instead of being at home, taking the punishment, he's out at the casino. What is wrong with these young guys sometimes?
Gee. Rico, do you want to go first?
You know what I think it is, David? And you know what? I don't think they love the game. I think that this is just a job to them, and they're treating it like that. They're not treating it as something that can basically shore up their future if they take it seriously, that they're the 1% who actually made it to the league. It's just a joke for them. They might as well be working at some box store or wherever, or some supermarket. In their mind period, you're not going to tell me what to do. I'm this person. Actually, we are, because we're going to hold back your game checks.
The other problem, he's been frustrated with his role. Dude, who do you think you're playing over? You think you're playing over Jamar Chase? You think you're playing over T. Higgins? Who do you think you should be playing over? Iosivas, the kid they got from Princeton, all that kid has done is show up to work, learn the entire playbook in 10 minutes, and he produces. Who are you supposed to be playing over, son? Honestly, I have a different take than Rico. It doesn't make it right. We just have a different opinion. I actually just think the world's filled with really stupid people that are also petulant children. Welcome to Gen Z. Here we are. Oh, my God. I need a coping mechanism. I just watched a violent movie. I don't want to paint
ridiculous. An entire generation that way, but I do think that a lot of these players, their goal was to make the league, not to play in the league, not to become a Hall of Famer.
I'll give you an example.
League.
I just read in one of the New York papers, Georgetown, Hoyas, Georgetown has set up trigger suites for their students today in case they hear political beliefs that they can't handle, complete with milk, cookies, and nap time. At a school you're spending $68,000 a year to go to. You can't handle someone.
These are supposedly the future leader. Like, you graduate from Georgetown. That means something.
Jermaine Burton, that's his generation, right? There you go. I don't know. I got nothing, man. You're at the casino as an NFL football player during a game after you missed the walkthrough, after you got benched.
Mike, maybe you may be on something. Maybe this is the byproduct of the participation trophy and everybody wins something because you're not hungry. Because, I want this. Well, you can't have it. Well, I'm going to pout.
Here you go. In recognition of these stressful times, all McCourt community members are welcome to gather in the third floor of the Commons to take a much-needed break, joining us for mindfulness activities and snacks throughout the day. The school's director of student engagement in an email to students obtained by the Free Press. You're really going to hate the real world.
You're right, Rico. They're supposed to be the new political leaders, the new CEOs.
But David, this is the byproduct of the participation. Everybody wins. You can have whatever you want, little Johnny.
And Mike Hilton said it best. He's their all-world slot corner,
he did.
And Mike Hilton's a dog. Man, this is the pros. No one's here to baby you anymore. He's on record saying that. I think you got a lot of these young kids, they're not coached anymore. You know who will agree? I'll bet you bottom dollar. As many lunches, I bet you TJ agrees with me Friday. These college kids aren't coached anymore. They're coddled. Not coached, coddled. Why? You hurt my feelings, MF. I'm transferring.
Why do you think the NBA is so watered down right now? Because the AAU mindset has just kept going through college, and now it's in the pros.
So Burton thinks he's the chosen one. Burton thinks I went to Alabama. I'm special. I'm the prettiest pony on the ranch. No, you're not. You're a bum. Get the hell out of here.
He is a bum.
And he chose to go pull slots. What do you want me to do with this guy?
During a punishment. That is in football today.
All right, that was uplifting. NBA is back. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Catch all the action. You know, normally I make fun of the Pistons in this moment, but I'm not going to. It was a very nice win for them last night. No smarm. And they've got a couple of wins on the board. Good for them. FanDuel.com/ticket. Maybe you don't need League Pass. Maybe you can actually watch the Pistons from time to time. Who am I kidding? The point is, FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. After a 3-month free trial, full price of League Pass automatically changed monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds, terms, restrictions, embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Lions officially announcing the trade for Zadarius Smith from Cleveland. The 6'4 defensive end has 5 sacks and 5 TFLs this season. Here's Brown beat writer Mary Kay Cabot on his personality. Adam Schefter saying earlier on the Pat McAfee show that Detroit had been on the lookout for help as soon as Hutchinson went down with his injury, including conversations that were ongoing with the Browns for weeks. The Commanders also officially announcing that corner Marshawn Lattimore is heading their way, pending a physical. Within the NFC North, the Packers are trading linebacker Preston Smith to the Steelers. Smith has played in all 9 games for Green Bay this season, logging 19 tackles and 2.5 sacks. Pittsburgh also getting Mike Williams earlier today as well. The Red Wings are off until tomorrow. Derek Lalonde said today that Cam Talbot will start in net against Chicago. After taking a day off yesterday, both Patrick Kane and Dylan Larkin were practicing today as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The sad part is those ads are actually accurate for what you've been pummeled with while watching sports. But check out what Charlemagne the God said. All right, let's just keep it moving. Lions made a trade. You got Zadarius Smith. It's what we said was okay. What is the name that would be the minimum requirement for us to feel like we're winning the Super Bowl, to feel like we've addressed the edge rush concern? And it was Zadarius Smith, and they did it. And they did it for basically nothing. I'm happy. I think the Lions are winning the Super Bowl. But we have had a theme on this station all day, whether it be the mornings, the middays, and a lot of people want more. And I don't know what more is. I mean, yes, I would love someone to descend from the clouds, but you have to factor in, first of all, ask yourself this. How many defensive linemen have even been traded at this deadline? How many players have been dealt? It's not a deep, robust market. There aren't a lot of these guys available. No. That's why I said from the start, just get me one. Now, yes, 3 weeks ago, month ago, yeah, we wanted Max Crosby, and you make those overtures. But I can't make the guy think clearly and want to get the hell out of that hellhole organization. If he wants to live there, God bless, do it. Not my problem. You'll never win. I think Brad Holmes got you the best player that was remotely available. Now, if there's a surprise before 4, is this radio show going to be upset? No. But they did what I needed them to do, and I do believe the Lions are winning the Super Bowl.
Yep, right
so
there.
That's it. Now, can you say that? That's up to you, the fan. Or are you one of these people who needs more to say it? So that's kind of where we've been at with it. 248-539-9797. We're going to get more of the callers in the mix as well. David, a few ticket texts, and then we'll move on.
The Lions are winning the Super Bowl, fellas. We're in the driver's seat for the 1 seed. So that means everything comes through us at Ford Field, headed to the Super Bowl.
That would be the dream. The bye week, the home games, it's right there. And again, I mean, you won the game at Green Bay, which is kind of a scheduled loss the way the NFL works. You steal this Houston game, I'd be very close to saying you're going 15-2. I swear to God.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm uttering those words, but like 14-3 would be the minimum.
Yeah,
if you beat Houston 14-3.
Yeah, if they're 14-3, yeah, the John Jansen train. Yep, we're gonna hop on board.
What train is that?
14
to Cheaterville.
14.
Is Connor Stallions the captain?
Because at that point, I can't see at Buffalo and maybe outside of Chicago.
Hey, David, you notice Michigan's no good in the second half no more?
They're not good in the first half either.
Besides the point. Okay, thank you. Take a text.
My work has a 3-hour meeting scheduled for tomorrow for anyone who is impacted by the election results. These are adults with 401ks. Come on now. What are we doing?
If you're impacted by the results, good. Turn in your name. You should be fired.
Is that person serious?
This person is serious, yes.
Good Lord. Guys, don't you understand? Both sides of the aisle take your money. It's no, honestly. Oh my God, I can't go to work. Can you imagine if I called this place and said that? Oh, I'm just so affected. I can't do the show today. What?
Someone's asking you, Mike. So what I'm hearing from you, Mike, is that Chase Young is penis cancer?
He kind of is turning into a bigger form of Kyrie with better hair, and he doesn't burn sage. It's getting there. When I don't see you trying, I get highly offended. Whether you're doing radio or playing football or anything in between, if you're not trying, I have a problem with you.
Yeah, there's a difference between you're just bad, but you're trying, you're giving effort, just not very good effort, or just, I don't care.
I could hit a button, but I don't even have the heart to do it. Go ahead, David.
I believe Detroit can go all the way. I think we're due for some regression, though. We're not going to keep winning like this. The best QB we faced was Arizona. We won by 7 with 1 sack.
I agree with that. But I think Za'Darius, it at least gives you a NFL caliber starting defensive end, which you don't have right now.
And I guess technically, wouldn't the best QB you faced that you lost to would be Baker, right?
Did you see his reaction when they lost the coin flip for overtime?
Mm-hmm.
He knew he was dead.
He knew it.
He knew.
You know, let me just shake. Good gang.
All right, I can go shower. He knew.
I'm just amazed that
I'm surprised he just didn't kick him in the shin. Kick Mahomes.
I thought he got shot in his leg. Mahomes did. I thought he was done forever.
You know what? Honestly,
oh boy,
I did, because when it's non-contact, that's normally not a good thing, and he's limping off, and I was like, man, he popped his Achilles. Like, that just changed the game. I mean, at that point, I'm thinking, you know what, Detroit, you were really about to win the Super Bowl. It's what when that happened.
Let me tell you something.
Because that removed all doubt.
I hate to break this to you. They would hit the Chiefs with a school bus on fire. The Chiefs want no part of this team. None.
See, the Lions are magical.
None.
The Chiefs are wizards.
I don't hear it. Okay. You know what? Hey, Harry Potter, keep it on your side of the console.
Okay.
The Chiefs want no part of this. Now, you want to sell me the Ravens? I'll listen. Hell, you want to sell me the Bills with new wave responsible Josh Allen? I think the Chiefs are ass.
Not only do the Chiefs, they got the refs.
Okay, that part, you know what? You win. You win.
I mean, phone lines are going to be jammed. I can't believe that call. Really?
I don't think the Chiefs are that good.
They're not. But they have help. They're wizards.
Yeah, all right. Okay, Harry Potter.
I love the trade. I'm kind of dreaming for another one like maybe Arden Keys, but I'm satisfied with the Lions. They are winning the Super Bowl. That is from Rick.
Look, and if you can't bring yourself to say they're winning the Super Bowl, tell me what it'll take. But they made the most responsible move they could make. They gave up next to nothing. It's not financially egregious. If they don't want Za'Darius Smith next year, they can get rid of him. And this is a guy who knows I'm on the last leg of my career. He'll play with a chip on his shoulder. Remember, he played for the Pack. They got rid of him. He had 1 year in Minnesota. They got rid of him. Chip on shoulder. It matters. I think it fits the profile of the team. It's a good move.
Brad did a great job again. I'm already looking to see and find my spot on Woodward for the parade.
I'll just meet Rico at the Kearns clock. Got you covered. Oh, and actually, we're throwing a pep rally at Rico's fake high school.
It's no longer there anymore, but
because it was never there. You were hallucinating.
It was I hallucinated for 4 years.
You were living in a simulation. It was like the last episode of Seinfeld. You dreamt the whole thing up.
No. Mr. Palmrider was the principal.
Doesn't
Sure, he
sound
was
like a real name.
Sure, and you had an imaginary friend as a child named Shiloh, and you spoke 7 languages. Get the hell out of here. Your high school was fake. Just admit it. Bishop Sycamore.
Real.
Bishop Sycamore.
Real.
Mount Zion Academy.
That was real. 8181 Greenfield.
Not
right
a real,
there.
Not a real place.
Okay.
We looked it up on Google Maps.
Because it's not. They tore down the building, Mike.
Never existed.
It never
it
was real.
There. Come on, man. You never been on Greenfield. What do you know about that? What do you know about Greenfield?
Will Smith.
Love the trade. He's the exact player I wanted that was realistic. And they paid almost nothing for him. Hoping for more, but I won't be mad if they don't.
But stop writing in you're hoping for more. Put a name on it. Put a name on it. Who the hell is Brad Holmes supposed to pull out of his ass before 4 o'clock? Hoping for more. What? Tell me who and what. I'm willing to listen, but just please put a name to it.
Max Crosby.
Okay, you know what?
No,
not me. You know what? John Rambo. I'd like John Rambo, please.
No, I think when they say hoping for more, that's code for I really wanted Crosby, but I'll accept this man.
You got Za'Darius Smith. He's a very good football player. Not you. It was rhetorical. All right. Talk to the people. We're going to get to the phone calls next. Got to do a little college football. We got some fun for you guys today, too, in the 4 o'clock, like after the trade dust settles. I gave Rico and David and Kenny a homework assignment of arguably the most offensive and depressing article about name, image, and likeness I could come up with, and they're going to give you their thoughts. It's absolutely horrible. All right. Rico's fake high school had more integrity. High school was real. Don't know. It was real to me, damn it.
It was real to me.
Just go ahead. Be curious, please.
No. The holiday season is upon us, and I need an internet service that will allow me to stream all the football action while I'm on the go. That's Xfinity, and with Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig-speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network, so enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And while I'm taking a break from the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats from the football season. Get started today. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Hi there. All right. You've heard me say it. Stadium Swim, located at Circa. I mean, you've seen the pictures online. The place is insanity. 6 pools, 3 levels. It's built for fans, and I don't care what the event is. It could be football, it could be March Madness, anything in between. If it's happening, it's at Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Straight to the people. Lions make the move we all wanted, or at least most of us. I think they're winning the Super Bowl. Okay. Yes, David.
Yeah, they may be going to the Super Bowl, but I have some news for you, Mike. Mike Garofalo from NFL Network. Barring a significant pivot by 4 p.m., the Giants will retain Azeez Ojulari. They made it clear they weren't going to give him away and held firm.
What do you want from me? You've basically, honestly, David, I hope you're proud of yourself. You've just defecated on a homeless man. Thank you.
Oh.
Okay. I was laying there in the gutter, and that wasn't good enough for you.
Well, again, we got time.
There's no point. I don't even know the direction of my franchise. If there was a God, you'd play the Giants next week. No, seriously, the Lions would play the Giants, and you know what the Lions would do? Murder us. Level the stadium. They could do me that kindness. I don't know what to, great, what do you want from me? I don't know what to say. The guy's headed to free agency. We have no intent on signing him, but hey, let's hold on to him. The same way we held on to Saquon before letting him go, and the same way we held on to Xavier McKinney before letting him go. What do you want? The Lions exhibit absolute competency, and the Giants exhibit incompetence. What do you want? Tell me. What more can I offer you? You want to dance on my grave?
No, not at all.
No, not at all. Look at me. I'm a good Christian. You're a con man.
Just giving you the news. That's all.
You know what, David? Good call. Good call. Did you notice what happened during the commercial break?
He didn't notice it.
How many chairs are in here now?
Okay. That's funny.
We didn't want a repeat of last time during the trade deadline day.
Here he comes.
Honestly,
take him all out of the studio.
That's legitimately funny. Okay.
David,
now I see.
I'm like, David, what are you doing? Oh, they're going to keep Oli.
No, I don't have.
Gotta get rid of chairs.
I just don't have it anymore. I just don't. It's a lot like my view on college football. I don't have it. Like the whole yelling and screaming, and it's like I turned the MSU game off Saturday. I just dedicated to the Breeders' Cup into Michigan, and then I didn't know to score the game until old Uncle Rico over here is like, "Hey, Buck, hey, what is this? Oh, is that Rick James humping a couch? 47-10." I'm like, wait, what? I shrugged my shoulders like Jordan's security guard, and I went and bet the Breeders' Cup sprint.
You did the right thing.
So with the Giants, I don't know what to say anymore. So I'm just going to go to Gerald because I hate my life. Let's go to Gerald, 97.1. Gerald, how you doing, buddy? And Gerald. We'll go to Gina, 97.1. Gina, how you doing?
Hey, Mike. Hey, David. Hey, Rico. How you guys?
Excellent, Gina. What's on your mind?
Well, speaking of defecating on a homeless man, that whole AAU talk really brought me down a bit, Mike. I played in the 80s, and people are babies. Anyways,
yes,
I was calling to say we are going to. I'm excited. We are going to the Super Bowl, and I know this because my wife bought our tickets today for the Super Bowl.
Okay,
and we have had we have had plane tickets and hotel rooms the last 2 years. Okay, we've had it in Arizona 2023, and then we had them last year in Vegas. We were actually at the game in San Fran last year when Vildor's helmet got in the way. So I was just calling, not really to talk football, but just to say we're going, man.
No, I know.
I know.
And I love it. Gina, I don't have a problem with it. Look, it's very simple to me. I don't think it's this presumptuous thing. I don't believe in jinxes. I believe the Lions are arguably the best team in football, and I believe in my heart they are absolutely the best team in the NFC. You have every right to try to future plan and create a memory and do it. And I think if you're a Lions fan and you believe it and you've got the financial wherewithal and or the motivation, yes, do it. New Orleans is a great town anyways, by the way. And hell of a lot of fun.
Here's the beauty of it. You're going to keep winning. You don't have to worry about traveling to any playoff games.
Maybe.
I don't think you're going to travel.
Okay, just okay, you know what? F it. You're right. They're never losing again.
No, not losing again, but I think it's going to be between you, the Commanders, and the Eagles.
Commander?
Dude, they're just winning, Mike. I mean, like it or not, they're what, at 6-2, 7-2?
David, we got to start drug testing.
There is no way a rookie is going to take himself all the way to the NFC Championship game. It's not happening.
David, I'm saying
C.J. Stroud didn't even do that last year.
I'm talking about just you want to be the number one seed, and they're your competition right now. Because all we're talking is right
You're
now.
talking about one seed. You're talking about seeding.
The one
Okay.
seed. Yes. If you're the one seed and you're somebody like Gina or a fan, you don't have to travel. So you could break the budget to go down to New Orleans because you didn't have to go to Philly. You didn't have to go to San Francisco. You didn't have to go to any other place. You just drove down to Ford Field, cheered your team on, and now you're about to go spend thousands in New Orleans.
Which is a hell of a good time.
Here's what's going on, Mike. Someone just told me 8181 Greenfield is a recreational marijuana growing site now, so he's just hallucinating. That's what's going
that's
on
all. He's
there.
on that ooh-wee. Look, until you produce the yearbook.
It got me where I am today, so I guess I'm on that ooh-wee.
That's right. That's right. It got Rico here. It got Rico here.
No, that was just genetics.
Okay.
Thank Irv. So you got to thank Irvin for that.
248-539-9797. We'll go to Devin, 97.1. Dev, how you doing, bud?
Fantastic, man. Honestly, I know it's been a long way, but honestly, it's kind of sorry, honestly, hearing these calls throughout the whole day. It's a lot of SOL fans that just want and needing more. What in the last 6 years has given us the opportunity and the audacity to ask for more when we barely had any? But overall, I'm glad that we made the move. I'm not expecting another move because I think this move is enough because we have a family worth of a football team. Our wide receiver room, even our our edge room. Like it's amazing to see because I was a Bears wearing that Barry Sanders hat when I was a kid going to school, and I'm 30 now. I'm happy as hell to pull that out of the closet. I'm morally happy.
Look, I think they did pretty much the only thing they could do that would both meet the level of what they needed and not in any way, shape, or form create chaos. Look, I would love Max Crosby, but it's clear he ain't getting traded. Do I wish it would have been more public? Do I wish that there would be reports the Lions tried multiple times? Of course I do. But I understand that they don't want to do certain things. And the Myles Garrett stuff, look, it's all about that cap hit. I mean, you're talking about a $50 million bomb. So I get it, and I'm good with it. And I don't need a whole lot more. I think you've got elite assistants. I think you've got an elite head coach. I think you have an elite GM. I think you have arguably one of the 5 or 6 best quarterbacks in the game right now. You got the best running back duo in the league. You got arguably the best receiver, arguably the best tight end. You've got the deep threat you've lacked. You have the best O-line. You've got
the O-line,
an improved secondary, and you've got a defensive coordinator that I understand he catches hell sometimes from people, but Aaron Glenn is willing to adjust. I mean, do you guys understand that the minute your D-line got gutted, you started playing more man than you ever imagined this team would play? He does what needs to be done. And I've stood up for Aaron Glenn because I don't feel like he gets half the toys that Ben Johnson gets.
Oh, please. And the second something goes wrong, he's the first one people want to ship out. Oh, my goodness, his defense is horrible. This guy can just take whatever he has and make dinner out of it.
Let's go win the Super Bowl, will you please? Let's do that. 248-539-9797. Get some calls. We got to do a football today as well. Deadline will be at 4, but your action already happened. Will there be any other deals of note in the league? I mean, David, you tell me, you're perusing.
No, Tre'Davious White just got dealt to the Ravens. That's probably going to be it.
Okay. He's not the player he was 5 years ago, so that really doesn't worry me.
Yeah, I think he was about to get cut anyway.
There's the truth. You hate to see it. All right, winter's closing in. Old Nation Brewing, they've got you covered. Their new winter beer, Solace, is out, and it is ready for a fireplace near you. Yes, it looks dark and heavy, but it's delicate. It's easy. Guys, it's football weather. It's football beer. You get the holidays coming up. Get involved with Old Nation. Support local, support independent. 21 and up. It's Old Nation Brewing Company, and they remind you, as always, to please drink responsibly. You know, one interesting note, we get so myopic about talking about the Lions and getting Zadarius Smith, which is great. I'm equally as pleased. I haven't seen Rico's Niners. I haven't seen serial trader and star bleeper Howie Roseman in Philly. Just haven't seen your competition doing much of anything. Green Bay traded away Preston Smith. Minnesota hasn't done anything. Now, you could say they got Cam Robinson. Okay, replacement for Christian Darrisaw. But overall, if it holds and you get to 4 o'clock, you got better. Your competition didn't.
The only one that did was
Commanders.
The Commanders.
And I know you're all hard up about that deal, but I can't go there right now.
No, I'm just starting to think like maybe we stop treating them like a cute little team. And for the Niners, I mean, they're already strapped for cash, so I can't really see. And then everybody's hurt this year.
So bad. Oh my God. But my point is, you got better. Your competition didn't. So we can't lose sight of that either. Now you got 30 minutes. Watch Howie Rosen will trade for Santa Claus the way he operates. David, Ticket Text, what do you got?
Mike Rico, I am happy that the Lions got Smith from the Browns, but I would really love them to get Clowney for 6 in the next 20 minutes. That is Joshua in Huntington Woods.
No way. Plus, Clowney's signed next year, too.
He is.
Absolutely not. That guy's a mutt.
No surprise the Lions are done with trades. They did a really good job. They got what they wanted to help them to the Super Bowl, and it's a huge win. David hitting the breaking news drop got me excited, thinking we made another trade. Please give him the FU drop.
Yeah.
Matt from Flint.
Just to be abusive towards me. That's all that is.
I'm telling you, it was the funniest thing. David comes walking in the room, I'm like, David, what's going on? We got to get all of these chairs out of here right now.
You guys think that little of me,
And then,
huh?
Kenny comes filing in later, like,
Mike.
oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
You know, unlike most people at this place, I'm sorry for caring.
Stop
Sorry,
it,
I
Mike.
have actual passion for sports.
Stop it.
I apologize.
Oh, that's allowed?
I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, Rico took away college, so all I've got left is the Giants.
I think the Giants took that away from you a long
They
time.
have. They
Okay,
have.
let's just be real.
They have.
You do that for your dad. That's it. They stopped bringing you joy.
It's awful.
What, 20,000, 2007?
No, we won a Super Bowl in 11.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Eli's second Super Bowl.
Please, Mario Manningham saved the day.
Eli's second.
It was thanks to a Michigan Wolverine.
Respect on that man's name. Hall of Famer. Soon to be Hall of Famer.
Please.
Rico, you keep
Spit on that plaque.
Rico, you keep bringing up the Commanders. This guy says, am I right to be a little worried about the Rams? Really don't want to try to beat Stafford 3 times in a row.
You know, I don't really know what to think about the Rams because just when you think that they're done, they come back and they start winning, but then you're like, okay, they're good, and then they're not. So I wouldn't worry about the Rams as much. Somebody's got to win that division, but I think you got Stafford's number.
Someone else is not worried about the Commanders like you are. They said, who have they beat?
I'm not worried about the Commanders. I'm saying at some point we just got to stop treating them like they're some cute little team. They keep winning games.
Yeah, and I mean, you do have to be fair about it. It's a rookie quarterback who all they do is score. They don't really punt the football. He's a huge playmaker. I mean, they've unlocked Terry McLaurin. This is the scary Terry we all loved. I mean, the guy's already got more touchdowns than he had all last season. They're a pain in the ass. But, I mean, yeah, if they came here in a playoff game,
You'd beat them.
You'd be 7.5-point favorites.
Right. What I'm saying is you don't want to play in D.C. in January. That's what I'm saying. You want to play every game at Ford Field.
It'll take care of itself.
From Terrence in Southfield, a Super Bowl is not guaranteed. Jared Goff hasn't proved to me that he can win the big one. Remember the second half of the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl with the Rams.
Yeah, but again, I'm going to say it. You either believe it or you don't. Not guaranteeing anything. But I'm not going to get on the air and lie to the audience. Just like when we did our NFL preview show, and I said it, the Lions are winning the Super Bowl. Who's with me? That's it. I mean, why am I going to hide it? Like, what are you scared of? And if you don't believe it, you're not a criminal, right? You're not going to be thrown in the gulag. But I believe it. I believe the Lions are winning the Super Bowl. Like, why? Or what am I supposed to do? Not say it? No, I mean, seriously. Like, for what? Fear of reprisal if I'm wrong? Who cares? It's just what I believe.
It's called the receipt segment.
Oh,
Not from me. Not from me. No, not from me.
Really can't be worried about these people, are you? Please, no. I am sick of hearing the names of Chase Young, Clowney, and Calais Campbell. OMG, people, move on from these bums. We got a good deal.
I think it's a great deal, to be honest with you. Plus, the big thing, the Lions, look, they care about the person, right? They care about the type of personality they're bringing in the room. And whether you agree with it, disagree with it, that's how they've done this. Mm-hmm. And they are a tightly run operation. Zadarius Smith isn't going to undo that. And I think if you bring in a veteran, you have a better chance of that person integrating into what you do, how you do it, and very seamlessly.
And as you said, he's got a little bit of chip on the shoulder. He doesn't like the Packers. He doesn't like the Vikings. So
that's right.
Let's roll.
And nobody likes the Bears. So there you go.
The trade doesn't change the fact that this defense can't win a Super Bowl.
Okay.
You know what you need to no. Let me say. What you need your defense to do is to be able to make probably about 3-4 key stops in your road to the Super Bowl. You don't have to go out there and be the 2000 Ravens where you just shut people down. But you have to be able to get that third or fourth down stop. That's what you're bringing when you're bringing in this edge rusher.
You were never going to replace Hutch. This move is replacing your other edge rusher, so you at least had one now. Happy
Correct.
for the move, Super Bowl bound.
I love where people take what I said an hour ago and use it as their own. That's fantastic. Good for you. It's the truth. You were replacing Davenport with this move more than anything else. Mm-hmm. There is no replacing Hutch. The only way you're going to replace him was Max Crosby. And that's just, it's not happening because Max Crosby's clinically insane and doesn't want to leave Las Vegas.
Brad Cooks again. If Goff can maintain his production, we're Super Bowl bound. Tom in Warren.
God, I wish we could ban that phrase. It's so stupid. I can't take it.
Which phrase?
Ooh, Brad Cooks again. Ooh, what is he, Bobby Flay? He's a GM. Ooh, Brad Cooks. Ooh, let Brad cook.
What about let? Oh, I say, what about let?
It's just, I hate it. It's such a dumb, like, ooh, I'm hip, I'm cool. Tucka. I can't stand it. Ooh, let John Lynch cook. It's like, who says that?
Mike's about to create a list.
What are you talking about?
Like Gator has the list.
What list?
List of things he hates. You didn't know that.
No.
Oh, Gator has this like laundry list of things that he just absolutely hates. So every day or so, he adds something new to the list.
Oh, tremendous. Okay, 248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. They move enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they can move that amount of product. They can do it because they stock it all. It's in their warehouse right down the road. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. And deck season, it's here. And again, you can get a deck built year-round. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. So call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, give me some damn music. Tell me what we're talking about. Oh, God. All right, now this national or Big Ten?
This is national.
All right, we left the booty 10 behind.
Well, because the national poll comes out tonight, the official one. Ooh, I'm going to give you mine today, right now.
All right, let's hear it.
All right. So I'm going to ask you, Michael, would you rather me give you the top 4 first or save that for last?
The top 4 to bye weeks, right?
Correct.
All right, just save those.
Okay. Just missing the cut because, well, they're missing a player. At 16, Army.
Bryson Daly's hurt. If he's hurt, it should be the Rodenbacher thing that happened to Florida State last year. No Travis, no playoff.
Right.
Bryson Daly ain't around. Hey, be careful if you're Army out at North Texas this week. If Chandler Morris's shoulder is right, the Mean Green could put up 50.
You know what? I should just call this bottom 4 the Mike Valeni 4. Because at 15, Ole Miss.
This is it right here. This is everything, right? If Ole Miss can win this game, they're back in play. If they lose, Rico Beard, business decisions will be made because it's an entire transfer team.
For everybody who wants to know, it's taken away from what college football used to be, think of this Saturday as Elimination Saturday. You win, you move forward, you lose, season's done.
Same thing for Alabama.
At 14, SMU. Impressive victory.
Yep.
But you're just on the outside looking in.
Thanksgiving. I think the interesting part with SMU is you and I were in Las Vegas watching them clown car in an odious 18-15 game against BYU. BYU's undefeated. That loss actually doesn't look that bad.
No, it doesn't.
So for SMU, step one was dropping a bomb on Pitt. Now, my fear with them is R.J. Maryland's out for the year.
Right. No, you were not. I was about to say, you were not happy in that SMU game. You were fit to be tied.
No, I was not pleased with what I was seeing from the Pony Express. Carry on.
At 13, also win and you're in, lose and you're done. LSU hosting Alabama this weekend.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this question. Which guy needs it more, Kelly or DeBoer?
Kelly.
Okay.
DeBoer still first year. Now he's going to lose support because your honeymoon will be officially over and next year you're on the hot seat. But Kelly needs it now because he lost that support a while ago.
Yeah. And again,
his family.
That loss at A&M was brutal. I mean, they were up 17-3 or whatever it was. And the next thing you know, it's 38-17. I'm going, what happened? Yes, but that's a high-pressure game, man.
It is. It's at Separation Saturday. At 12, barely making it because they didn't score an offensive touchdown, Penn State. I don't think they're going to stay there, but for right now, they have one loss.
Tell me, do this for me. Sell me this Penn. Why should Penn State be in?
Penn State is still that they have one loss and they play in the Big Ten.
Who have they played? Is their coach a penis?
I was just about to ask. They haven't played and beaten anyone.
Okay, guys, they're holding a spot. Okay, this is not projecting where it's going to. Final one is it's right now, and right now they've only lost a game. I dropped them all the way from 4 to 12.
You should put them in the MAC. But keep going. James Franklin's a loser.
At 11, Boise State.
By the way, Penn State may have killed Caller Nick. He may have expired after that game.
Yeah, Boise State.
I'm fine with it. I think the Genty Heisman thing's losing steam. It's not good enough for him to put up 140 yards. It's not.
It actually hurt him. I mean, he would have been better off grabbing his hamstring and saying, I'm hurt.
Yeah.
And then you would, he only had 140 because he got injured.
Yeah, he needs
300. Let's face it. No.
He's got to average about 200 yards a game if he wants to be serious about doing this.
But you put up a 250-yard game and 5 touchdowns, and now people would be like, oh, yeah,
he needs a game like LaDainian Tomlinson against UTEP years ago. Kenny, pull up those highlights. That'll be this month's segment of Kenny Kata's Old School Football.
We already did that one. Reruns, Mike.
Really? Yeah. Oh, man.
Well, Kenny also learned
Not
about
bad.
Najee Davenport. So
Laundry basket.
there you go.
Carry on.
At 10, we have BYU.
No. There's no scenario you can put that team in a playoff. None. Rico,
Well-
you can't.
Somebody has to win the Big 12.
No. I wouldn't let the Big 12 in this year. It's an awful conference.
Somebody's got to win the Big 12.
I'm actually rooting for Colorado then. Good. At least
number-
they'll be interesting when they get their ass kicked.
Coach Prime's going to say, I told you so. At number 9, this is it for them, is Alabama.
Yep. All or nothing right here. They win, they're back. They lose, they're out. And I'm telling you, Milrose got a lot on the line here. He has cost himself millions. He needs to go into Death Valley and be the player we remember him to be because he has been morbid.
At number 8 is Notre Dame. Notre Dame is just kind of flying under the radar, doing what they need to do. And now their tough game against USC late in the year is not that tough anymore. They just benched their quarterback in Miller Moss.
Notre Dame in this poll is like the couples who stay together for the kids. Like you don't want Notre Dame there, but you know they got to be there, and it's for the best. They're fine enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Who've they beaten? Okay, Louisville. Louisville's not good.
Yeah,
Navy.
but whoa! Stop the clock. First of all, watch your mouth about Louisville. Second of all, they just dropped a bomb in the other Death Valley, the welfare version,
Yeah.
Howard's Rock. David, they ain't bad.
Because, spoiler alert, Clemson, they had their separation Saturday.
If Notre
last
Dame
week.
and Penn State play on a neutral field, Notre Dame beats them, David.
They beat A&M. I'm sorry. I forgot about that at the beginning of the year. All right.
At number 7.
And they destroyed Navy. Hope they're
did,
happy.
But that's Navy.
Communists.
I mean, it was Navy.
Poor Horvath.
Hey, David.
Yeah, there you go. Good. That's nice.
7 is Tennessee.
No, I'm done. I watched almost that entire game Saturday night against Kentucky. First of all, they hadn't scored in the first half since September 21st. They finally got a score late in that half. Rico, 3 missed kicks, drop passes, blown assignments. Nico cannot hit an open receiver. I know they're winning. Kenny, you played them in a couple of weeks?
Play who?
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Thanks for paying attention to the show. Listen, Kenny's going to do Earth a favor, and they're going to beat Tennessee, and we could be done with this nightmare.
See, I think Tennessee is like Penn State. They're benefiting from the conference that they're in. At number 6, Indiana.
Oh, Christ. This again. Just leave me alone.
What? You picked Indiana.
To be good, not to be this. I don't know.
Okay.
Are they this good? Their
You
strength of schedule is outside the top 100.
You just talked about how Tennessee can't score. Guess who can?
I know.
Indiana. Touchdown play.
Signetti treated Spartan Stadium like a brothel.
So
take a black light to that place.
So basically, we don't judge them until they play Ohio State.
It's difficult when they have a strength of schedule outside the top 100.
That's what I'm saying. So is it Ohio State? Is that when you're going to say, okay, this team's for real or this team's a fraud?
No, they're for real. Are they this good? Like if you had them at 10 or 11, what am I going to say? They're undefeated. But it does get to a point where you're beating like Lumberjack Tech, FIU,
But here's the thing. If they played Tennessee, Notre Dame, or Alabama, or BYU on a neutral field.
If they drop a bomb on Michigan, I won't say a damn word next week.
Okay.
But you got to show me that they're capable of that. I'm talking complete depantsing.
And that really will say something.
For me, it would, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it would.
At 5, University of Texas.
Yep. And I'll tell you right now that if I had to bet one favorite this week, I'm probably leaning them. They are off a bye, lying in wait for Florida and like a 7-string quarterback. They better put up a number this week.
Yeah, 21.5 point favorite over Florida.
I need 50 on the board.
Okay.
Let's go.
At 4, probably the weakest of the buys, University of Miami. Miami, to me, just keeps teetering every week. Like, we want to lose. I guess we'll
They were
win
down
this week.
28-17. Their defense is bad, but with Cam Ward, you have arguably the single best player in America on an offense that is explosive as all get out. So can they put 40 on any defense in America? Yes. The problem is they'll probably give up 38.
They have a 31 to do. They nasty looking is what they are.
Jesus.
The separation for 2 and 3.
Titanic.
Who had the better loss? If you want to know my rationale. At 3 is Georgia. Kenny's Georgia Bulldogs.
No disagreement at all. We don't even know if we have a quarterback anymore. So you know what? Carson Beck sucked last week. Yeah, you're not ranked number 2 right now, David. I have expectations, damn it.
That's good. MSU's dead corpse has been stuffed into an oil drum at the bottom of Lake Mead. Yeah, I have real sympathy for you. Wah, wah, wah.
At least MSU wasn't. They were never on this list, so. Michigan used to be. At number 2 is Ohio State, because their biggest win is losing to
I'd still put
Oregon.
Georgia above OSU, but I understand how you did it with the losses, and I'm not going to pitch a fit. But if Georgia and OSU play on the same field, I'm taking Kenny's guys.
Who throws the most picks?
It's line of scrimmage. And Ohio State, they're on the O-line and D-line. It's not acceptable. Not for that payroll.
And at number 1, fresh off their victory at the Big House, the Oregon Ducks. Quack, quack.
Yeah, I'm fine with it, but here's the overriding theme. Are any of these teams really that good? Everyone has a level of vulnerability here. So this is Rico's dream with the 12-team playoff. Chaos.
You know what? It's going to make it interesting.
Could.
And we got Separation Saturday this Saturday. Have fun with this, people. The fake poll comes out tonight. The real poll just happened right now. 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Well, we're past the 4 p.m. trade deadline. The Lions' move for defensive end Zadarius Smith became official last hour. Adam Schefter said it was a process. That on the Pat McAfee show earlier, an NFC North linebacker is on the move. Green Bay is sending Preston Smith to the Steelers. Pittsburgh also landing receiver Mike Williams. The Rams have made a move as well. Tre'Davious White is on his way to Baltimore. Baltimore also reportedly calling on Marshawn Lattimore, who landed in Washington. Former Tiger reliever Joe Jimenez could be out for the entire 25 season for the Braves after undergoing left knee surgery last week. Jimenez was entering year 2 of a 3-year, $28 million extension. He had a .262 ERA last season. According to a report by ESPN, Greg Popovich's health scare over the weekend was a serious situation, which ended in him needing medical attention in San Antonio. There is no timetable for his return. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wow. Nice edit right there, boys. Look, NFL trade deadline right now, that's it. No more. We get any big trades? Of course, we'll update you. But the Lions got arguably the most impactful one of the day. You're the only NFC team who really got better. I think you're winning the Super Bowl. You want to hear more of it, Odyssey.com Rewind. We'll get back to it at 5. We are going to get some college football. But David, 2 minutes in a 4-hour show. I am obsessed with this story. Like during commercial breaks, I try to read newspapers. I try to read some articles. I can't get enough of these trigger spaces for idiot college students.
I thought it was a story I told
It's unbelievable. You got to listen to this. This is unbelievable to me. What are we doing to the youth of this country? So we were talking about how Georgetown has set up hey, if you're upset about the election, we have special little, napping pods for you. This is Georgetown. This is an elite university. University of Puget Sound. Pupils are given option for seeking refuge, not only on election day, but all week long. Quote, students can pop into the campus lobby and enjoy some cupcakes on their way to the campus rotunda to let their minds wander in a walkable labyrinth featuring calming lighting and music. And those who still don't feel like they've received their adequate piece can partake in relaxing arts and crafts. Oh, my dear effing God. For students who haven't shaken off the election day willies by Thursday, the school's offering a post-election processing space where students can create collages and journal using self-care writing prompts. I swear to God, if I ran a business, I would find out every person who visited one of these and I'd never hire them. You are incapable of being an adult.
It's a lot better than my story, so you win.
What's your story?
What I share with you.
Okay, yeah. No. Mine is at least lighthearted. That if
you know what? Listen tomorrow for Heather in the News. You'll hear the
it'll
story.
Be there. David, serious question. As a parent, when you hear stuff like this, what happens now? How old's your oldest? The bad one.
My oldest is 14.
That's the bad seed.
He's not bad.
Yeah. He's
Stop
the bad
it.
one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stop it.
4 or 5 years from now, he will be in college. What do you take me through this as a parent? I look at it as an uncle. I would, if my niece or nephew needed a election processing space, Uncle Mike would laugh in their face.
See, that's what I'm saying.
And that maybe I'm terrible. But I'm sorry.
Little
This
Paul Sorvino.
yeah, little meatball.
Like
I love that little guy. He's a good kid, man.
I get it.
Little meatball. The meats.
Like mental health and your mental space and your mental, it's a real thing. But for the election, you need a
Cupcakes.
space to separate your. No. It's not affecting your. Go
A
back to
meditation
school.
rotunda.
No.
What should they give Giant fans at MetLife?
But what kind of cupcakes?
I mean, what are we doing?
What kind?
It's buttercream?
I mean, like, Kenny, you didn't graduate from school that long ago. It's not. Kenny, think about this. When you hear this, can you imagine your time at OU? Oh my God, the election. It says, oh my God, I need a processing space.
Honestly, with the way that school was going in the direction of some of the curriculum, I could actually picture that. That's not unfeasible to me to see that happening.
Yeah,
and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of these at other schools. This is just the beginning of this.
Why?
I don't know. This isn't me that needs these.
What should LCA offer for Piston fans who are emotionally bereft after 15 years with no playoff win?
Hey, we've won some games this year, man.
You just beat LeBron.
It's a good win for them. It was. I was waiting for the collapse. Am I a bad person? It was fourth quarter, and I'm like, okay.
Oh, my God. How about this one?
Uh-oh.
New York City private, this is a very expensive school if you look this up. The Ethical Culture Fieldstein School in Manhattan. They're allowing any students who become emotionally distressed over the election to skip school Wednesday. Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
You got to still live life, man.
No, I mean, but a lot of people are spending a lot of money into the mental health, so that's where they're
But
going
I get
with
that.
this.
But for the election, you still got to live life. You still got to do things.
You need to take a 20-second time
So do you
out.
not go to the grocery store? You're just not going to eat anymore?
Boy, I can really feel I may be bothered. I can't do radio tomorrow. Welcome to real life. Get out of bed and go to work.
I had to watch Campy for 4 years. I deserved one of those damn things.
Okay, you know what? You don't get to complain. You saw Kentucky victory.
Yeah, about 10 years too late.
Kenny actually got a Jack Golke tattoo. No, I wonder what parents out there think when they hear or read things like this. And it's like, wait, so if I'm a good parent, am I going to be vilified now for instilling a level of maturity in my child, the ability to deal with adversity? And I mean, look, it's a perfect bridge to what we're going to talk about with college football. We just talked earlier about Jermaine Burton with the Bengals, right? Mm-hmm. These kids aren't even coached anymore. They're coddled. So now you're seeing it in the college landscape. The minute things don't go right, think about the fact, and this is not anti-Rico. I am saying he's right. It's disgusting he's right. Oh, well, if Team B loses, business decisions are going to get made. Wait, so you just hoe out your teammates? Mm-hmm. You just hoe out the place that paid you? Just not going to play the rest of November because, things didn't go my way? Mm-hmm. Like, how does the NFL even process it? I'd look at a kid who opted out because their team lost a couple of games, and I'd be like, I don't want you.
It's amazing where it's evolved from where you left a bowl game because you're preparing for the NFL draft to now, I'm sorry, our season's done. 4 weeks left, I'm out.
You talk about Ole Miss. If Ole Miss loses, okay, they lose this weekend to Georgia, and they have opt-outs from their high profile, and again, that's a team built in the portal. That means they're skipping out on the last month of the season and their keynote rivalry game, the Egg Bowl, which is a big-time rivalry against Mississippi State. And then you sit there, and it's like the same fans that are paying these idiot salaries for these kids, and then those kids opt out because what? You didn't get to have it your way? Mm-hmm. That's ridiculous.
It is.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling at the situation.
I understand. It still boils down to, I really wish before all of this happened that the rules and the guidelines were put in place first. And then you would know, okay, you can't do this, you can't do this, and you can't do this. Because it comes across as, well, you don't want people to make money. I absolutely do. But you got to do it the right way. You have to be able to say, okay, if you're going to get paid like a job, then you have to do your job. You can't just say, I'm out, and if you do, you forfeit the remainder of the money if you opt out of the season. That, to me, seems fair. Instead of, well, I'm going to quit after 6 weeks because we are no longer any good, but pay me my entire salary.
I'm sorry, last one, and then I'll move on. I can't get enough. In the suites, that'll be open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. today. Students will be treated to goodies that wouldn't be out of place at a birthday party, including a Lego station, coloring books, and even milk and cookies. These are college students. You're old enough to go to war.
But if you notice a theme, Mike, it's going back to childhood, because in your childhood, for a lot of these students, you experienced no adversity. Mommy and daddy took care of everything for you. You always won. You always got a trophy. Everything was awesome.
It's weak.
David, but I mean, think about all the food that they're saying, hey, go back to kinder times when you were a child and things look, here's some cupcakes and some
here's
milk
an
and
idea.
cookies.
Go back to the most peaceful time in your life when you laid in your onesie and bleeped yourself. Maybe perhaps the school will come and change you.
You know what?
And
Keep
wipe
reading.
your boo-boo.
Keep reading. There's probably a school doing
Honestly, I'm sorry. To everyone in Metro Detroit, I deeply apologize.
that. The University of Vermont is offering onesies.
Right, and a diaper. Hey, want to bleep yourself in a lecture you find boring? No problem. The teacher's aide will be right over. Good God, man. We are seriously heading for idiocracy. That's insane. And if I were a parent, I'd be insulted. I also would probably be viewed as a Viking.
No.
I would never.
Okay, no. The second part is true. You would be that guy because all the parents are not insulted, Mike. They created these monsters. Parents did this. Kids didn't know any better. The parents did this by saying, I'll take care of it. Hey, Dave, not you, David, but
David is being very quiet because there's one of these
Right.
stress suites at Greater Life.
No, it's
Did you not enjoy Corinthians?
No.
Here's a
going
plate
to the
of
stress
brownies.
cubicle we have back
But
there.
I know you're not saying me, but it upsets me that my kid is in high school and he goes to school with these soft individuals that are like this.
Because David, growing up, if I got in trouble, it wasn't if my father had to come to school.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dead.
He immediately would look at the teacher in the presence. What did my child do? Nowadays, it's, well, what did you do to my child? Did you trigger them? You know, did you say the safe word? And did you make them feel comfortable? Man, my old man had to leave work. Please.
Do I?
I would beg. I will clean every room. I will do whatever.
I'd be better
Do
off.
not make this phone call.
I would be better off faking my own death
Yes!
than going home.
Yes.
And there was no my side of the story.
Nope.
But from the teachers in my life, I could share stories your head would explode. I won't do that now. But I know my teachers that are out there listening in our audience, they're nodding in agreement.
Bruh.
But you and I were raised the same way. Oh, if mom and dad got involved, this wasn't a court of law. There was no objection. And it would be immediately overruled. I was dead.
Well, I don't know about you, Mike. In grade school, principal's office, there was a paddle on the wall. Let's just say it wasn't there for decoration. Pretty much. You could plead your case, and at the end of every case was always, all right, you get 3.
Every case was North Korea.
Right.
You were still going to get killed by artillery.
Right. You get 3. Come on.
All right. That's all. I'm sorry in a 4-hour show.
That's
but
when I found out what old man strength was.
It's a great note. It's a great note, man. That's why BYU wins.
Yeah.
All 30 with a mortgage. Being number one isn't easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience at 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. Get a great night's rest on a great Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. All right, I promise you we'll land the plane. We'll get back to the NFL at 5. Lions get Zadarius Smith. Great move. None of your competing teams. I don't consider the Commanders to be a Super Bowl caliber team. If you want to say they got better with Marshawn Lattimore, I'm not mad. But the Eagles primarily, the Packers, they didn't make moves. Not that have been released to the media yet, and the deadline's done. So we'll keep an eye on it. But, David, you've got a lot of ticket text from what I just brought up, and then I do want to bring this back to where we were originally going to go, which is I gave you guys a little bit of a homework assignment. And, look, for you guys, the fans out there of college football, and certainly college basketball, but college football primarily, I just want to know if what Rico and David are about to tell you has an impact not only on your viewing but your spending habits. We're going to talk about it. David, go ahead.
I agree with you, Mike and Rico. These parents and school administrators have lost their minds. I have 5 kids and would never accept that as a thing that they are allowed to do. You can be mad at my generation for these safe spaces in college, but it's your generation that spoiled and babied us.
Mm-hmm. No, and that's what I said. The parents wanted to make sure that they had a better life than I did, and they just overdid it and never let them ever experience anything bad. Because you got to fall down. It builds character. And instead, you kept moving the goalposts. No, try again. At some point, you just got to say, son, you failed. Okay, next year.
These kids are not going to be employable, not prepared for the real world at all. I would not hire them.
No, they wouldn't last a day. I mean, and whether it's, just forget it. I don't even want to go down this road. Just unemployable.
My cousin and I were born the same year, 1989. I went to the Marine Corps, and she went to college. She ranted on social media about if her candidate doesn't win, she'll have to never leave her house again. She's soft, and I can't believe we are considered peers.
Yeah, I also love the people who say if their candidate doesn't win, they're leaving the country. I'm still waiting for you to leave.
That never happens.
I'm leaving. Okay, when? And where do I send your stuff?
Okay, sure. You know what? I'll buy your car and your house.
This is the greatest country in the world, no matter who's in office. You don't want to live anywhere else.
Bye-bye, Le'Veon. Mike Rico, you are 100% right. These are weak-minded kids. If the election is so traumatic, then you shouldn't be allowed to vote to protect.
Oh, man, you're so triggered. You need Legos and brownies. Good heavens.
Well, someone says it starts in high school exam week. They have crayons and coloring books and fluffy chairs and a therapy dog.
See, now we're going to go to a different place now. Don't get me started with the effing animals on the airplanes. Now, I admit I fly a lot, but I'm getting tired of it. That was not a thing. And I don't want to hear about, please. I know you don't need that dog on this plane. You're a liar.
What about
Stop
the people with high anxiety?
That's what I mean. A service dog's a service dog. You're not Ray Charles, and you don't need that dog on this plane.
Right.
Ridiculous.
I'm afraid to fly.
Then drive. I'm sorry. You know what? Stop. Right now, do the topic.
Mike.
I'm spiraling.
Mike, we have some brownies out there.
I hate you.
We need you to calm down.
Whatever happened to just a good sledgehammer into some inanimate object? That makes me feel much better.
No, we ordered some pizza straight from New York.
Oh, thank you.
Go out there and you enjoy yourself.
Let's do the topic. I have a question. Because we did the little ranking deal, and we openly are talking about players. If they lose, they're going to sit out. And it's, I don't have the ability to be passionate. And it's a struggle because the NIL thing, in what I sent you guys, I want you guys on a personal level to extract the most offensive thing you read in the article, which is essentially, hey, the schools are making a bleep load of money, but we're passing the savings on to you to pay these players. And Rico and I have said this. I just don't know anyone in my sphere. And it doesn't matter whether you'd be a $100 a year, $1,000 a year, or certain people in my life who, if they wanted to drop $1 million, they could. No one is doing NIL. It is universally mocked. It is something you are better rolling your money into a cigar and smoking it than you are doing NIL. There is no ROI. And now, if kids want to extort you 3 weeks later for a better contract from Paducah State, they can do it. So when you read what some schools are starting to do in the name of NIL, I want you and David and Kenny to come to the forefront. And I'm interested to see what you found most offensive, and does it impact, A, how you feel about the sport, or B, your viewing habits or your spending habits if you are a ticket holder?
Yeah, I'll go first, guys. For me, I think what I saw was, and I like to term it, this is the college version of the stadium grift. Meaning, you have super billionaire owner who says, hey, guys, I really like to stay here in your city, but I need a new stadium, but I'm a little short on funds. So can you, the voters, please just either give this to me tax-free or just help me pay for it? That's what's happening now, because you're seeing that the schools, especially locally, Michigan State, we're going to tack on extra expenses to your ticket. And now it's even moving over. And now I'm going to set David up like Chris Paul with an alley-oop. They're even saying maybe we add it to the tuition. David, the floor is yours.
That is where I found the problem. Because right now in this article, it said that Clemson, they want to raise $7 to $8 million. So they want to add just $150, which is called an athletic fee, per semester to tuition. But I know that's just the beginning. It's going to increase year after year. And what I see is the future of what my household looks like. In 4 years, you talked about it, and we were talking earlier. 4 years, I'm going to have a son in college. So now you're asking me to pay on top of probably $55,000 or whatever tuition is at what university he wants to go to. Now you're adding this fee that I have no choice over. I can't say no to. That's the problem.
Hey, man, those cupcakes ain't cheap.
But guys, it's the principle.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Of course, yes.
How dare you? Now, if you want to add it to the cost of the ticket, well, that's a decision you have to make, that I'm supporting the program, and okay, fine. You start adding it to that, or you start adding to concession prices. I mean, everything in that article is real, guys.
See, what really gets me is we're not addressing the biggest thing. You are making a ton of TV money.
Where's it going?
It's almost like the lottery in the state. Oh, it goes to here. Where? To the schools. How much? Because most teachers I know are crying broke. Where's the money going? Hundreds of millions of dollars. And think about this. If you just took 10%, David, if they tithe the money, just 10%, you would have $10 million as a little, you can do whatever you want. You can spend it on whoever you want, buy new stadiums, do players, whatever. It doesn't come out of students, season ticket holders, no one. And if the kids walk away, wasn't your money, it was the TV money. It didn't hurt you.
But if you're a ticket holder or you have tickets you've pondered leaving, when you hear that you may be upcharged to support NIL, or it may be on tuition, or it may be on concessions, what is your viewpoint? Look, I'm out of the season ticket game. I left a long time ago because MSU doesn't know how to treat their fans. But let's say you're a Michigan fan. Look, the products at both schools are terrible this year. And when you look at it and you go, wait, this is what might happen next? Kenny, when you read it, what was your initial take?
My initial take was from the ticket holder perspective, going, what is this TV money going for? What is this for? What is this money for? You're upcharging me. You're making money hand over fist with these deals. Why am I being charged so that you can run a program that I want to see? That's what bothers me the most as a potential ticket holder.
And my biggest thing is this, and I know we're up against it. I'll just say it plain. I've arrived at a point where I don't think 90% of these players deserve a penny. And I'm all for players getting paid, but the reality is 90% of college football players aren't worth the jersey they wear. Oh, sure, there's 10% that are difference makers. A Trey Harris at Ole Miss, a Carson Beck at Georgia.
You know what they're called? Future NFL players.
Yes, Travis Hunter. But the reality is 90% of these guys aren't really worth their scholarship. Oh, and now these are the same players. Look, I got news for you. If you don't think your favorite team, Michigan or Michigan State, has got a guy making six figures who's a backup, you're sadly mistaken. The horse has left the stall here. And it's just, as Rico put it, it's the new stadium grift. It was a great piece. It was by the AP, and I'm just like, wait till David sees this. Tuition. 248-539-9797. If you purchase your own health insurance, you got to listen up. Time to renew it for 25. Open enrollment only 45 days. You got till December 15th. Only time you can change your coverage. No questions asked. Don't waste time. Get with Mike Papura. He'll be your free consultant. He'll shop the entire marketplace, on and off the marketplace. And he will show you a variety of options, including the least expensive one, guaranteed. Open enrollment. It's here. You want coverage? Go get it done. Mike Papura, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The 4 p.m. NFL trade deadline is come and gone. For the Lions, they addressed their hole at pass rusher, adding Zadarius Smith to the fold. Detroit giving up a future 5th and 6th round pick to Cleveland. With his 26 QB pressures this season, Smith already second behind Aiden Hutchinson on the team, with 30 before his injury. Per The Athletic, several NFL teams were very interested in Giants linebacker Azeez Ojulari, but the asking price was too high. One of the last trades that came in was Texans defensive tackle Khalil Davis. He's heading to the Niners. Clemson football coach Dabo Swinney was told he could not vote today. Dabo's legal name is William, the same of his son, who voted last week. He completed a paper ballot instead. A hearing will be held Friday to find a resolution. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, we'll do the ticket text, get to some football, and then we are back to the Lions at 5 o'clock. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything, and it's simple. You get Zadarius Smith. I think we're back on track. I think you're winning the Super Bowl. No reason to hide from it. Don't need to. It's what I believe in my heart. David, what do you got, bud?
Everyone clamored for college athletes to get paid, and now we are footing the bill. I cannot stand the way in what this has become.
Yeah, and it's made me watch the game differently because, frankly, like now, I used to always say, and I mean this, like I always used to think, it's a pretty classless deal to boo college players, right? Like, I mean, come on, man. Now it's like, to hell with it. Anything short of throwing garbage at them. Like, what? Oh, little Johnny's making $500,000 a year. Well, too bad. Welcome to the real world, John. It ain't Johnny no more. You got paid $500,000 to go out there and be mediocre, John.
And admission is more because of that. You're going to have fans absolutely losing it.
This is where, and I'm saying this. This is not an anti-Rico. This is not even us joking about. I'm being serious with you. I think this sport is killing itself, totally destroying itself. Because you can say, well, it'll be the NFL light. The problem is you're catering to different people with college than you are the pros.
And the problem is the NFL has a structure that they have rules on top of rules on top of rules.
Collectively bargained agreement.
This is you're half wet. I don't know if I want to do this or not. I want them to have their freedom, but I also want them to make their money. No, you have to pick a side. So I haven't reached the point like you when I'm watching the game that I'm sitting there saying, make the tackle because you're making X amount of money. I'm just saying, make the tackle and quit sucking.
It just feels like they're making it up as they go, and Kenny,
when
you say the NFL has a structure, this is the opposite of a structure.
That was the problem. That I was all for this, but I said, if you don't, I would have rather them took a year and just come up with rules and say next year we're going to allow this, but you have the rules in place because now it's truly you make it up as you go along. Schools can push the boundary step over the line, and what's the punishment? Because there's no rules.
The other problem I have is it's become a very convenient little 3x5 index card talking point for people. Oh, well, if it was structured, the people would still cheat anyway. Guys, newsflash. When you're talking about this Bryce Underwood kid in Belleville, who's allegedly a fabulous prospect, been committed to LSU, Michigan's making a run. When we're starting to talk $3, $4, $5, $6 million, let me help you with something. That level of money was never, is not now, and would never be under the table. The only way you can move that sum of money is in broad daylight. There is no way you can shadow operation that.
Not enough, big enough McDonald's bag for that one?
Not even for Tennessee.
What about the duffel bag like Ricky Rowe on it?
Blue Chips. Great movie. Great movie.
I already paid $300 per seat PSL in Spartan Stadium. Take this fee and shove it.
Well, I think the thing, honestly, you get to a point where you start to go, wait a second. What am I actually paying for? I mean, think about the vast majority of schools that are now also rans. What are you paying for? Did the prices go down when your school decided that they couldn't or wouldn't execute real NIL? No. In fact, the prices probably went up. It's remarkable. And look, all I'm saying is if it's not for doing cash the ticket and betting on some games, no, there's really no emotional tie. Kenny, I said this to Rico the other day. I said, look, I've known Rico for over 15 years, guys. And for a long time, we would watch damn near every state road game together, okay? If I said to Rico 5 years ago, I turned off the state game and didn't bother, he'd be like, blink twice if you're okay. Mm-hmm. Do they have a gun to your head? Now it's easy for me. I don't care because I don't even view these people as Spartans. And I'm not speaking for Wolverines. This is me. You know what these guys are? They're guys in Halloween costumes dressed up as Spartans. They have nothing to do with Michigan State football because they just got here. If it doesn't go to their liking, they're leaving. They don't know anything about the school. I'd be shocked if they're going to class, and they'll be gone next year. You know what's going to happen? It'll be Bring Your Son to Work Day 2.0. 30 new costume artists show up.
See, the thing is, college football was exempt because college basketball has been this way for the longest with the one and done. That every year was a brand new year. You could be a Final Four team this year and absolute garbage the next year.
Kentucky going to the NIT and losing to Robert Morris.
Right. So that was college hoops.
Yeah.
And now it's coming to college football where I now view this Michigan State team as this year's team. Next year's team, I'll see it in the spring. And I'll say, oh, okay, maybe this team can do something or not.
Can I correct you? You'll see them in the fall because you can see a different team from spring to fall.
Oh, yeah. MSU lost both their all-conference D tackles in spring ball after we had paid them. No, he's not wrong, David. I'm just saying in this instance, it's such a laugh factory. Okay. I can't be asked to care.
When Big Ten Media Day comes out, I will know. Okay, this is the team.
No, really. Is this the team?
Until 4 games into the season that somebody opts out.
I want Rico to be like a bouncer at a nightclub in the tunnel for the kickoff. Let me see some ID, son.
Hold on.
Okay. So you're here.
Yeah.
You're here now?
Yeah.
But look, we've even seen it. Like you mentioned Louisville earlier. Now, they just went and dropped a bomb on Clemson. Louisville lost their best receiver 10 minutes before kickoff on a Friday night at BC 2 weeks ago. Their best receiver. I won't play no more. I want to preserve my red shirt. That's not how this works. You don't get to make that call. Sorry. I get heated about it because, I have no problem.
No. I like the passion, Mike, because
if
it
you
means
wanna,
deep down, you still care.
Because, I'm fine. You give them the scholarship and you tell me, hey, you want to hand every player $25,000? Man, $25,000, I would have felt like Rick Ross. $25,000 at age 18, are you kidding me?
See, I think that's where it was initially supposed to be, but then it just...
Millions of dollars? Like, no disrespect. I don't know Bryce Underwood from a hole in the wall. Whether he goes to LSU or Michigan, whatever, man. I'm not mad at either school doing what they're doing. Step back a minute, and I want you to think about this. What player who has never taken a college snap should ever be paid $3, $4, $5 million?
And I would say this. I like Bryce Underwood. I've seen him play. I think he's going to be good. But go look at the top 10 quarterbacks coming out of high school every year and tell me which ones actually did something.
Okay, and again, I'm not mad.
So think about
Bryce, if you're out there, get as much as you can.
Right.
I ain't mad at you. I'm saying on a principle level as a fan, how can a guy, I don't care, a guy could be a highly successful lawyer bringing his 2 kids to Michigan on a Saturday, and you got to explain to the kids that this 18-year-old who's got his helmet on backwards is making $6 million.
Think about this.
That's insane.
David, you see how angry Michigan State people are over Aiden Childs. Multiply that by 3. That's where you and your fan base will be next year.
Right.
If Bryce Underwood comes and by week 6, he's thrown 13 interceptions to 7 touchdowns.
You're right. Or better yet, why is he not playing? Or better yet, can you bench him? Because if you do, you will have NIL collective to deal with, an angry player family and agent, which don't even get me started on that. I may as well be an agent. What credentials do you need? Oh, I'm now the new representative for Aiden Childs.
Well, no, you actually have to have credentials because that's what happened at UNLV. They had a fake agent walk in, and they was like,
mistakes were made.
I get what you mean, though.
But yeah, it's like, all right, that's all. I wanted to pass it on. So, yeah, coming soon to a theater near you. NIL might be tacked onto your kid's tuition and the hot dog you just purchased. After they've tacked on how much money for how many streaming services to watch these goofball games. 248-539-9797. All right, Paulson's audio video. Lions, they made a big trade. They're on a Super Bowl run. Upgrade your television. Do it with Paulson's, your technology partner. Home theaters, TVs, stereo systems, speaker systems, they've got it all. Their showroom is second to none. Stop in. Paulson's, best in class. Black Friday savings all month long. Buy today. Enjoy that new TV, stereo, soundbar as the Lions dump truck the Houston Texans. It's all there for you. Go to Paulson's. You can go to the website today, register for their upcoming event on the 20th at their store, the Video Matters 2 event. Tons of deals on TVs. It's Paulson's, your technology partner.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Zadarius Smith, the lone move the Lions made before the 4 p.m. trade deadline today. Smith, a pass rusher that departs from Cleveland while coming back to a familiar NFC North, where he's already played for 2 teams in his 10-year NFL career. The Red Wings are coming off a strong 2-1 win over the Sabres Saturday. They're off until tomorrow when they head to Chicago. Patrick Kane was asked if he still looks forward to returning to the city that drafted him. Kane has 2 goals and 6 assists for the first 11 games of the season. Sixers star Joel Embiid still is yet to debut this season. We won't see it for at least another 3 games as the NBA has suspended him for shoving Marcus Hayes of the Philadelphia Inquirer. The confrontation allegedly surrounding the following passage in an article recently written by Hayes saying, quote, Joel Embiid consistently points to the birth of his son Arthur as the major inflection point in his basketball career. He often says that he wants to be great to leave a legacy for the boy named after his little brother, who tragically died in an automobile accident when Embiid was in his first year as a 76er. Well, in order to be great at your job, you first have to show up for work. Embiid has been great at just the opposite, end quote. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, yet another storyline I wish we could get into, but if it ain't Lions, it doesn't play. So we'll leave the Embiid stuff out and just go down the line. Lions make a trade. It's a good one. I think they're winning the Super Bowl. There you go. No smarm. I've told you since Aiden got hurt, get a pass rusher, win Super Bowl. Don't get a pass rusher. Last year's fate is almost assured. Now they have a pass rusher. Zadarius Smith from Cleveland. You didn't give up anything I care about. You get an absolute professional who right now slotted into this team would be second on the team in pressures behind Aiden Hutchinson. And no, I'm not expecting Zadarius to be a superhero. I'm not expecting him to have 10 sacks. I'm not expecting him to put a cape on.
Say that again for the people in the back. Because I think the first game he comes out here and just has a okay game. Well, what did we make the trade for?
Because what you needed to do, because I think one thing this show's done a good job of is it's not about just Aiden. You lost Kaminsky. You lost Pecco. You're down Pascal. You lost Davenport. You needed someone who's capable of starting in this league and playing above average to good football. Zadarius Smith is a good football player, and it makes you better. Do I still think you're going to have to blitz more than you want to and play more man than you want to? Yes and yes. But Zadarius, unlike anybody else on this roster, I think has a higher degree of success in A, drawing a double, which helps other people, or winning one-on-one when you blitz. It's a really good move. And it's what I wanted, what I needed, and I just don't have a reason to not come out and tell you how I feel. I told you when we started the season in Vegas, Rico and I doing a show at Circa, the Detroit Lions are winning the Super Bowl. You've made this move. I think you've put yourself right back to that. We're good. So that's what I believe. I think Brad Holmes did a very nice job. Now, it's been weird today, and our show has had less of it, but middays and mornings, a lot of people calling in wanting more. And I don't know what more is, Rico. You know what I mean? Like, you can throw names, but...
You know what more is.
No, I don't. Tell me. Educate me.
More is you wanted Crosby. Not you, but more is why couldn't we get Max Crosby here? Why couldn't we get the other guy from Cleveland instead of him and get Myles Garrett here? That's more.
Okay, that's also the difference between comparing, like, owning a 8-cut pizza and owning Microsoft. Like, you're talking about one deal that's a 5th and a 6th, and you get kicked a 7th on a 1-year commitment. The other is 3 first-round picks, a $50 million cap bomb, and $150 million. I mean, it's just two different landscapes.
No, but I think when people, I want more. They wanted that. They wanted the deal that you could say, you know what? We won the trade deadline. It's not about winning the trade deadline.
So what if I told you you did win the trade deadline? I said to you, my biggest concern would be you being smartest guy in the room and Howie Roseman of the Eagles, or Les Snead with the Rams, or, the 800 cheeseheads with the Pack, Gutekunst. Right. Look, none of your rivals got better, guys. None of them.
No.
The closest thing to getting better isn't better. Minnesota lost their best offensive lineman in Christian Darrisaw. They made a deal, much like you did with the Aiden replacement.
Immediate necessity.
Cam Robinson. Look, the only team that got tangibly better, mind you, they traded for an injured player, would be the Commanders. And with all due respect, and there's nobody more slappy for Jaden Daniels in the world than me, they're not ready for the Super Bowl. And that's a corner.
Right.
Okay? But no one that we deemed Super Bowl. Rico's Niners.
They got Khalil Davis, but I don't think that moves the needle.
Who?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Might as well trade it for Miles Davis.
But before people start sending in texts saying,
right,
what?
but
No.
Niners, Eagles, Packers. None of them got better.
Packers lost a player.
You got better. I think the Lions did win the trade deadline. Not that that's like what you're gunning after.
But you wanted that name.
Yeah, but if you want to lay your head on your pillow tonight and say, did the Lions make the biggest move in the NFC at the deadline? Yes, they did. That was my requirement. And I think they're winning the Super Bowl.
And I think that'll some fans don't understand what the long game is. And trying to win the Super Bowl, it's a long season and a lot of things can change. And the Lions did something to help cement those games later on in December, that you have somebody who can rush the passer, that you have somebody that can contain the mobile quarterback. That's what you did. Some fans want instant gratification because they feel like, well, if we win the trade deadline, that means we get the Super Bowl. No, that's not how it works. But you aided yourself in getting there and preparing yourself to get to that number one overall seed, because right now, that's the main mission. I know you said it back at Circa Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying you're on pace to get the number one overall seed in the NFC. And if that's the case, then you will put yourself in position to get to the Super Bowl.
Yep. No, I'm with you. And again, I'm guilty as charged that 3-4 weeks ago, hell yeah, I wanted Max Crosby. But it turned out that wasn't going to be something possible or plausible. So what did we center on? The barometer for success would be a Zadarius Smith-like player or Zadarius Smith, the real thing. You got him. And I'm good with it. And I think he'll play with a chip on his shoulder. He got cast aside by Green Bay. He got cast aside after 1 year in Minnesota. Okay, welcome home. You're going to get a crack at both of them. Mm-hmm. So I'm good with it. Want to know where you guys are at. And, yeah, I just don't believe in the jinx stuff and all that craziness. I believe you're going to win the Super Bowl. And why would I change? I think you are the best coach team in the league. You're good in all three phases. Are you getting lucky? Well, yeah, but you're also awesome. So when you combine skill and luck, that's how you end up with a Lombardi trophy. It takes it. Oh, dude, go back to New York. Really? David Tyree's bubblegum helmet. Mario Manningham's Crazy Legs hearse catch. All right? My team got lucky. Mm-hmm. You need some luck. Mm-hmm. You can't just will your way to a Super Bowl. You need to get a little bit of luck, and you need to be really damn good.
And that's why I'm not saying, oh, they're going to win, because I think you're one of the teams that can get there. But then, as you say, it's that one lucky play that you hope you're on the good side of fortune and not the bad side.
Not on the Jaquiski Tart side of things.
Right.
248-539-9797. David, your thoughts on the matter?
Yeah, I think they made a nice move here. He's not going to replace Hutch, but what he's going to do is he's going to give you the addition that you would have had with Hutch. So next year, you should see a lot with them two together if they continue to keep Zadarius Smith. But this is a nice move here. And I'll give you some numbers for fans that want to know. So since week 5, Smith is tied for 5th in pressures with 23. And the Lions posted a 30.6% pass rush win rate in the 3 games when Hutchinson was out. And by himself, Smith had a 22.4% win rate. So just numbers-wise, yes, he's going to give you what you were missing, because on one leg, Jordan Love was able to sit back there in that pocket and not get touched.
Yeah, and if you're going to say, oh, it pressured him on the pick, it was a screenplay, you moron. The offensive lineman let you get through.
What? The fact that he can complete and get the sack, that's huge.
the fact that people actually say that, yeah, he got pressured. Yes, that's what every screenplay
The only
does.
tangible pressure you were getting was Aleem McNeil, interior. I think he had 5 or 6 pressures, and Aleem's a very good football player, but you've got to have balance. You got to maintain rush lane. You got to have some edge pressure too. And look, I still think they're going to blitz. Do I think they'll be blitzing at a 55% clip like the Minnesota game, or lead the league in blitzes like the Denver Broncos at a 40% clip? No. But I think they will ratchet it up. I think this allows you to pare it back a little bit. But when you blitz, do I think Za'Darius will help ensure you get more pressure? Yes, I do. But just be careful with your expectations of bringing Za'Darius Smith in and thinking you're getting TJ Watt. No, you're going to get a vet. You're going to get a guy who's still a good football player, but I don't want to use the word great. This was more of a Marcus Davenport replacement, and I'm okay with that. So I want to know where you're at with it. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people next, okay? We've talked about David Femininio for a long time. The results David and his team have gotten for injured clients are tremendous. 3.5, 5, 11.5 million. You're injured. You need an attorney that'll fight for you. That's a given. But you also need to be able to get them on the phone. Call David right now, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, David, we can hold off on ticket text. I want to go right to the people if that's okay with you. We'll go to Alex. He bats lead off in the 5 o'clock. Hello, Alex. How you doing?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you today?
Super.
Hey.
What's on your mind, brother?
So going back to the $150, athletic fee, I did some math real quick. Based on the 2023 numbers across all three campuses, undergrad and graduate, U of M had 65,378 students. $150 semester. Most people go school 2 semesters a year. That would be $19,613,400 that the student body would be footing for NIL money. If they're taking out loans, they're paying 4 to 17% on that $1,200 over 4 years.
Look, if they go that route, and again, Michigan State, Michigan, any school. I don't want to make this, rivalry based, Alex, but the article, with other schools doing it or talking about doing it, it's a grift. It's disgusting.
It's disgusting because if you do that, you are giving up the pretense that this has anything to do with these are student athletes or that this money is about academic betterment. This is straight up taking money from students who may or may not get, probably won't get any benefit from this. There's no return on investment for them. And they're coming out of pocket to, again, fund some kid who may amount to nothing or hold you out to, transfer to, across town if they offer a better deal.
Yep. No, and Alex, that's the thing is I always viewed college football as, okay, you're getting a college education. Now, I was fine if you said, hey, we got to pay these guys a little bit. No problem. But the idea is it's a lot like the average student. Not everyone's going to get the great internship. Not everyone's going to get the great job right out of college that's right in their major. No, some people go to school, get a degree, and are unemployable because they're just not very good. And it's the same thing with college football. You're going to go, you're going to play. Very few of you will ever do this for money. And now we've arrived at a point, Alex, where your backup defensive tackle could make $100,000 and then you get extorted. And now they want to pass the savings on to the hot dog you buy your kid at the stadium, or even worse, potentially the tuition thing that David was at Clemson talking about doing it.
Clemson, yes.
There you go. I mean, Alex, I'm at my end with the sport. I don't know. I don't have a lot left for it.
I'm going to ask the same question you guys asked of where is the TV and the streaming money going? What is it for?
Right in their coffers is where it's going.
I thought that was like a major part of having these deals where it's like, okay, you don't get to watch games on broadcast or even cable anymore. Right. It's an additional subscription that you're coming out of pocket for every month, but it is going to directly impact your program. This money is going to benefit your program. Okay, great. So one would assume NIL money would be considered a benefit to the program.
All they're doing is what professional owners do. Where's the benefit to you having a low payroll and making a bunch of money when you turn around to your city and ask for free land, tax abatements, or even worse, public funding for your playpen that we get no benefit from?
Yep.
It's the same model.
It is a grift.
Where's the TV money going? Right in their coffers.
And that's what bothers me the most, because you don't have to do any of this. The people don't have to pay. And it doesn't even come out of tuition. It doesn't come out of the school's pocket. This is extra money that you're given, and you don't want to share your toys.
That's it. Go to Jason, 97.1. What's up, Jace?
What's going on, Mike? Rico?
How are you, sir?
Oh, we're doing great. You know what? I like that. First of all, I could talk about that college kids and their little feelings, but we'll do that another day.
Okay.
It's a positive day. First of all, we're getting rid of all these TV ads. We can watch sports again. Thank God.
Thank Jesus.
Hey, Jason, would you ever think you'd be happy to see the Mariah Carey Christmas commercials?
I'm good.
Oh, trust me. Rico, I saw it. I'm all in, brother. I love this Zary Smith trade. That's what I called. I love that trade. I thought last week they were saying, what was it, a second or third round pick? They actually got a pretty good value on that pick. I mean, I haven't listened to the show all day. So what's your thoughts on that?
No, they got a great value. I mean, a 5 and a 6 for a 7 swap. I'm good with it. I don't care about those picks. They're non-premium to me. And you get a guy that you desperately need now. I'm more than happy.
Because I was driving. Okay, and then one last thing. I know you guys are busy. Mike, I'm trying to pick you up here real quick.
Okay.
I heard the last hour, and I agree everything with you. Did you see what your Giants fans did to Tommy DeVito after the game last Sunday?
No, what happened now?
No. You'll be proud of them. They were calling him out at the tunnel. My mom, who's a big Giants fan because she's from there, big Bill Parcells fan, they were calling him out saying some words I can't say on the air, but saying, you cost us Jaden Daniels, and then they even went to X and did it.
Yes. Good.
I swear to God.
Jason, he's public enemy number one in my world. Wait, where were you last weekend? What do you mean, where was I last week?
I'm joking.
No, I mean,
I'm saying, was that you?
No, I mean, I know. Jason, I love it. It's all spite. It's a horrible situation in New York right now. And look, I told you, Rico, I didn't sit there and watch them. I'm watching the rest of the league. I'm watching relevant stuff for the things I got to do. Like, if it's a primetime game, that's different. Well, yeah, I'll watch my team. But, like, there is no motivation for me to bother with the New York Football Giants. And, yeah, Tommy DeVito did cost us Jaden Daniels. And now we got to deal with him for the next decade. It's horrible. That's why I'm trying to pay David to pray for me for this loss to the Panthers Sunday. We must go to Europe and lose.
See, and I wonder, and maybe
we have to be like the French in World War II. We must go to war and lose. That is it.
And maybe the bigger picture, Mike, I just thought about this, is all the money that is put into sports, whether it's pro or college, that if your team doesn't win, life's just not fun. Because you're wondering, well, where's all this money going? And you're losing. And
Let me show you a picture of
expectation.
John Mara and Steve Tisch. That's why I have no respect for these owners that don't want to spend. You don't want to spend, don't own a team. Plenty other things you can do with your money. But you know why they own a team? Because it's a guaranteed profit center. Anybody who wants to drink the bathwater of owners and cry, oh, they're not making this money.
Brother,
Shut up.
I said a long time ago, it's billionaire welfare system.
That's all it is. You're 100% right.
You're going to get a guaranteed check whether you actually try or not.
Go to Hunter, 97.1. Hunter, what's going on?
Lenny, Rico, how we doing, fellas?
Good. It's nice to hear from you again. What's going on?
You too. Hey, not a whole lot. You know, man, I just want to chat about the Lions just for a second. You know, of course, watched every single game this season. I was down in South Carolina watching the Green Bay game. And, yeah, we got the dub. I guess first and foremost, what's irking me more than anything is I just keep hearing this, we're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to go to the Super Bowl, that we're going to win it.
Mm-hmm.
And, yep, it's I love the confidence, man. I'm excited just as much as anybody else. But for me, if I sit back and watch these games, more importantly, like the Green Bay game this past weekend, they outgained us through the air. They outgained us on the ground. And truthfully, you guys could call me crazy. I think that if they played possibly at Ford Field, that they lose that game. And I know that sounds crazy to you. We got the home field advantage, but there's more than one hole in our defense. And Hutch, we need way, way more intensity around the ball on the defensive side of the ball. It scares me, truthfully. I think if we go up against a very high-powered offense, that we could get punched in the mouth. I think our offense, nobody can compete with our offense, truthfully. I think we could beat anybody on the offensive side of the football.
So the way I view it is this. If you look at your offense and then you factor in that you're the most aggressive offense in the league, right? If you just take the median outcome, that you're not going to bat 1,000 on these fourth downs or gutsy calls, but you're going to get your fair share, your offense is going to be impossible to match with. And your special teams, look, we got to say it, it's November 5th. Jake Bates is a really good NFL kicker right now, and Jack Fox is the best punter in the league. So 2 of the 3 phases, Hunter, you're elite. And the defense, I just need them to be middle of the road. And I think with the addition of Zadarius Smith, you will get some positive regression and much needed reinforcements up front. You got to get Pascal back. You got to get some of these pieces back. I mean, Hunter, you're down to the sticks here.
Yeah, man. I agree with that. I agree with that, Delaney. And I don't want to be one of those guys that's like, you know, stuck on the old bandwagon of, you know, that I'm not bought into this team and Campbell and the new culture, because I am. I'm scared, truthfully, especially what we watched last year against San Francisco. They blew a halftime lead. I mean,
Hunter, I'll just tell
Oh,
you,
man.
you're not bad. You're not negative. This is the thing, Hunter. I'd rather talk to a million guys like you than a bunch of guys wearing engine blocks who get all bent out of shape when you don't kiss their ass. Like, it's okay, Hunter. It is the NFL. It's really hard to win, but I'm telling you, I watch damn near every team every week. There aren't other teams like you. Like, if we're doing Baltimore radio, their problem defending the pass is much greater than your problem getting to the quarterback. They are league worst in defending the pass. You can't put a Band-Aid on that. There are ways I can Band-Aid this. You know, the other thing is the Ravens are a week out from losing to the Browns. You don't have a loss like that on your resume. No? So I'm telling you, you're one of the most well put together, well coached, complete teams in all of football. And I believe you most certainly are in the NFC. And look, part of my belief in going and winning the Super Bowl is if people are going to do it, it comes through Detroit. Bring Philadelphia here. You'll beat them. You go to Philly, look out. Also, what was Saquon doing with a reverse hurdle? All right. Hungry Howie's classic pepperoni. You can't beat it, but Hungry Howie's just dropped something that is right out of Kenny's sensual dreams. A chicken and waffle pizza, real cheese, tender bites, waffle bits, drizzled with maple syrup instead of sauce. Is this a crime against Italian food? Absolutely. That's why it's a Kenny Cott pizza. This is for Kenny after a bong rip. Bottom line, go and get one of these if you're like Kenny. You're feeling a little high as a kite. You want to watch Georgia football? Get yourself a chicken and waffle pizza. Treat yourself. It's Hungry Howie's, $15.99, limited time only. All right, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Tons of stuff. Hey, how about tonight? You don't want to watch the election? We got Bowling Green at CMU from one of the great coliseums of college football, Kelly Short Stadium. I can't say that with a straight face, but if you go to FanDuel, they'll have everything you need for the game. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. 3-month free trial, full price of League Pass, automatically charged monthly. That's for that NBA special they're running. Cancel anytime. No refunds, terms, restrictions. You know the drill. Limit 1 pass per customer. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David, a few ticket texts. Rieger's going to be solo for a while because Wojci's pulled the oldest trick in the book. Oh, I'm busy writing. First of all, no one's reading it. And second of all, we pay you to do radio.
Wait, the trade, what, just happened?
Happened at 8 o'clock in the morning. What, is he just sobering up enough to operate the typewriter? So sick of it. All these writers in this damn thing. You do radio. We pay you to do radio. So he'll show up whenever he decides it's appropriate. Damn it, Bob. I was nice to you earlier this week. Look at what you're doing now.
It's like Tyra Banks.
We were rooting for you. I was rooting for you, Bob.
Love the pickup. We are the best team on the planet, just like everyone. Pray for no injuries. Go Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Am I an idiot for saying I would have loved Crosby or Garrett, but I still really like Brad giving up very little for Smith?
You're not an idiot at
Jake
all.
and Rochester Hills.
People who wanted Crosby weren't idiots, despite some people's ad hominem attacks. And people who are happy with Zadarius Smith are not idiots. There are no idiots in this unless you just sat there and said, whatever Brad decides is good enough for me. Thanksgiving. Like, if you just said we don't need an edge rusher. No, you are, in fact, an idiot.
Fans, especially here in Detroit, seem to always want the top names. They have no clue.
No, they see what other markets do who've actually been to the Super Bowl, you smarmy SOB. That's the difference. You have no clue. They're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in a small market. It's not a small market. This is an elite sports town. And they see how Philadelphia operates and San Francisco operates and LA operates and Baltimore operates. They want that. I'm so tired of people in this town who want more being mocked. It's like we have a bunch of corporate incels from these teams on the ticket text. What do you got, a PR department with a burner? There's Kevin Durant on the ticket text? By the way, I just offended you.
Defended me? What did I do?
Ah, your bird brain partner.
Oh, yeah. He'll be here later.
Yeah, well, we pay him to do radio. So you know what? You had since 8 o'clock in the morning to write that column no one's going to read.
What do you want from me?
Nothing. I'm just making a point. It's just disrespectful. Like what we do is substandard. Show up. Nobody cares about your Mad Libs column. You probably just reused the same column you wrote when the team traded Pat Swilling.
Was that 30 years ago?
Yeah, just changed a few of the names. Move a few things around.
How you guys doing? It's good to see you guys.
What's going on, bud?
Nothing at all. I'm just, getting ready to do a show. We have 2 hours, Michael. Then we're going to go home, watch some election coverage. There's no sports on tonight, is it?
That's a lie.
Like nothing.
Bowling Green at CMU.
Oh, Maction. Okay.
Bowling Green
All
laying
right.
13.5. You also got Miami, Ohio, coached by
Ben Roethlisberger.
Chuck Martin. They're laying 12.5 at the Fighting Brady Hoax. Ball State.
I do owe you a thanks. I do, because Michael turned me on to something. You know, he's got that gambling podcast, Cash the Ticket, very, very successful, very popular. And we were sitting around pre-show months ago, and you gave me a bet where I teased the point spread.
Yeah, for fun.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I've been teasing every weekend, and I've been winning. I've been teasing and it's amazing.
Better watch how much you're teasing. You'll have a second kid.
No, that ship has sailed. However, it's amazing. The tease is the greatest invention in gambling. It's unreal.
It's just a way, if you're only going to rifle one bet, have a little fun. It allows you to enjoy the game in a different way.
That's right.
Hey, how about this? My dog of the week with cookies on Fridays moved to 10-1.
Now, are you betting the dog?
Yeah. Dude, they're the same. I take my favorite underdog from Cash the Ticket, and I just give it to him on Friday morning.
I mean, there's some guys that don't bet, though. They just give the advice they don't
you gotta bet. You gotta play, otherwise it's not honest. But I give out UW plus 2.5 last week. They won outright. It's moved to 10-1. Only thing I should do is bet the dog of the week, roll out of bed and bet Indiana, and bet the Lions.
You didn't take Purdue?
That wasn't the dog of the week, though. That was me
That
trying
was
to.
the dog of the week.
Dude, them passing that field goal up in overtime was unbelievable.
You know what else? I'm thinking if I'm Tampa, I'm going for 2.
Yeah, they should have.
Yesterday?
I'm not going to give Patrick Mahomes a chance. No, because he's just going to kill you.
You saw when they lost the coin toss, Baker was like, "Oh, this was fun. I'm going to go take a shower."
Yeah, I kind of felt like it should have been hockey. Like Tampa deserved at least a point, I feel, for tying that game, right?
If you want, you can't allow the other team to score a touchdown. Yeah. You'll get the ball. All right, what are you going to do in Zadarius Smith?
Zadarius Smith, and how does it make you feel as a Lions fan? And I have some strong feelings. Wojo will be around at some point in time, and we'll leave you up
if he gets around to it. I guess.
Exactly.
Unless we get hit by a meteor, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Oh, you going to stay up late for the election coverage?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, 3 a.m., 4 a.m.?
Oh, my God, no.
Not to that. No, not
When's
to
the
that.
announcement?
4 a.m. Okay, David, turn his microphone off. I've had enough. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow.
5 a.m.? Who's going to bed?